gotta find. Now what do we do? That's the first clue. Now what do we do? That's the first clue. We gotta find the program. Find who's find. That's the first clue. We gotta find. That's the first clue. That's the first clue. Now what do we do? That's the first clue. Now what do we do? That's the first clue. We gotta find the program. Find who's find. That's the first clue. We gotta find. That's the first clue. That's the first clue. Now what do we do? That's the first clue. Now what do we do? That's the first clue. We gotta find the program. Find who's find. That's the first clue. We gotta find. That's the first clue. That's the first clue.
shake that ass for me. We about to have a party. Let's get it started. Go ahead, shake your butt. Looking for a girl with a body and a sexy strut. Wanna get it poppin', baby, step right up. They got retarded. Some girls are body. I'm looking for a girl that will do whatever the fuck I say. Every day she be giving it up, she goes. Shaking that ass on the floor. Bumping and grinding that pole. The way she's grinding that pole. I think I'm losing control.
Oh god. Oh god. Someone end me. End me, please. End me, please. I hate everything. Okay. I was going to play freaking Pokemon while we did this. But yeah, that's not gonna happen. So we're just gonna die very, very slowly and very unhappily dealing with this fucker for an hour. Alright, so here's the deal with the rules of engagement here. As you can see at the bottom, read Harman's book. So here's I'm going to be reacting for an hour. There's a timer at the bottom left corner. If there's a $25 donation, I add 30 minutes to that. If the $500 goal is met, I'll have to do another one of these. Or we get extended past when I need to go to bed because I have work tomorrow. I have to adult. We'll do another stream of this. I don't know when, but I will do another one. And if we hit the 1K donation goal overall, I have to do a stream where I read one of Harman's books or one of his fan fictions. That'll be up to you guys if we get that far. I don't think we will. But, we're definitely going to be dealing with Harman for an hour at a minimum. If I do have to step away, I will pause the timer. I'm not a cheapskate. I will give you a full hour of fucking around with me. It's just going to happen. All right. Is everybody ready? Everybody ready for engagement? If you want to come hang out, come into the general chat in my Discord. Excuse me. And I will drag you up into general chat. Hi, Power Boss. We've got somebody to come hang out with me. Yay. And me. Hey there, Power Boss? Hold on, there we go. Cool. We're good. Again, if anybody wants to come hang out and yell at Harman with me, you're welcome. Okay. We're starting with the first one. I'm not giving him any other engagement. Diddy Kong is better than P. Diddy. I hate my life. I hate everything about this. It does. It does. Okay. If you want me to pause, tell me pause, and I'll pause it. But, let's just get this over with.
One of the things that really, truly infuriates me as a Nintendo fan is seeing non-fans, people who don't know anything about the company, don't know anything about the characters, don't know anything about Nintendo's success at the global level, will try to do is they will try and make these weird, arbitrary, nonsensical jokes that don't make any sense, that don't relate to anything, that just kind of falls apart. If you know...
Holy run-on sentence Batman. Good God. Do you ever take a breath? Do you ever take a breath, Harman? Because it doesn't sound like it. Good fucking God. Oh. That is true. I'm waiting to see if he comes up with the nasty ass cup. I'm waiting for it. Oh, we got somebody else coming in. All right, what's up, Censored? Oh God. At least I'm not alone. You know what infuriates me though, Harman? That you have the balls to even talk about this. What? Yes. It says P. Diddy. Diddy Kong is better than P. Diddy. Apparently. Let's let him finish that thought. Which I don't think he can because he just runs on and on and on and on and on and on.
Even a little bit about the people involved, the characters, and how successful they actually are. You know, we see this a lot with Pokemon specifically, like where people always try and tell you that, like, oh man, Pokemon's fallen off. It's not as big as it used to be, and yet meanwhile it's like, you know, literally the biggest thing in the world. Okay, you know, the whole cope about Pokemon is just one example, you know.
Sorry about that, guys. I didn't realize that I didn't have the Discord audio coming through. So
It's fine.
Okay, there we go. Now we know for sure that it's coming in. Okay, cool. Got it.
Now I'm here.
Now you guys are actually here. See, this is why I was late. Part of the reason why I was late. I was trying to figure out how I want to set all this shit up. And I didn't completely get it. Boomer.
You know, back in the day, people used to scream at you about, like, Frozen is what the kids are into today.
You wouldn't know good media or art if it slapped you in the face with its dick. So I would probably be quiet,
about
Harman.
what he considers good media.
And leave
Something he
Pikachu
definitely
out
can't
of this.
find either.
Leave your Pikachu fleshlight out of this, Harman. Dear God.
We need to send in a rescue party.
Really.
And what happens? You know, the entire Disney Corporation just collapses. You know, everyone hates them. And once they're like 40-year-old obese.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, you caught me at one of my breaks.
You mean you're describing yourself, Harman? Why are you self-snitching?
Like, one thing I've noticed about these fanboys is that it's just it's near constant projection.
It really is. Hold on, let me fix this. This can be...
A large majority of the time it is.
There, that's better. That's better. He's not so squished, although I really don't like him being on my screen either way, but still.
It's like you might as well, but it gives you cancer if you see him for too long.
It really does. I'm
Oh,
already
look,
dying
Hellfire!
inside.
It's too shit!
I'm dying inside already, and it's been 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Close your eyes!
I'm guessing it's gonna get worse over time.
Yep.
Child,
When
Disney
the
adult
deaths will come in.
demographic, you know, has one foot in
Wait, hold on. You're gonna talk about Disney adults when you're a Nintendo adult. You take it to the extreme.
Oh my god.
So I would shut the fuck up while you're at it, but he's not going to. There's another 7 minutes of this.
the grave. The company is just
Oh,
going to
yeah.
implode. Okay. Disney is done. They are not relevant. You know, Star Wars isn't relevant. Marvel, like, Nintendo's going to dominate all of that.
I'm
right?
torn on that.
But the
Oh
overwhelming
god.
I'm kind of torn about that as well.
It's like, on one hand, yes, I wish that was true. On the other hand, no, they're too...
Realistically,
I know too big to fail is bullshit, but
Mhm.
they might actually be too big to fail.
Yeah, Disney might actually be. I mean, they're still gonna make money off the freaking dog shit live action Lilo and Stitch remake. So,
And as
true.
bad as live action Star Wars has been, we've got, aside from the 3 good live action Star Wars, we've actually been having some good animated Star Wars stuff.
I heard
Yeah.
Andor's. So.
Yeah, like I said, it's one of the 3 good live action things.
Yeah.
Endor and Mandalorian.
Yep.
Well,
No,
and
Mandalorian
Rogue
went
One.
through the ass tube after 2. Season
Rogue
2.
One's also really good.
Yeah. All right. What do you gotta say?
majority of the Western world doesn't like admitting
Get
it.
that
They
Oh,
don't
God
like
damn it.
admitting
him.
Guys, remember to tell me to pause if you want to say something.
That damn
Whatever.
Pikachu plushie.
was because of the freaking notification.
how successful
Put the
Nintendo
Pikachu
is.
plushie down.
That's a Pikachu
Lay it
flashlight.
down,
He can't.
Armin.
They don't
Also, you'll notice
actually
it's a boy Pikachu.
Yeah, I know. I saw that tail.
Telling. It's very telling.
Like
Yeah.
Like I said, get that
acknowledging
Pikachu away from him. Like, good lord.
that this company is bigger and better than their favorite thing, and they certainly don't like acknowledging that their preferred icons and their preferred celebrities aren't shit, okay?
Can you pause?
Monday?
Harman, I'm a Sonic fan. I know the feeling of watching your franchise plunge in and out of the shit. I have seen the degeneracy that goes on amongst the fan base. Nothing really phases me anymore.
Nope. It's pretty bad. Sonic's not going to give you his chili dog, by the way, Harman.
Like, I
Oh,
talked about this like
Oh,
before
Lord.
several times in the past, but the most glaring example to me in like the past year is the whole Diddy Kong thing. Because
You Diddy Kong? You mean
What's
the
with
character that
Diddy
hasn't
Kong?
been relevant
Yes.
for a long ass time? And is he coming back in the new Donkey Kong games coming out? I haven't
No.
seen that.
I think so, yeah. I
fun
think they
fact.
showed. Let me find a character render. Give me a minute.
Fun
But
fact, Diddy Kong was supposed to be Donkey Kong Jr.
yeah. I mean,
It-
he hasn't been a part of anything relevant since, oh, I don't know, the fucking game on the Wii.
Well, to be fair, how long has it been since we've gotten an F-Zero game, and yet Captain Falcon is still a very popular character?
It doesn't matter because he's talking about Diddy Kong right here. He's talking about Diddy Kong here. So what does this have to do with P. Diddy, Harman? Get to it, please.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna be. He's gonna be in
I
the
already
game.
know where it's going, but
there's some
He doesn't know what the
no-name
fuck he's
hip-hop
talking about. He's just projecting shit.
artist called P. Diddy that got arrested for doing something. I don't know.
how do you not know?
You don't know what Diddy did. You don't
Bro,
It
know.
was
didn't
more
even
than
look-
just a few things.
Bro didn't even Google it to find out what were the charges that P. Diddy did.
No, because
the
he's
fuck?
retarded.
No, I bet
He
he doesn't
straight
know
up
what Google
fully
is.
retarded. Like, what the actual fuck?
He's got dementia. The only thing that he remembers is Pikachu, Mario, and Peach in Zelda.
And that one female character from Fire Emblem.
That's all he cares
Oh,
about.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Edelgard,
the under. Yeah, Edelgard when she was in her teens, not the adult version.
He wrote a fanfic about that.
Again, guys, if we hit the $1,000 mark, I have to read one of those. Every 25 minutes, I extend this stream for 30 minutes.
I'm sorry, Hellfire.
Eh.
What do you mean?
Oh
you know,
no.
being gay, like
You mean you?
like all these rappers are, he was
You beat me to it. I was about to say it.
I don't think all the rappers are. Some of them are, and they're very obviously out there.
Oh,
But
I mean,
talking about
didn't Kanye come out with a gay
Oh,
fish song? I'm just kidding. That's from South Park.
I
That
don't
was
know.
South Park.
I don't know.
That
But
was South Park.
but Harman, I could call you the same thing with the way you act.
every time I
With the
see
fanfiction he's
Oz,
written,
it's so
yes, we could.
hilarious.
If he's
It's not
made
just that.
okay. If he has made fan fiction where there is great graphic detail about a character's penis, I'm sorry, Harman, you're gay. It's okay. We don't judge you for it. We'll judge you for the actual fanfic.
was gay.
The
Like the narrative was that like, oh man, Nintendo can't use Diddy Kong anymore because P. Diddy was
What do
so
you
big and he was so
No.
iconic and he was such a relevant thing. Like P. Diddy was huge. Like Nintendo
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was. He literally
Was-
ran the West
He
Coast.
was. Say what you will about P. Diddy, he
The East
was.
Coast.
He was incredible when it came to business acumen.
He
that
ran
was
the
until we
East
found out
Coast.
the.
Yep.
Arguably, he's the reason why Tupac and Biggie are dead. So yes, he was a big deal.
Pretty much.
So Harman,
Not only that,
Bef-
Snoop Dogg also survived from the West Side as well. So there's that.
do me a favor. Shut the fuck up.
can't use Diddy Kong because that would be associating the character with pedophilia. Like, never mind that like Diddy Kong
like-
is bigger than
Source?
P Diddy ever was. You know, never mind that Diddy Kong came first. Never mind that Diddy Kong will stay relevant after P Diddy's career is over.
Receipts, Harman?
Source
Also, Harman, even if you were correct about that, that doesn't make you smart.
Not only that, Diddy was literally created by the team of Rare, and Nintendo gave it the
Rare.
green light for Donkey Kong Country to begin with. So, what are we talking about, bro?
He doesn't know.
Over.
He
you know,
really
never
doesn't.
mind-
Pause. So, just so Harman is referenced correctly in this, P. Diddy was popular in 1990. Diddy Kong did not come out until
true.
1994.
Oh,
good
Harman. Google is your
Oh
friend.
my
Do you know
God.
that? Google is your friend. But apparently you don't know how to use it. And we're going
Let's
to
just
continue.
keep that in
Like
mind.
the fact that the character is just so iconic, so fun, has so much going on. Now, let's just throw all that out.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have anything going on.
This
The
is
last time he
It
was
has
a focal
nothing
point
to
for
do with it.
Let me finish a thought. The last time he was relevant with anything or was the focal point of anything was Diddy Kong Racing.
Mhm.
How long ago was that? Late
I believe that
90s,
was
early
1996.
2000. So Harman, just because it's a Nintendo product does not mean that it is relevant. Okay? Okay.
Diddy
Fine.
Kong Racing wasn't until 1997.
Since
So it wasn't
1997. So okay, so he hasn't been relevant for over 20 years now.
There was a remake on the DS, if I remember correctly.
There was.
Yes, 2007.
Ooh, remake. Ooh.
Out of the
And he
window.
was in Donkey
So for-
Kong Country Returns, to be fair.
Yeah, but he wasn't really a focal point.
He really wasn't.
He's a second fiddle to
Yeah,
Donkey
that's
Kong.
what he's always been, a secondary character.
Ever since.
Pretend that a hip hop artist that nobody has ever heard of.
What? Oh my god! Nobody
Dude,
has
he's
ever
an
heard of
icon.
Diddy.
What are you fucking talking about?
Harman. You are
Guys, one at a time, please.
I understand that you only take 5 minutes to go out of your mother's basement to see the sunlight, but holy shit, man. If you think that Diddy is somebody that nobody knew about, you're obviously living under a rock, you're retarded, and you need to stop talking about shit you don't know the fuck about.
Honestly, though.
His mother's basement is his mother's shed.
I'm gonna call it the basement. It's still his mother
It
owns
literally is
it.
the basement.
That is a fucking
Is
shed.
bigger
Also,
than Diddy Kong.
the last time-
like, let's just
The last time Diddy Kong was actually relevant in a video game was Mario Strikers Battle League.
And that
Yeah,
what's
and
what's
what's
the main
funny
name
too-
on that? What's the main name on that? Mario.
Mario
Mario.
Strikers Battle League, yeah.
Okay.
let's just think about that for a second. A hip hop artist, you know, someone that has no real talent, who is
He makes fucking music.
I'm serious.
Dude.
Harman,
Bro.
do you think that talent is only making video games? The only talent is voice acting for video games, making video games, drawing the art for video games? Do you realize that they make music for video games? Did he make music?
Well,
That's
What I
talent.
understand.
well, to be fair, yeah. To be fair, Harman doesn't. Harman hates voice actors, so I don't think he would care.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh.
I didn't
So
know about
you
that,
don't. You
but
wouldn't
damn.
understand. Again, you wouldn't understand talent if it mushroom stamped you on the face, Harman. So I would shut up.
Oh, yeah.
is like entirely controlled by the music industry, who is just pushed to the forefront in that sphere to try and indoctrinate, you know, society.
You're trying to indoctrinate society into cocksucking for Nintendo, and you're not doing it well. I'm literally. I'm less than 600 fucking subs away from you. You think you have any sort of, I don't know, sphere of influence on anything? No, You
No, we-
don't. So I would shut the fuck up. Good God.
Not only
End up
it's just
into being criminals,
Hi, Gara.
someone who is a pedophile, who sexually assaults other people, who
I don't know if he's a pedophile, but I do know that he is a
Mm.
sexual deviant. That he has caused,
Yeah.
that he's had Diddy parties, and they found gallons of lubricant and dozens of dildos in his home. So yes, he is a sexual deviant, but I have
And
not
baby
heard a
oil.
single thing about being a pedophile. So Harman, stop talking about shit you don't know anything about. K.
The only connection is the name Diddy.
Diddy the Diddler.
And that's what people have been joking about.
Yep.
who has
Yeah, I
no
made that
real-
joke because it was funny.
It is funny.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It is.
who has contributed nothing of value to society or to the music industry or any
He was half of the reason that hip hop became big in the 90s and the 2000s.
You know, I
Harman.
think I realized what Harman is trying to do here.
You're giving me brain
He's
damage.
upset
I'm
that
about to have a
people are. He's upset
You
that
might
people
cry.
are making these jokes about P. Kong in relation to P. Diddy. So he is
when there's no
trying
correlation.
to downplay
They use it
the,
as the,
the
the
P.
memes.
Diddy situation.
Okay, pause, guys. Kazgar asked, I will reiterate. Every $25, I extend the stream for 30 minutes.
Oh no.
Oh, God.
If we get past the
Yeah,
time
yeah,
where I need to
yeah.
go to bed, which will
You
probably be
fanboy
around
furry
7,
bastard.
which is like 7.5 hours from now, I will do another stream until that allotment is down. If we get past $500, I will have to do another full-blown stream for as long as that goes on, just like this one. If we hit $1,000 in donations, I have to read a Harman Smith written book or fan fiction on stream from cover to cover. Even if it is more than one stream, I will read it from cover to cover on stream.
I'll be with you with that. Oh, that fan fiction. thing.
Period. But we're not going to get there, so it's going to be fine.
anything.
Mhm.
You
Thank
were going to
God.
sit there and tell me that P. Diddy at any point in his career was bigger than Diddy Kong.
Yes.
100%. What are you
You
talking
see
about?
what
Diddy
I was
Kong.
trying to say now.
Diddy Kong
He's brain dead. He's
Diddy
a son of
Kong.
brick.
cannot make somebody so fearful for their life that they don't talk about people being raped, people being assaulted, people being murdered, property being damaged, to put somebody in fear of him to shut the fuck up. Oh God. Okay.
And Harman is trying to downplay all of that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Garrick.
There it is!
Pause.
I knew that was going to happen. I
All right.
knew that was going to happen.
Okay, so that's like what, an hour and 20 minutes now?
Yes,
I think
correct.
so, yeah.
That's $50.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Gara. I hate my life. Anyways, we're here for another hour and 20 minutes again. Let's try and get through this, this
Goddamn.
absolute tomfoolery. But oh my God, you just need to stop. You need to stop. Let me do something really quick. I'm gonna pause this because I'm not gonna jip you guys. I don't have the donos. I don't have all the stuff that I need on here yet. There we go. There we go. Now we'll see the donos if we have some that pop up. Cool beans. All right.
Oh, yeah.
And restarting.
That's just laughably stupid and is
You're laughably stupid. I'm drinking beer because you're so laughably stupid. That's the only way I'm going to be able to deal with you. I have
Times
at least
like this, I
32
wish I
ounces of
drank
beer to go
alcohol.
through. Harman, you're
I'm about
fucking
right.
dumb. Stop. Get some help.
just laughably off base as to what the reality of the situation is. The reality is all of these celebrities are forced. They don't have
They're forced. Okay, what are you going to say next? I'm going to let you finish, but I'm going to respond to this.
any real talent. Nobody actually likes them. Nobody actually follows their careers. Nobody actually looks at
Harman, why are people making memes and following this case so closely if nobody cares, if nobody knows who they are, if nobody is aware of what they've done? Riddle me that, fucking Batman.
Except
This
someone
is
like
actually
P. Diddy.
disgusting what he's doing.
It is. It really is. It's plain stupidity. I'm having a beer-induced aneurysm because of this fucker.
Yeah.
And thinks he's
Sounds about
someone
right.
like worthy of emulating, or someone who's respectable, or someone who has any real talent. You know, all they care about is like, you know, being like him in the sense.
No, that's a massive red flag.
No. No. Also, I'm drinking a Hefeweizen. Oleander.
I
Also,
don't
can I
know.
say something?
Sure.
I would like to congratulate Harman Smith saying the word relate without bursting into flames.
Eh,
Man.
I mean,
I mean,
Of like, you know, getting away with raping Justin Bieber, you know.
hold on. Harman, hold on.
Whoa.
Hold on. This shows
Whoa.
that you don't know what's going on. Even Justin Bieber has come
Oh.
out stating that he has nothing to do with Diddy in the sense of being a victim. He's not a victim. You don't know what you're talking
That's
about.
basically slander.
Justin Bieber from D.
Usher,
Yeah, that's basically
probably. Bieber, as far as we are aware, by all accounts that he's said, no.
Mhm.
That's the
Mhm.
that's the mindset of like every fan of the music industry, is that they wish they could be as hedonistic and disgusting and depraved as Taylor Swift, as
Harman, are you projecting?
Taylor
He's
Swift.
100%
Considering-
projecting.
Are you projecting, Harman? Because
Considering that he made a video about how he once, didn't he make a video about how he once dated Taylor Swift?
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know as much of the lore as you guys do. I don't
Or
pay
that he
attention.
Which I
turned
Yeah,
he
her-
did. No,
turned
he
her down.
did. He did.
So Harman,
He did.
you basically have already stated that you're attracted to Taylor pretty much. But
He
she's not
did
gonna
say
fuck
that.
you.
Nor Nintendo's gonna fuck him either.
No, not gonna fuck
Come
you.
on.
Nobody thinks that you're relevant, other than we like laughing at you. You are the butt of the joke. You are the butt of the joke.
Literally.
Nobody wants to be hedonistic like Diddy. They want to have his money.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Maybe Harman wants to be hedonistic like
of
Diddy.
course, because nobody's gonna touch them. Nobody's gonna touch him.
100%.
He does not know what an actual pussy feels like. He doesn't know what it smells like. He doesn't know what it looks like besides what he sees on the screen, which is Rule 34 peach fucking porn.
Pretty
He
much.
doesn't know what it is.
Unless he heats up that Pikachu plushie.
Well,
Oh,
we know
my
he's got a Pikachu fleshlight, but there is no comparison between a fleshlight and an actual vagina.
Oh my
Mhm.
gosh, I'm gonna throw up.
There's just none, and he's never gonna touch one.
I think I need a bleach.
Eminem.
He's your favorite locale of all
Oh.
time.
Yep. Oh god, more people. Okay, we're continuing. We want to
All
finish
these
this.
like big names who are just, every single one of them can get mogged by like a random chick at a country music event with a acoustic guitar, right? It's kind of shocking, you know, when you actually
Gara, he does not have nearly the amount of riz that my husband has. He's nowhere near as close to the man he is. He couldn't handle a woman like me. Even if he tried, I would punch his face in.
Bro's just straight up a man-child at this
I
point.
also,
I mean it.
I paid money. I'd pay money to see that.
Dude.
do not touch people who do not take a shower. I can smell him through the screen. And you'll see even worse. You'll see even worse in later videos if we get to that. But at this rate, we'll
Mhm.
see. But no, he couldn't handle me even if he wanted to. He couldn't. There's no way.
That moment
you
you
Impossible.
know, see like local musicians.
If somebody wants to clip that and send that around, fucking go for it. I will literally make
I
that a
just
sound.
don't
I will
care.
make that a donation alert. I will do it. I hope
it.
he doesn't. I really hope he doesn't, because my ass will be just chill down my spine. I want to throw up level of disgusted.
he's
and,
it's
like, how
home
talented
probably
they are and what they
Sorry.
can do and the original compositions that they make, just how much better and more like culturally relevant those people are.
Excuse me, Harman.
Culture?
Doesn't Diddy Kong wear a snapback,
A what?
a hat, a baseball
Yeah.
cap?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
wears
yeah,
a
a
hat.
cap.
He does.
A cap.
Yes.
Who-
Yes.
A baseball cap.
Besides baseball, who popularized that? The hip hop community.
Oh.
Oh.
It's been pretty popular. I didn't realize it was. Okay.
Because
I didn't know about that.
yes, baseball is relevant, but do I hear as
Mm.
much about baseball that I do about hip hop? No.
Mm.
Not nearly
Nowadays,
as
definitely not. Nowadays, definitely not.
much. No.
Guys of the jackets.
I think the only time I've ever heard anything about baseball was when Gargura, I think her name was, did a
Appeared,
dancing
yeah,
out of the
yeah.
ball game on stage.
Yeah, for the Dodgers, and then they won.
Yeah.
It's too much power.
But baseball is relevant, yes, but I don't hear as much about that with the people that I hang around or with
Mm.
what I see on social media. I could be wrong.
Okay.
Someone can
Yeah.
absolutely check me on that. But
Well, I believe actually, yeah, no, never mind. Okay. Actually, so I'm gonna bounce. I can only stay for
Bye,
as
Spectre.
long as I could. Yeah, peace out. Take care.
I
Take care,
Yes,
Spec.
back.
He's back.
all right.
Then like
And we continue with the
like,
torture.
Yep.
Mhm.
the big names that are pushed by the industry, right? And I do
Point torture is my
Force
brain
pushed
stuff.
by the industry. I don't think you understand how the industry works. You
No, he
have to
doesn't.
be popular
He doesn't
enough.
know jack shit.
You have to have enough people like your shit to be pushed by the industry. It's like wrestling. It's exactly like wrestling.
Mhm.
You
Yep.
have to have the fans behind you in order for your shit to get pushed. It is very rare that there is an industry plant. And when there is an industry plant, you can fucking see it. You can call that shit out a mile away.
Mhm.
You don't know what you're talking about, Harman. We've got 3 minutes left in this. I want it to be done. I want
I
to
do think that is something we do need to talk about a lot more when it comes to these kind of things. Nobody in the music industry has any real talent. It's all
So singers don't exist. Those who can play an instrument don't exist. Harman, what world do you live in?
Ugh.
Because it's not ours.
fake. It's all like
Definitely
mashup.
loopy world.
I don't know. Maybe he perpetually inside of his Switch.
Turf. It
Probably
always was.
talking.
It's
Hammer
none of these
Spaces
people
has to
are
be.
like, genuinely talented or like worthy of respect in any way, shape, or form. Right? They are all losers.
So you, Harman?
The projection is so real. Harman,
No, as I
It
say,
is.
I can't. I
You can
just
cut it
can't.
with a knife.
I reiterate.
No, wait. I got it. He doesn't like any voice actors or composers because what type of music and voice acting does any Nintendo game have? Oh my god.
None.
That is so telling.
Harman, I don't think you realize how fucking dumb you are. I don't think you realize how much you're projecting. I'm almost 600 subscribers away from toppling you. And how long have you been doing this?
Since forever.
How long have you been putting out, I don't know, 4 videos a day trying to get attention? This one's been out for 10 days. It's only got 216 views.
Yeah. That's
I don't get a whole lot
cool.
of traction,
Damn.
but I certainly don't put myself up to be any better than anybody else. You are a
yeah.
glorified dick rider. That's all you are. You're a lolcow dick rider for Nintendo. You're Nintendard that we like to make fun of. That you are being used as a bat to bash me over the head because I lost a bingo game watching your god awful content.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
Harman
making
was
more
in the
money off of
hip-hop
it
Community,
than you do off your videos. Okay? Okay.
Harman was in the hip hop community. He'd be desperate to be one of the guys in the background of the music video.
No, he would be
Oh,
fearful to
God.
drop the soap, is what he would be.
And it
100%
was
hell.
emphasized more among the community that trying to associate Nintendo's brand, which is more successful than anything in the music industry, then
I'm sorry. I'm
The
sorry.
fact he's saying this
That
with a,
is fucking
the fact he's
false.
saying that with a straight face is like it never fucking amazes me.
Music is so much fucking amazing greatness than
Yes.
fucking Nintendo.
Hold on, I got a better argument than that. How long has Nintendo been around?
For over a
It's less than
century.
100.
How long has music been created? Since the dawn of fucking time. It's got more longevity and more legs than Nintendo will ever have, and music will never go away.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of a music crash. Ever.
Mm-hmm.
You're dumb.
And with someone like P. Diddy is just like laughably off base. It was just
How?
Let's sigh.
it was just stupid. It was just so
Just like you.
it was just such a unmeaningful comparison. It really was just
It is because
Like your video.
music outweighs video games, bar none.
Yep.
Music has done more for the world than video games has and ever will.
Like fucking Guitar Hero, Rock Band.
I'll do you one
rap
better,
music.
Death Shadow. I'll do you one better. What is one of the things that makes video games great?
The soundtrack.
Soundtracks.
Exactly.
Soundtracks and stories.
It's just
soundtrack.
OST.
Exactly. Because if you can have a good story,
chainsaw to it, motherfucking chainsaw.
hit a motherfucking chainsaw. Thank you.
Not
very
every
much
game
for
has a
subbing,
soundtrack, but
Lockwire. I
it's been the
appreciate
standard
it.
since the NES.
Yeah. There is one thing that is massive amongst very influential video games. It's their soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason that there is a Nier Automata symphony. There is a reason that there is a Final Fantasy symphony. There's a reason why people will shell out good money to hear wonderful renditions of these OSTs.
Legend of Zelda Symphony.
Yes.
Even,
Sonic the
Kingdom
Hedgehog
Hearts.
Symphony.
There
Sonic
is
the Hedgehog Symphony.
there is a reason why there are certain games that will make you absolutely cry your eyes out. Because the story can be great, but if the soundtrack does not match and it does not pull on the heartstrings in the same manner that the story is trying to do, it will not have the same impact. A good example is Clair Obscura, Expedition 33.
Oh yeah.
It's very difficult to get me to cry playing a video game. And I've played all the Nier games. I've played them all the way
Don't tell
through.
that to Des. He hates E33.
Well, he can shut the fuck up.
I
That's
know.
whatever. I don't give a fuck.
Orko.
I don't give a fuck. But
Oh yeah, that's right.
but there are moments in that game that made me ugly cry because the music backed it up. On multiple occasions. Without that, wouldn't be there. I wouldn't have cried as hard. Sorry, not sorry, Harman. Let's just let him finish his terrible dribble.
It's an attempt at trying to like continue this farce into pretending that like Nintendo is like some underground thing when in reality it's super mainstream and everyone like
Nobody's ever said that Nintendo was an underground thing. What are you hallucinating about?
Like most
hearing-
people. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say like he's just living in delusional world where everybody's like, they told smack about my corporation, Nintendo. I gotta defend.
Well, I was looking to bring up like when older generations talk about video games, they literally will call it a Nintendo. That's far from being an
Yeah.
underground thing.
Yeah,
It's been the
that's
biggest
why there's a
running-
meme for that to this day.
We're the
Yes.
underdog, guys. Ha, we're the underdog. No, you're fucking not. Just stop.
likes it. Like it's just one of those things where like the rap industry is still trying to convince people that it isn't crap, you know.
Harman,
Is it what?
Harman,
You-
the rap is
hmm.
crap joke is so old fashioned you have dated yourself.
Mm-hmm. I
If
used to make
hip
that
hop
joke.
was shit, why is it Kendrick Lamar being the halftime show at the Super Bowl?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Why is Travis Scott the eventual song for WrestleMania 41?
Exactly. So
Mhm.
so Harman, Can you tell me one event that is outside of gaming that Nintendo has any touch on? Like that. Has anything from
I mean, they did
Nintendo
own a
done the
baseball
halftime
team, but that's
show?
about it.
Has
They do have
anything-
live action movies.
But that's not what I'm talking about. Because music is in movies, but you don't make. I don't think there are very many movies that are made off of just playing music. Besides, I mean, I guess musicals, but that's not all music. But what I'm saying is,
Nintendo
has
did
never
own a baseball team.
What?
They owned a baseball team.
Keyword is owned, but that it.
Yeah.
But my point is, you don't see Nintendo OSTs doing halftime show performances.
If only.
You don't. You don't see them being the theme song for sporting events, for
That'd be awesome.
Other kinds of events like fairs or concerts or anything like that. Not nearly as much as hip hop.
But we can dream.
So
in our sleep.
So I'm gonna let you finish the last minute and 10 seconds of your rant. But you need to put your camera away. If you're drinking, you need to stop drinking whatever you're drinking because it's not helping you. And
Sea monkeys.
you probably should shut the fuck up. But you're not gonna.
Like it's just appalling, and I do think that is one of the major cultural things we really need to go through. Over the next 20 years, is acknowledging that yes, South Park was a bad show. Rap.
What? South Park, a bad show.
Oh, boy.
No fucking way. He just said that show was so great. I watch it so many freaking times. It's make me my ass go rolling around laughing death.
Harman doesn't know talent. Harman doesn't
You
know
did
good
take every
media. If
single
it again,
thing
if it
every
mushroom
single
stamped him on the
day.
cheek, he doesn't understand what good anything is. So, yeah, everything you're saying is horseshit. You're horseshit. You smell like horseshit. And anything you say is horseshit. Your credibility is
Out of the
horseshit.
million-
Maybe Axe body spray.
Out of all the million sperms, he was the goddamn winner.
He had to be the one that made it.
Rap culture was bad for society.
Second one.
Out of all the
was a bad
million
show.
sperms, he was the winner.
Shh.
Over the next 20 years, is acknowledging that yes, South Park was a bad show. Rap culture was bad for society.
Okay, that is freaking
Grand
slander right there.
Can you pause?
I
Let him
love-
finish a thought. Let him finish a thought.
Yeah,
Because
let
I
him
can't
finish.
hear him when you guys start talking.
was bad for society. Grand Theft Auto was it does need to be acknowledged more that these kinds of degenerate media are negatively impacting people. And
So are you saying that violence from video games causes violence? Are you saying GTA causes violence? Are you saying any horror games that have any sort of violent
Every time-
tendencies in it cause violence?
Every time
Because
I hear you watching about this, it's fucking make me brain dead. Hearing
I-
video games bad, video games are violent. It's freaking
It's like we went back to the
Nintendo
satanic panic. Hell.
it's
That's
bad.
what it is.
It's very bad. And
Yeah,
it just tells me the kind
So-
of gamer that you are. And also, Harman, please never breed, because you would be a terrible father. You would be a terrible example. And I would fear for whoever that woman is that bears that child, and I would fear for that child's safety.
So I would have to also like to point out he's wanting to use examples like GTA. What the hell is Splatoon, a Nintendo only game? You're running around with, it's like squirt guns, but you're still shooting things.
paints, spraying paint and stuff, like a
Mm-hmm.
paintball game.
Also, Hellfire, you mentioned horror games. Nintendo has published a horror game.
I know. If it's not
Carnal
Nintendo, it's
Darkness, anyone?
degenerate.
Yep.
Oh god, I fucking hate you, Harman.
this is a really good example as to why. The fact of the matter is, P. Diddy got away with it for years.
Because he put fear of God into people. If you had heard any of the testimony and had done any speck of research, you would understand why he got away with it as much as he did. He had the money, he had the muscle, and he was a violent man.
Yep.
That's gonna make you be quiet for a long time. Oh my god.
Years, because everyone in his sphere, everyone in his circle, everyone in his community, his fans, like, refused to really acknowledge that this homosexual.
He probably is homosexual.
Of course he did.
But you're also a homophobe.
Harman.
And if you say the F slur, I'm gonna start laughing my ass off. Because that's not your word to say. I can say it, because I am one. You can't say it.
Was a terrible person and needed to be taken down, you know. This guy is going to die a complete nobody, and no one will remember him or care after his death.
Kinda like you, Harman.
Yeah, there you go.
Just
Thank
like
you, Red.
Harman.
Yep,
Let me
thank
tell
you.
something.
That would be great,
Everyone who
but I
died, they
doubt
will
it.
always
God,
remember him
stop
like a
it.
freaking history book.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Except you.
Alright. You guys entertain the chat. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom really quick, and then I will be back.
All right.
I'm gonna pause the
Go ahead.
timer. Entertain the chat.
Censored.
Put music on.
Be nice to the chat. All right. No K's and KLs as usual. But yeah, how are y'all chats doing well besides minus the few brain cells we're losing here and there?
I'm doing pretty good.
I find just woke up like it's about 8:45.
I woke up just for this.
I had a feeling you would say that, Power.
Well, I also went to bed about 5 a.m. too.
Jeez.
Mhm.
Oh, damn, Power Boss.
Damn.
Yeah, I slept at like
Yeah.
12 because my brother.
Yeah, it's insane how this guy is losing his. Like, here's the thing. I feel like he's doing this for Nintendo. No one, like, Nintendo's not gonna fuck you. I'm sorry, Hard. Like, no matter how many times you say or slur or anything else like that, it's not gonna work. You're
Doug
not
Bowser-
getting the attention that you're expecting.
You won't
Doug
get
Bowser-
many views or anybody else in the entire world.
Let me speak. Can I just say, Doug Bowser is not going to take you out for a night on the town, Harman.
Yep.
Respects.
That
So good
Herb
point.
Baxter will never do that to you.
My brother has an associate's degree in music theory. He knows how important music is. Exactly. Music is like an art.
It is
Yep.
an art.
Music is literally
It is
art.
an art.
You
It
cannot
literally is an
rush
art, Red.
perfection.
Painting
Yeah,
is art.
it is.
Music is art. Gaming is art. Freaking movie is
It's
art.
all art. It's just a matter of whether or not you consider it good or not. Some people will consider something
and-
good, while others won't.
Alright, I'm
Now
back.
it's being
There you
made.
Okay.
All right, welcome back, Hal.
This one has to be signed by the devil because it's got 666 views. Peachy.
Oh my
why I
God.
switched to PC gaming. You gotta be
Oh.
joking.
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh,
Have fun with this one.
You gotta be joking.
I'm not
Alright,
gonna spoil it, but have fun.
Let's hear what you have to say.
I didn't actually switch to PC gaming.
Yeah,
PC gaming.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
figured.
this
there you
one.
Do you think
Yep.
we're stupid?
Yeah.
We knew that was coming. We knew you were clickbaiting. We're not dumb.
It was fucking crazy.
You're dumb for thinking we're
Yeah.
dumb. And I'm gonna need more
Mhm.
beer soon.
Is slop. You know,
Yeah.
PC gaming is one of the most overrated things in the gaming industry right now. If
No,
it's not
it's overpriced.
overrated.
It's overpriced. But gaming in
Overpriced,
general
yes.
is overpriced right now.
Yeah.
It is. The only reason I could give credit to it is that there's so many things that you could do with your PC that your consoles cannot do. Modifications,
Yes.
open sources,
Yep.
like you could do Linux on it or whatever. But okay, sure, let's go with that narrative, Harman.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. The biggest obstacle to PC gaming is not the price, it's whether or not you have the patience for it.
And the budgeting too. That's also what it is.
Also, do the YouTube things like, subscribe, share the stream out. We've got another hour to talk about this stuff. Unless
Thanks, Gara.
yay.
Lascara does another thing.
unless somebody else donates $25 or more. Then we'll have to extend it for another 30 minutes. or more.
Again.
Yay.
Probably Gara.
Maybe,
I don't
maybe
know.
not. I don't know. And again,
Let's get
the more you donate, the longer I have to go. And if we hit that 1K goal, I will have to do the ultimate torture and read one of his fucking books or fan fictions.
Oh shit.
Keep
I
that in
heard it,
mind.
chat.
Oh,
If not the most overrated, because it feels like in the online gaming space, it's condensed with people who want to try and gaslight you into thinking PC gaming is some some amazing experience with like all these like amazing games, but in reality,
It is. The Steam library is
It
infinitely
is.
larger.
Any PC game
Yeah.
in general, it has like you have the infinite backwards compatibility. Not only that, the emulations that you play with, and you could dump your own ROMs and just play it there on the better platform.
Yeah, I could play any of the
That's how it
games that
works.
you play, Harman, on my PC right now.
Mhm.
Hell,
do it
I
right
have
now.
Emo Deck for God's sake.
on laptop as well.
Just
But
saying.
anyways,
everything's available on Switch 2. Everything's available on
not-
other platforms.
Not everything is available on Switch 2. There are
Yes.
countless games that are
Right.
not available on the Switch 2 that will never be available on
How
the
many-
Switch 2.
How many Nintendo games are not available on the Switch or Switch 2?
it hasn't
A
been
lot.
confirmed, but I'm pretty sure half of it has been missing out on.
A lot. Because we've been saying for years, Nintendo would be smart, Game Freak would be smart if they put the Pokemon games on the Switch. But they haven't. Why? I don't understand that. It's a terrible business move.
Because of the Pokemon Home thing and Bank.
Yeah, they need to do it anyways because that's gonna get phased out. It's because if my Nintendo DS dies right now, I'll have no access to Pokebank. I can't do that anymore.
No, they otherwise my Pokebank and the Poke Shop. The Nintendo shop was closed down.
Yeah,
on my
exactly. So if
3DS.
yeah, exactly. So if my 3DS dies today, and I get another 3DS, I have no access to Pokebank anymore. I can't send anything to my Switch. I can't send anything to Pokebank. Or
Pokemon
Yeah,
Home.
and that's something that's going to be a problem
Yes.
because the Pokemon Home is usually a paid subscription, which it shouldn't be. It should be like the Pokemon Bank was for free.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem with that is that they're being too greedy with it at this point, and they don't really care about.
goblins.
They would get a lot of money if they put those games on the Switch. Just saying.
Forms.
Exactly.
With
I don't
PC,
really
you are
shit.
just paying more money for an experience that's about the same level of quality. You know, that's
No, that's not true.
Not even.
Not even close.
I call bullshit because my
Mhm.
PC, I have a Switch right now. I have a PC right now that I'm running this shit on. My PC runs shit 1,000 times better than the Switch because the hardware is
Oh, yeah.
infinitely better.
Not only that, the GPU is outdated as fuck. So there's that.
The Switch 2 is going to be outdated AF.
Yeah, like I
Mhm.
said, the
2020
hardware is better.
Exactly.
the reality of it. You know, every cope people have about like mods and ROMs and stuff like that, it takes time for stuff like that to happen. So you are better off buying a mid-range PC that can do like all the work stuff you want to do, all the video editing you want to do, all like the creative stuff you want to do. Like you're better off getting something like that instead of like a more overpriced like gaming piece. Like
Yes, you build it yourself. You build it yourself. You get nothing bigger than I would say the 4080 because the 50s are fucking dumb and they're terrible and I don't want to get them. Get nothing bigger than
Or just both
4080
playing.
because if you get a 4090, that's for, like Alex says, Futanari porn.
Yeah.
It literally is.
You don't
100%.
need that.
Can I point something out?
Sure.
He just said, did Harman just admit that regardless of whether or not you plan the game on it, you probably do need a PC for some aspect of your life?
Yes, everybody requires a PC at this point. Why?
Why not just get a gaming PC?
Why? Well, I would suggest you build your own PC because you can tailor it to how much you are able to
Exactly.
pay.
That's my point.
But yes, you do require a PC or a laptop, something that is computer related that'll hook up to the internet because a lot of places are becoming remote or were remote. I've not had a
Mhm.
single job where I haven't needed to use a computer. Most people use or require the computer in order to make, I don't know, good YouTube content. He wouldn't know. He doesn't know what
Yeah.
editing software is. So
True.
No.
It's just
Gara has caught him editing before.
he just doesn't do it well.
He does know
Well,
how
yeah.
to edit, and he does edit, but he doesn't do it hardly at all. But he does know how, and he does have the capabilities of doing it.
He's just being
just
lazy
not
about it. That's what it is.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Like taking a shower.
not cost
Exactly.
effective.
Mhm.
And this is
take a
obvious if
shower
you
when you-
look into like the cost of PC parts.
Oh,
You gonna
the
eat that?
water.
You gonna chomp down on it, Garmin? You gonna chomp down on it? You're gonna eat that water, aren't you?
Oh god.
Eat that water, you dirty slut.
For
And like
fuck's
try to
sake.
Eat those sea
yourself,
monkeys.
or like go to
Like going with
go
Alex
to pre-built.
closet and then he.
When was the last time you cleaned that glass? Look at all that nasty, like, clouded crap all over
I'm
that.
gonna say maybe half a year, maybe a year, because
When
dear
did the Switch
God,
come
look how
out?
fucking dirty it is.
2017?
Nah, that would have been too dirty for it.
Ugh.
True.
Trying
We
to
got
find a
lots.
pre-built company. Like PC gaming just cannot compete with Nintendo consoles.
Yeah.
Oh god. Don't even.
No,
He would.
no.
Ugh.
He's
No,
great
no, no.
at stuff. Great-
I
dumb
literally built my PC almost 2.5 years ago. It outperforms anything that Nintendo does.
hmm
What is he on about?
My laptop outdoes anything Nintendo has done, and which, by the way, my laptop, it's the same brand as Harman's laptop.
This is oh this is something. This is something.
In a lot of ways, they can't even really compete with Xbox and PlayStation because if you think about it, there really aren't a whole lot of companies outside of like maybe Blizzard that have like a really dedicated focus on like PC development.
What is Valve for $500, Alex? I don't understand where he gets all this stuff. Because he
That-
clearly isn't living in the same reality as we are. And whatever shrooms or drugs you are taking, Harman, you need to stop taking them because you are out of touch with reality.
Yep.
It's not helping you.
Right. And that's only because of their like ongoing things like WoW. You know, like Overwatch was a console thing. You know, that also came out on Switch. You know, like it's very clear what's happening with the PC like space is that like there's no reason not to release their games on the much more affordable console platforms.
It was much more
Affordable, huh?
It was.
Affordable.
The key word was. It's not anymore.
Mhm.
I would have agreed with you about 3 months ago.
Yep.
Nintendo has officially fucked themselves. They're not going to get nearly as many sales, and they've admitted as much. They admitted that the
shot
price
their own
point is
foot.
going to be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how much you close your eyes, you're not going to be able to unsee what's reality.
No, I bet his eyes is so small. He can't open that much.
And if I can use the same logic on you. Why won't Nintendo release their games on the PC? They make a lot more money.
Yep.
Exactly.
Dude, they could just dump all their ROMs for their older systems online, and they
They-
would make all the money.
They'd make hand over fist. I would buy the fuck out of a lot of stuff. And I would still have a Switch. Why? Because I don't have a Steam Deck. I would still buy shit for the Switch.
Do it.
Hell, do us one better. Put out something where you can have the same thing as Xbox, where your profile is good between your PC and the console. Because I'd be able to play whatever I fuck I want all over the place. Then again, I would say that the Steam Deck handles a lot better than the Switch. It has better hardware.
Mhm.
But I'm not going to shell out the money for a Steam Deck. Nor am I going to buy a Switch 2 until it's very much discounted. Yeah, I'm not touching it. I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
There will never be a time in which game development studios will not support consoles. Like they're not just going to stop like developing games for PlayStation and Xbox.
They're not just going to stop developing games for the PC. Why? Because there's more gamers on it. That's more money they can make.
Never say never.
Never say
Just because,
never.
like usually if they don't develop for our platforms, it's because of like exclusivity deals or like some
And exclusivity deals fucking suck.
behind
Yeah,
the scenes
exclusives so
things. Like,
stupid.
if anything, I would say like PC gaming in general, like the development space, like that is the most likely thing to be cut from like these big major AAA products. Other
Harman, can you answer me a
Harman.
question? You can answer me as well. How do they make video games?
On PC.
On PC.
What are the engines that
Tablet and stuff.
are used for making video games made on?
PC.
Uh-huh.
PC on laptop.
Uh-huh.
I mean, how are you going to make video game without PC on laptop?
Uh-huh.
None.
Mm-hmm.
So Harman, your logic is beyond flawed.
than like the
Beyond
Nintendo version,
stupid.
obviously,
Pause that.
because PC.
What?
I'm gonna say pause that when he drinks it, because it's like put freaking drawing white stuff on his cup.
Yeah, that's
And
what I was
it's
pointing out earlier.
like
It's disgusting.
Nintendo
He's never washed
CUM.
it.
Just
Well,
the
isn't
filter
as
feeder, don't you know?
good as a console. Like you have to keep upgrading your hardware. You have to, you have.
No, not really. I don't have to update
Mm.
mine for like another decade, probably.
Yeah, if you do it right, yeah, it's typically how it goes.
Yeah, I've got a 4080. I don't.
Here's the thing also. If you have a PC of any magnitude, right? When they come out with a new console, you have to completely buy the whole new console. Okay, no questions asked. If you want to play their games on the latest, then you have to completely rebuy everything. So the whole notion of people on PC having to buy a whole new PC is asinine, because if you have a PC, it
Or
is far
laptop.
cheaper to just get what you need to upgrade rather
If
than
you
having to
even
buy
need
a
to
whole new.
upgrade.
And for the price that you're going to need to upgrade, if you do need to upgrade, is going to be far cheaper to get better than the performance that you're already getting on the console.
Yep.
And the games are cheaper too.
Yep. And you don't have to pay for
Mine
internet.
more of the time, yeah.
And you
Yeah,
don't have to
you
pay
don't
for
have to pay
internet
for
connection.
internet.
Oh,
internet.
Pay additional anyway.
Oh, and if it's cross-platform, I could go crush any single one of you console peasants anytime I wanted to.
You try with me, hell.
The only reason that you guys are even viable with cross-platform is because you have aim assist.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only reason. You cheat. You have absolutely no skill or talent.
Once
Yeah,
they
the aim
cheat and
assist.
more hand holding.
I turned my assistant off.
Have to optimize it. Like,
Also, Spectre, I probably am too.
I heard with Doom the Dark Ages that like there were a ton of problems on the PC version.
Not for what you think it is. The problem is
No.
that they have terribly optimized it. They have made it so that anybody that has a 30 series or below, or anybody that has a 20 series or 10 series GPU can't run the game. Which is terrible. It's fucking dumb. It's asinine. They should not have done that.
Mhm.
Everybody in the gaming industry needs to go back to what they were doing, where they optimize shit properly. There's no reason that any game should be 100 plus gigs to download. There's no fucking reason. All it is incompetence. It's pure incompetence by the developers. It's pure incompetence by anybody that oversees them. And they need to stop.
Mhm.
And this is a very reoccurring thing in this community. Like, why?
Yes, but I will also argue with you as somebody who has a Switch. Case in point, with the Pokemon games, universally, it's shit. It's absolutely shit graphics. It is so difficult to shiny hunt. Why? Because everything loads in like crap. It cannot handle it cannot handle because the hardware sucks ass and they didn't optimize properly.
Yeah.
They didn't optimize properly because they are given due dates that are way too close, and they don't pay attention to the bare minimum shit that you need in a game for it to properly function at all. On drop.
Also, nice pause, Hell.
He's opening wide for Nintencock right now.
Oh,
Why exactly
That or he's filter
would I
feeding
invest
again.
$3,000 into a gaming PC and then have
The only reason that I put $3,000 into my gaming PC is because I wanted it to work for as long as fucking possible.
But wait, give me a second. Even fan of the Pokemon who make their own Pokemon game does much more better than Game Freak.
I would agree.
Yes.
You know,
I would agree.
have to deal with like
also
the
really good.
Dark Ages
layer, when they're done, when they're like retirement, I hope new ones, the new people come inside and make so much better for the stuff and the game of Pokemon, and they can put voice acting and all that stuff for it. That way, the Pokemon fan will increase and have some great time and fun stuff for it.
Yep.
refusing to work properly. You know what I mean?
The shit on the Switch refuses to work properly.
Mhm.
It's number one because developers are not properly optimizing their gameplay and they're putting out broken games. It's also because the hardware on the Switch just cannot handle what they needed to have happen. They can't. Hi, Carl. They just can't. It's ridiculous. The Switch is infinitely worse than my PC. I get more bugs playing games on the Switch because it just can't handle Pokemon generation than my PC.
Or that played on GameCube than the Switch.
So shut the fuck up, Harman.
Like this idea that like the experience is somehow superior is
It is superior. It is infinitely superior.
Far and away.
100% superior.
And the reason you are saying this is because you know it's a truth, and no matter how many times you say otherwise, it will not make it fact. The facts are facts. They don't care about your feelings.
completely unfounded. Like, how is it better? Like, what games are you playing?
Claire Obscura, Expedition 33, Doom the Dark Ages.
Okay.
What else can I play right now that I could do on there? Any of the Doom games in general. Let me go down the list of shit that I have on my PC that you can't play on the Switch. Oh, I don't know.
Games.
Any of the Alan Wake games. Any of the most of the Alone in the Dark games. Any of the Arkham
from the
games,
90s.
Batman Arkham Asylum games. Any of the Black Mirror games. Any of the Borderlands games.
Wait, on the Switch or on the PC?
See.
Okay.
No,
Code
Switch
Vein.
does have the Borderlands collection.
Does it?
Yeah. My stepson has it.
Okay, I'll take that one back then. Any of the Dark Souls games.
Heroes of Might and Magic, Daggerfall,
Any of the
Morrowind.
Darksiders games. Any of the Dead Space games.
The
I can go
Ultima
on.
games.
I can go on.
Battlefront, Battlefield.
I can go on and on and on. There are plenty of games that I could play on my PC that I can never play on the Switch because it would just bomb if it even was available on there.
And crash.
And it's not available there to begin with. So, what do you mean, Harman?
Like, how good are they? Like, you know, people can talk about, like, you know, Claire Obscure or like Black Myth Wukong all they want, but those games are available on console as well. You know?
Yes, but
And
they're not available
PC.
on your. But they're not available on the Switch. And what you're batting for is the Switch. Because you're Nintendo.
So he's batting. Of course, yeah, he's batting the inferior version of a port.
PlayStation 1 or 2 style.
Ooh, you've got us there, Harman. Ooh, but is it on your Nintendo? No.
You know,
That's
it's just one of
correct.
those things. Like, and one of the things they always do is like bring up piracy. You know, they try and say that. Like,
Yes,
Wait,
because
what?
if you do not own something, then why should I pay for it?
Exactly.
Why should I pay for the games that are on any other console when it says, oh, you just have a license, you don't own the game? If I have to
Agreed.
connect to the internet to update anything,
Just like fucking Ubisoft.
why should I pay for it if I don't
Correct.
own it by paying for it? You're not going to own any of the Nintendo games that you get. None.
Correct.
None. So why should I pay for it when I can just go and
Yeah.
use a ROM? Why?
Yeah, especially now the Switch to physical games too. They're not actual games on the cards. They're just keys to gain access to a digital
Exactly.
version.
Exactly.
don't own it.
Do you even own the Switch, considering that they can brick it at any time they want?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
All
have-
You
reasons.
don't own the hardware. You don't own the software. You own nothing.
All reasons why you're retarded, Harman.
Like, wow, you can emulate Nintendo games? No, you can't. You know.
Yes, you
I
can,
beg to
dumbass.
differ.
Yes, you can.
I beg to differ.
Which emulator should I open up, guys? Dolphin, Ryujinx, which one?
I have
got-
Ryujinx.
got the
Doesn't
Pokemon
the Switch 2 have to emulate Switch 1 games?
and Yu-Gi-Oh.
Technically. But
Yep. It's like
Harman,
half
Harman,
hardware, half
yes, I can.
emulation.
Yes, I can. I could do it right now if I wanted to. I'm not gonna, because that
Yep.
would be too much effort right now.
Yeah. Same
But
here.
I could.
I'm looking at all those Switch 2 games. I'm like, those are going to be fun to
We're
emulate.
getting down to the 30-minute time. The 30-minute time limit. Yes. We'll be free in 35 minutes, unless somebody else decides they want to intervene.
You
I don't know,
can't
Gar's
just
still in
download
the
games
chat.
offline. Like, you have to
Gar's
own physical
playing it
copies
as
of the
well.
games,
Right,
and then you
Mom.
have to rip them in a very
Okay,
specific
right,
way.
Mom,
Like,
right,
if you ever looked at like Dolphin's
Imagine.
FAQ on how like you're legally supposed to rip games, like you're technically supposed to connect your PC to your Wii and like to your homebrewed Wii, and then like rip the games from the console onto your PC. It's like nobody does that. Like,
Harman, you don't know
Nintendo
what you're
is-
talking about.
They
You're
did their
just.
life's mission to make it impossible to do that.
I'm a beer in, and I can still put coherent sentences together better than you can.
Also,
Yes.
how does he think that ROMs get on the PC for other people to download in the first place? Somebody has to have had a homebrewed Wii or a GameCube or whatever that they have modified the system to allow for the ROM dump. Because that is legally how you preserve your game.
Yeah, I could tap my buddy Carl right now because he used to do the if I'm not mistaken, he used to do a lot of the emulation stuff for the PS2 games. So he could answer that.
Mhm.
More cringe for the cringe god. Thank you for the $2. Infamous. Appreciate it. $23 and I have to go 30 more minutes. You can, but you have to be in the Discord, Des. Hop into general if you decide you want to. Same for Carl if he wants to speak to his experience. But
Join us.
Funny
Join
one
us.
of us. One of us. Anyway, let's finish Lockwire
Oh,
for 20
20.
there.
We only
Just
need
$3.
3 more.
$3 and I have to extend for another 30 minutes. Harman thinks if it's not Nintendo, then it's garbage. He pulls garbage from his rear. No, he doesn't, because he doesn't wipe
And
his
his
ass.
mouth.
He doesn't wash it either.
He does a day
Yeah.
shower as well. Or bathe as well. Or go to a freaking hot spring.
Yep. But anyways,
Like, nobody does that. And if you did, you still paid money for the Wii. You still paid money for the game. So, like, at that
yes, because when you had the Wii, your game was actually on the fucking disc.
Yep.
The fun never
God
ends yet.
Damn it! God damn it! Okay.
People salute and curse
And the
you.
fun
Quiet
never
Try.
ends.
Alright. Re-up it. Hour and 2 minutes. This is the torture that never ends. Okay. Anyway.
that point, like, what
I just laughed
exactly,
at-
what benefit
Did
exactly?
he just have a brain fart? I think he did.
And these
Probably did.
Colors.
Hi,
He's a
fucker.
constant brain fart.
Here comes the man of the
Hi,
saltiness.
fucker.
Hello, Des.
Oh, I'm such an asshole.
Yeah, you're an asshole that's got me almost
It's your
$100.
fault, Des.
Hey, at least I got you money, you know.
That's true. I'm making more money than Harman did off this video.
Oh!
Exactly are you getting out of gaming on a PC?
That is
You know?
very true.
I am getting an infinite amount of games. I am getting more enjoyment from my games because they generally work better.
And non-gaming stuff.
I can watch porn whilst I play my video games if I wanted to.
Yes. Yes.
Is that very
That's
true?
what it's for.
I can play porn games on my PC. Are there any on the Nintendo?
Yep.
No.
Without hacking it.
Play on my phone as well, and even my iPad.
Sorry, Harman. PC better.
Like, what benefit?
But hey,
are
that's
you
how he got
getting
his
from pirating
in
Nintendo
Princess
games?
Peach
You know?
fart porn. All right.
Yeah. That's true.
Like, people love to say that, like, well, I'm getting it for
Facts.
free, but
Rosalina's the
you know,
top
it's
wife
not
of-
the ideal version. You know, like, it's gonna crash. You're gonna have issues. You're gonna have some kind of problems. Like, everyone does this.
Harman. One of the biggest games on the Nintendo worldwide is Pokemon games. Purely because you have the professional gaming leagues. What happens quite a lot with the games that are on Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet when it comes to VGC?
Switch.
It's a Switch. What happens though? There are multiple different accounts of it disconnecting mid-game, which costs people in... Why do I always gotta be right? Why do I always gotta be right? Why did you pull a fucking Star Wars with the
Oh
pig
no.
and the cock?
Oh no.
I paused because the alert notification played and it's me singing and I had to dance to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you're watching the stream, you'd see it. It's funny. It's me saying, "Why do I always gotta be right?"
Big carcass and police
It's funny as
found
hell.
the corpse of Ian Ford.
15 more bucks and I gotta extend for another 30 minutes. Anyways, we're almost done with this absolutely gay fucking video. Yeah, Harman, take a shower, please.
I'm telling you,
Like-
it's so bad.
I've still got 17 more videos from this last week that I could play.
It's all right. I also got Blast to have to react to it for an hour tomorrow as well.
Sucks to suck, Blast.
It's just the reality of the situation. Is that, like,
He drinks water in the worst way possible.
He
Yeah,
eats
that's
it.
not
He doesn't
even
drink
use
it.
That's Nintendo.
Water's
eats it.
crunchy. Yeah.
idea that, like, this is some mythical get out of jail free
Gets the
card
flavor.
that they can
We even
just
made
kind
fun of him
like,
playing fucking what was that shit yesterday? We played
Super Monkey Ball,
no. We were
Yeah.
playing
Cards
We
Against
both-
Humanity.
Cards Against Humanity, which we just used pictures instead, and it was funny.
Oh, the Cards of Humanity.
I love Cards Against Humanity.
Ever.
Yep.
I want to play that at some point.
I'm
I
honestly
did
probably
once.
gonna play it again. I love that game.
I watch it from the Fanhouse Gaming crew. It's so fucking hilarious when they do some crazy shit.
Pidgey, thank you for being a member for 30 months. Ave Satanus. Yes, indeed. Again, we are 15 bucks away from extending for another 30 minutes. I hate my life. And everybody
Hey G,
here.
drop $100.
Don't do
Oh,
that. Don't make Pidgey do that.
Yeah.
He can
Why
do
would
what
you
he
put
feels like.
Harman into
I'm
the
not
Humanity?
going to force anybody to do that kind of
Crazy
thing. He
shit.
can do whatever he wants.
Why don't you do
Did
that,
you make-
Jazz?
Also,
Because I don't
like
want to.
like Spectre said, please say pause if you want to say something, because otherwise I'm not going to know that you need to speak, and I'm just going to be playing game through it. Or playing through
Playing game
the-
through it. Yep.
Yeah. I need
Your
another
mind's
beer.
melting. You're reacting to Harman too much.
I need another beer.
do
Grab
whatever
a second
they
beer
want
just in
on
case.
I'll probably get my
Technical
other
pay.
beer after this video's done.
I'll be RB. I gotta go
It's just
pay.
completely unfounded. And I think that's becoming like more and more evident, you know. Like, you know, people keep like one of the big things recently, like, oh, we have PC ports of Star Fox 64
Yes, we do.
Yep.
And they're fun.
and The Legend of Zelda
Sorry.
Ocarina of Time.
Sorry about that. I was doing something.
Yes, we do. And they're fun.
And like that just begs the
Pause.
question of like, well,
Paused.
Wasn't the
Hey,
only
Crush?
reason Nintendo released Star Fox 2 because the code for it leaked online and got passed around?
I wouldn't know that. Somebody else would have
Yes.
to answer that.
They
The answer is
originally
yes.
did it with the SNES
Mini.
classic console.
Classic.
Yeah, and then someone dumped it. They put it on the internet, and that was it.
No. What
Released
happened
it.
is someone got their hands on the prototype.
Yeah, it was the other way around, Red.
Thank
Yeah.
you
It
for
was leaked on the internet.
Pause. Thank you for subscribing, Chaos. I very much appreciate it. Different Chaos. Chaos Rebel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
different.
Go ahead.
Probably Chaos.
No, but it's more like it's just I don't know. Harman needs to really get his.
By the way, the fan version that
It's
was
just
online played
open-
better because
he
they
said
added the
Guys,
lock-on
guys,
feature
guys,
from
guys, don't
N64.
talk over each other.
Sorry.
I was
I
gonna
was
say
gonna
he
say
needs
that-
an open book. Go ahead.
The fan version that was being passed around online actually played better than the official Nintendo version, because the fan version added the lock-on from Star Fox 64.
Interesting.
Yep.
Which, fun fact, when they re-released it on the SNES Classic, it did not have that feature.
Exactly.
It did not.
I know, because I have it.
All right, let's get back to the video.
That's right.
You spent the past 20 years propping up emulation of N64 versions, and second of all, like
Gara, you
God.
fucking ass.
I knew it!
Oh my
disgusting,
god.
dude.
God.
Let's go also.
I knew that was going to happen.
Let's go also.
Thank
Yes, you
you.
are the Chaos Lord Gara.
I
Oh,
gotta
Gara.
Pause, guys. I gotta do the thing. I have to.
Get away from her, you bitch!
Okay, back to the normal stream. All right.
No.
Back to more suffering.
Get
Maybe
away
I
from
should
her.
invite
Pause.
Gara to bingo next.
We are at 3 hours remaining. Oh, fuck.
Yay!
Well, 2 hours and 56
Yay,
minutes.
Someone kill us.
He loves it. It's okay. I love Gara. He loves to fuck with me. It's all good.
those games are 30 years old anyway. So, like, again, this idea that
Yes, they are 30 years old anyway. And let me bring up this for you, Harman. What does Nintendo officially say about finding old games? Buy them on the market, on the secondhand market.
Yep.
Pretty much.
I also reiterate for the chat, $15 more, and I have to do another 30 minutes added on, just so you know.
like, oh, we have ports, we have PC ports of these then like 30-year-old Nintendo games. Like, that's not gonna be a draw to your platform. You know,
No, neither is saying that you need to get all of the old games off of the secondhand market.
Facts.
It's not driving new people to your new consoles. You're not getting any money off those sales. So
Bring
why
back
do you
the
care?
virtual console.
Yeah, your money's going down to the fucking drain, to the rock bottom of the bikini bottom.
oh, we configured the game so it works in a way that it wasn't originally intended. So you're saying that it's
Yes, because especially with Pokemon games, ROMs have increased the longevity of Pokemon games in the franchise itself, and they've drawn more people into it. There are
Not only
countless,
that-
countless Poketubers that have been.
Especially Emerald Kaizo, which made my favorite Pokemon in Emerald better.
Yes.
Oh, there's
as-
about 6
me-
or 7 fan-made complete Pokemon games.
Hold on, let me finish my thought. There are countless amount of Poketubers that have become so ingrained in the culture of Nintendo and Pokemon as a whole that they are invited to multiple events like Worlds. They are given countless gifts directly from Pokemon themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think emulation doesn't do anything? It does. It does a significant amount. There are people that can't play certain games that through emulation can touch them. Like the Tales, for me, the Tales games. Tales of, the games that were predecessors to Tales of Symphonia, Tales of Berseria. That started on the SNES. I can't touch those games unless I emulate them. Or I buy them for hundreds of dollars on eBay, which I'm not fucking doing.
A lot of games we would be unable to play or buy today if it wasn't for emulation because they never came out in this part of the world.
Exactly.
Yeah. Not only that, to live long in the preservance of video game history as well. So there's that.
Yeah. Because those cartridges, they're gonna die eventually.
Oh
The
yeah.
hardware in them is not gonna work eventually.
Physicals are going to die soon.
Yeah. Which sucks.
Oh,
Degradation, yeah.
But the only way,
That's why there's option.
the only good part about it becoming digital is that, in my opinion, it's gonna be easier to rip the code off of that and put it as a ROM.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
As long as you dump it, and then you should be fine.
Yep. Anyways.
Dumpster diving.
Yes, Battle Puppet. Did somebody say Mother 3? Yes.
Oh yeah.
Balanced, and that like it's not true to the
Mother
creator's original
3?
vision, and it's some like
Mother
you know,
3.
fan.
What is that?
Earthbound.
It's
Earthbound.
It's
Earthbound
yeah,
3
it's the sequel to
with
Earthbound.
Never played
Earthbound is Mother 2.
It is one of the
Earthbound is awesome.
It is one of the top tier RPGs from back in the day. You probably won't like
That
it,
shit.
but those that are very big fans of RPGs and turn-based RPGs adore
That's
the
what I
Earthbound
wanted.
series.
Instantly right when you said turn-based RPG.
Yes,
It's
we here like turn-based RPGs. You can just shut the fuck up and suck it up, Buttercup.
I like
Damn.
South Park turn-based
You know, it's
RPG.
like-
Okay.
all the copes as to like
Bound.
to justify things like PC being superior are just complete fabrications and really
It's not. You can tangibly see the evidence of it all over the internet.
PC can play all of your games at better FPS. It's
Exactly.
All
easy.
your games belong
Yeah.
to us.
Yep.
I was able to play God of War PS2 version
Yep.
on 60 frames and higher. So what are you on about? And 1080p, mind you.
He's in his own little world. He's so high off his own body odor that he doesn't understand what facts are.
really
You know,
do.
I
It's because
have
he
that
gets
advantage.
all those random schmucks in his fucking Discord that sit there and just tell him all this bullshit.
They sit there and they
Right.
circle jerk. That's it.
Just lie to his face.
Yep.
Just being like completely out of touch with reality. You know, like you
Ironic.
are better off just getting a console. If you're
No, we're not. We are not better
We
off
are
getting a
not.
console because I have to change out my parts a lot less than you have to change out a console, and I don't have to pay for the internet services for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's free.
I just pay with my normal internet bill, and I can do all the shit that you can't without paying an additional, I don't know, couple hundred, like $100 to at least to Nintendo.
Oz. Who here has had to who has owned a console has needed to get it repaired or replaced?
Oh yeah,
Uh,
Red Ring of Doom.
I think me.
I have a PS2. I've needed to get it repaired.
Yeah, that shit.
Oh,
That stuff
me-
craps out.
It
And then
did
you
For
have
me,
the-
it's a
not
Dreamcast.
repair, but replace.
Funnily
Yeah.
enough, I have never had to replace any part of my console, and I own everything pretty much.
Lucky.
I just fixed
Simp.
the problem.
Anyway,
Hey.
I call 'em lucky.
PCs have their purpose. You know, they can do things, but it's like every other piece of technology, right?
your consoles are
What?
like every other piece of technology except worse.
Consoles
Like they're
used-
just
even
locked. Where
even
in
bef-
PC, you have open freedom to do everything you want.
consoles at their very inception were specialized home computers.
Yep.
And they
Correct,
still
and
are.
That's why it was. Sorry, go ahead.
Also, Blast. No, it won't be 2 days in a row because I have to work. So it'll probably be a Saturday
No,
in
no,
the near
no.
future.
He's talking about his tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh god, yeah.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, Blast.
That's very true. Good luck with that. At least I made it fun and I make money off of it. So
Hell yeah.
You know, the iPhone did not replace a watch because
yes, it did.
Yeah, it did.
It,
Yeah, it did.
replaced
It
replaced
completely
watches. It
replaced it.
replaced calculators. It replaced notepads. It replaced
Oh,
a whole
Replaced
shit ton of
calendars.
stuff.
I don't have a. I've never had a watch. since
I have a
was little
smartwatch
kid.
that connects to my.
I
I
have a
have a
smartwatch.
watch, but why do I have
I
it?
did have a watch.
Because it connects to my Android.
Your phone. Yeah.
Mm.
It connects to my Google Pixel. Yes. You don't understand what reality is, Harman, and you continue to show that.
It has a clock on it. You
This
know,
guy's taking
people
ice
don't
cream
like it
scoops
when
out
you
of his
pull out your
brain.
phone to check the time. So, like, yeah,
What?
I don't know what you're
What?
talking
I don't give
about
a shit.
because that's become
Plug in
commonplace.
your phone.
Maybe your parents.
Maybe your
it's
parents don't
but
like it. Agreed. Maybe your parents don't. Maybe you don't like it because nobody talks to you, so you don't need to look at your phone. Nobody likes you. I don't even think your parents like you.
Damn.
She's
Damn.
not wrong. I'm being honest.
No. If you think that I'm being harsh right now, you should have heard me earlier when Gara said that he likes strong, opinionated blondes. Go look at the look at the clip in my Discord.
Oh boy, I
It's
can't wait for
where
this
is it at?
shit.
It's under stream clips, I believe,
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that right now.
in my Discord server because it's hilarious, and I really tore his ass a new one. That's actually probably going to end up being a soundbite on my board.
Yep.
Why do you feel called out, Battle Puppet? Why? Do I need to use my sweet voice? Do you feel better?
Yo.
I'm sorry, Hell. You doing a sweet voice is creepy enough.
Wait,
That's
where is
just
it? I
me.
can't find it.
Oh, I know how to pull it out when I need to.
matches
Ayo.
stayed very relevant
The Ayo indeed yesterday.
That's what he said.
That's what my husband said. You're damn right.
because of just how much more intuitive and interesting they are to use. And it's true that, like, Apple invented the iWatch, which is, because they understood this.
So you just
Which is,
contradicted your
which
own
is,
point.
Okay.
He just contradicted his own
He
point.
always does that.
Like I said, an open book.
An open tard.
It's like cultural thing, but
Hey, he's a weetard, all right?
No,
One
he's an
tard.
intentard. Do I make
A
this a
retard.
punishment where people can pay through Streamlabs to continue the suffering? I mean, I could do that. I do have a Streamlabs, but most people just go through super chats. I can put my Streamlabs up if you'll want, but either way.
like it's like with consoles, right? Like, why? Like, I would much rather pay a lower price point for the same experience on a dedicated gaming platform than, like,
There is no console
spending
that has
all
the
this
same
money and
experience.
space and, like, just time.
No.
The money and space and time. I
What?
have multiple terabytes hard drives in my PC. How many gigabytes do you have on your Switch? Maybe 256 if you're lucky.
Mm-hmm.
And I have how many
You'll find
hard drives in here? I have 3.
I have a 4 terabyte hard drive, so yeah.
I
Harman,
got 2 terabyte, but I'm gonna get 4 terabyte.
go fuck yourself. You're not monetized on YouTube? Yeah, do that. If you have a Streamlabs, use it. I have a Streamlabs too, but most people don't go for it. I can actually I'll go put that in the that's not what I want. I'll put that in the description. Go ahead and fuck around for like 2 seconds so I can pull that up.
Yeah, no worries.
Entertain the chat, y'all. Da, da, da.
I mean,
Well, Harman Smith has Down syndrome. Oh.
do we really
that's
care?
what
Beg your pardon,
Does.
Des?
Oh, I found it on
I mean, I know
Garden's,
you're blonde, Dust, but
Discord
fuck's sake,
announcement.
dude.
Check this out. Hello, everyone. Go say hi to Hell Chat. She's suffering through Harman Smith right now. Also, every $25 dono, she suffers longer.
$25,
We're
yes.
$15 away
25,
from
yeah.
the next extension.
From the next
15
30-minute
away,
extension. Yay. Fuck me.
We're never gonna finish it.
Also, that little bar down there, it says read Harman's book. Which book? Any book or material you guys want.
You'll have to put up a poll if you hit that goal.
That's what I'm gonna do,
of
is
which
put up
one
a
to
poll.
read.
Yep.
Let me put the
Okay,
Streamlabs into my
This is fanfiction book.
description.
Which one is it? Is it fanfiction.net, Wattpad, or AVO3?
I don't know. You guys will have to tell me because I only know about his stuff on Amazon.
Amazon, yeah, I was about to say, I think Amazon is where, I kid you not,
That's his book.
he releases his full book on his sample, so that's the funniest shit in the world.
my
That's
God.
Yeah, I already know of a couple of them. I'll go through his little discography or library of shit that's on Amazon and
Biography.
put out a poll.
Bibliography.
Yeah.
Bibliography.
There you go. I need another beer. Let's finish this so I can go get another beer.
Time on like building a gaming.
We got a
PC.
minute.
You know, Nintendo consoles are superior to even the greatest of gaming PCs.
In what way? In what way?
I really want to know, like, what is your logic?
Let's let him finish that thought because we know he's wrong. We want to know why he thinks that that's correct.
Guys,
Also, maybe it's just
gaming
me, but his
PC
skin almost looks like he's slowly turning into a Simpsons character. Maybe it's just me.
He's
It's
got
the lighting.
jaundice.
It's the lighting and the
Mhm.
jaundice.
Yeah.
PCs will never, ever be legally able to play a Nintendo game. And
That's incorrect
Man.
because you can
Yes, you
emulate.
can.
Emulation is actually legal. If you own the game,
It's how you get the ROMs that may be illegal or illegal.
correct. ROMs are technically illegal. Emulators and emulated games aren't. Because if you buy that particular game and you put it on your PC and you don't distribute it to anybody else, you're not technically breaking the law.
Exactly. It's your
Mhm.
game, and if you do whatever the hell you want with it, keep your
Mhm.
physical media.
Mhm.
And if you want to dump it and play on the PC, do whatever you want. Crank it up
Yep.
to 1440p, maybe 4K.
And no license
how it
agreement
works.
is going to stop you.
Yep, crank it, make it.
by the way,
I think
they
I
are
found
cracking
it.
down on piracy and emulation. So, like, the golden age of piracy from like the 2000s is already long over.
No, it's not.
It's
I can tell you
actually-
right fucking
it's
now
actually
and no,
back.
it's not. It is absolutely
It's
not.
back.
It's gonna get
Back.
even worse with the Switch 2 because of how
Uh-huh.
much they're putting limitations on that.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
We've already kind of seen studies about this, about how kids aren't getting into piracy anymore because so
What?
Hold
Every
on.
time.
What?
Play the soundbite. Receipts, Harman, or it didn't fucking happen. You don't have any. You're just talking out of your ass.
many of these things are like
Like
more
always?
easily obtainable, and like, you know, all the giga copes that people used to throw around back in the day.
Like the one you're doing right now.
It's all falling apart at the seams, right?
Everything you're saying is falling apart at the seams, and you continue to make that easier and more fun to watch in real time.
Falling apart. It was
Switch
never held
2
together to begin with.
No.
in a lot of ways, I think is going to be kind of the last stand of this kind of nonsense, because the idea that people will just magically stop supporting Nintendo hardware because of the almighty PC is completely and utterly unfounded.
No, it's not. It has become
It's
more of a possibility now because of the bullshit that Nintendo's pulling than it ever could have been. There
For
are
example-
families that relied upon getting the Nintendo consoles in the past because they were cheaper than everything else. Now that
Yep.
they're not cheaper than everything else, guess who's not going to be buying those systems?
Family.
The children, the family, all that, because it's ridiculous. And plus,
And
what Nintendo is doing. I'm sorry, go ahead, Miss Hellfire.
and who is the main, I don't know, demographic for
Families.
Nintendo
It's literally a
consoles?
family.
Exactly.
It's all about family.
That's what it is. And the fact that Nintendo's so
right.
greedy to the point, those families are not gonna participate or may not get it because
Mhm.
it's too much.
Make
and
it
plus
make
putting
sense.
more restriction.
Make it make sense.
Mhm.
And
It just doesn't.
Nintendo Switch 2 is going to prove that.
No, it's not.
I am switching from a gaming PC to a Nintendo Switch 2.
You were never a
he's
PC
so
gamer
happy.
anyways, so how about
You're
oh
still
my
gonna
god, he looks
keep your
so
PC.
greasy. Oh my god.
He is more grease than
Bro,
Brandy
doesn't
Fitch
take it-
said.
How much do you guys want to bet he hasn't taken a shower in a year?
I don't think he has
Ugh.
any.
I honestly believe he believes Axe body spray is an acceptable substitute to bathing.
Yep. Entertain the chat. I'm gonna go get a beer.
Yep.
I will be back in a few minutes.
Let's be
Alright.
honest. Let's be honest. Him wearing Axe body spray is probably worse than him just not bathing.
Hello, and what's up, everyone? I see we got ourselves some Mr. Keys over there. Hope you're doing well, man. And we got Mr. Battle Pup who says, I got all the terabytes of all the ROM, all of it. I'm like, sir,
Nice.
my hat's off you.
Nice.
On top.
Oh, it's just,
Who just left?
Def
Oh,
left. Def
down.
left, I
Oh,
guess.
oh.
Yep,
You
Def is
chased
dead.
him away? Wow, what a prick.
Shut the fuck up, Des. Piece of shit.
You forget, Des, this is all your fault.
It is.
Damn right, liberal.
He doesn't. He
And
has
now
not
you
forgotten.
suffered blast.
He is relishing
you
this.
motherfucker.
God help anyone in the path to destruction of Harman Smith bingo.
Mm-hmm. And came back
Now,
to
see-
the
see,
also
here-
pro gamer, yeah.
Here's the thing about that, though. Des wants to challenge me. Okay, me, Red,
Oh.
and Quiet Try know more about Harmon's past and history than Des does.
I'm
I mean, you
playing
just
bingo.
joined in like a few months
It's
ago.
just
You little
bingo.
bro.
The only reason why I'm not accepting the challenge is because my current streaming software is on a hard drive that my computer is not recognizing, and I haven't been
Excuses.
bothered to try and
Excuses.
fix it yet.
Excuses.
Nah. Okay.
Spec is avoiding
Spec,
it.
Spec is like, I'm avoiding that shit. Spec, you said he's your favorite locale. I mean, you know more than anyone else, and maybe you could have a bingo card with fucking Des. What are you talking about?
Red,
Spec
he
will be too
would.
busy playing Gollum, to be fair.
I was about to say he's got a new game to play, and I think he's have a new love letter
Yeah.
video to make in relation to it. Don't you,
Yes.
Spec?
I mean,
Yes.
Spec can do two things at once, right? He
Golem
could
is
do it.
terrible. Why would he play
No,
Gollum?
we needed to let him put all of his time and attention towards Gollum.
Why?
Y'all
The
ain't
game
getting me
is
with a bingo card when I
atrocious.
finally get a PC set up for streaming. True, Battle Puppet. True. I'm not even. I don't even
All the more for
anyways.
Minxie to play Dead Space.
Spec is like, I'm
That's
like,
he's pondering. He's pondering.
Spec, you say he's your favorite
It's
locale.
either
I'm pretty
bingo
sure you
or
could be Des
all
in
of
this one.
Spec.
I'm back.
You will eventually.
we're
Spec. You will
trolling
eventually.
Just read the chat.
For context, Desire is like betting Quiet Try Power Bros myself,
didn't-
and he's like,
I
and then
didn't
Spec's
bet
like, "I'll
anybody.
do
What the
that."
fuck you talking
Who
about?
was it that gifted you Golem, by the way?
That's a good question.
Yeah, who did?
Who was
It wasn't
evil
me.
enough to gift him Golem?
That's a good question,
I wanted to, but I didn't.
dude. But anyways, yeah, the chat's just chilling. What it is to this day.
I'm back. I have fudge. I have fudge.
Oh hell yeah!
And I have
love
that.
beer.
Fudge.
Oh
Yeah.
Is it the Dos Equis?
No. I'm
It's
still
avocados
a
from Mexico.
Hefeweizen.
Oh, Hefeweizen. That's
Yeah.
even better.
But I has fudge. If you're around long enough to talk to me and know me, I love chocolate. It's one of my favorite things on the planet.
Chocolate is amazing.
If
It
I
is
ever have to
amazing.
stop, I would rather be dead than never be able to have chocolate again. So yeah.
Of course.
Anyways, here's one that I'm very familiar with. Carl Jobs threatens video takedowns of YouTube videos covering his Billy Mitchell lawsuit. L. I hate that he's right. This is an absolute L for Carl Jobs and for gaming in general.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah.
I hate giving him a W on this one, but I'm probably gonna agree with a lot of what he says.
Oh, just give him time.
Anyway. Yes, German
Don't
beer
worry,
and
Miss
chocolate.
Hellfire.
Good shit.
Don't worry, Miss
Oh, hell yeah.
Hellfire. We could always play bingo again.
I mean, I have bingo set up for this. But
Oh my god.
I just didn't put out the cards. I got
Remember,
lazy.
$15 for 30 more minutes.
Are you
Yeah.
telling me you want to play bingo with me again?
I mean, I might as well, but I won't do it right now.
Well, not today, obviously, but
Anyways, let's hear what this Nintendo has to say. I almost said another slur, and I'm not gonna do that.
Weetard.
No, I was gonna
say,
gonna drop
ooh.
one that I dropped during
Well,
Dez's
Oh,
video.
right.
That
yeah, the F slur, yeah.
I tried not to, but I got really mad and I dropped it.
Yes, you did.
I got really
You
mad.
did. And I left it in because I thought it was fucking hilarious.
Anyway, UDC just rejoined Shadow. Log. Oh, okay, we're good.
Carl Jobst is one of the biggest crybabies on the platform. You know, after taking
Ironic.
that massive L to our guy Billy Mitchell, Jobst has been like
Our
crying
guy?
this
Our
season.
guy.
Billy Mitchell.
I'm looking for he's going to bat
I
for Billy
mean-
Mitchell.
I mean, no.
He's
Billy
right.
Mitchell has
That's
been
the-
done doing some king shit on Twitter over this stuff. He's been dancing on Cardop's grave, and it's hilarious.
It is. It's like literally him just literally dancing over. He's like,
I-
yeah, they've lost us over.
I don't like the guy. I'll be 100% real. I don't like Carl Jobst, or not Carl Jobst, Billy Mitchell, but I hate Carl Jobst more after this.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I agree. I agree.
Get the
100%.
easiest W and he pissed it away.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Desire.
it-
Spec wants it.
Is that bad that I don't know who either of those two people are?
You want to play bingo spec? All right.
self-proclaimed
I have. You'll have to be next week because this
video
week's
game
going to be my
player
best friend.
of the century.
Let me explain for you. Carl Jobst is a speedrunner YouTuber that covers controversies with speedrunners and cheaters in general on his YouTube channel. Billy Mitchell is known as a he's a well-renowned speedrunner, I think, with Donkey Kong, the original
A
Donkey
high
Kong.
score.
He's allegedly the high scorer, but that's still under suspicion of cheating. And because Carl Jobst decided that he was going to say some really stupid shit, like Billy Mitchell is the cause for another YouTuber named Apollo Legend's suicide, he was taken to court, and he lost in a court of law.
Yep.
And owes Billy Mitchell, I think, like, what was, like, 3.5 mil or something like that? Or is it, like...
3.5 million.
Yeah.
Something like that. A lot of money. A lot of money. And ever since that, he's been talking shit in his Discord, which is being leaked to Twitter. And the things that he's saying are so inane and so absolutely fucking asinine. He's making himself look worse. And he's probably going to get taken to court again if he keeps it up.
Gotcha. Okay.
There you go.
Declaring bankruptcy, making excuses, like...
Yes, Carl Jobst has filed bankruptcy because of this court case's result.
Yep.
Is it more painful that he's actually correct about this so far?
Extremely.
I'm going to say something that's
Give
going to
him
sound
time.
crazy.
Just give him
I'm
a
sick
minute.
and tired of him constantly going, like. It's under my skin.
He does it because that's the only way that he could get his thoughts together, because he's pulling stuff so far out of his ass, it's like a human centipede.
Mm-hmm.
It really
all
gets
been
under
a
my
huge-
skin.
It's really bad. You have to jump into the general, and then I have to pull you in. Death Shadow. Get into the general VC, and then I have to pull you in from there.
Yeah.
You can't just rejoin the VC because it's in a VC that's locked. It's privated. So he has to get into the general chat, and then I have to pull him in from there. It's to keep people from just jumping in whenever they fucking wanted to while I'm streaming.
Which is understandable.
Yep.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go, you're back.
Huge disaster.
All right,
Probably
I'm
one
back.
of the biggest
Damn,
YouTube...
that was my fucking Wi-Fi or something. That would make me freaking.
It's fine. You're back. Don't worry about it.
declines of 2025. It's been this really, really wild ride, especially if you're like me and have been like following along with the situation as it's been developing.
Have you, though? Because I highly doubt it. With how you talked about P. Diddy, I don't think you pay attention to anything that's outside of Nintendo news in general.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Nope.
And watch him prove me right.
Where you tried to state
Maybe you
that P.
noticed
Diddy
something
was a
was up with-
nobody.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And that music is not nearly as influential as Nintendo games.
Which made me laugh my ass off. I'm not even gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
We did too. I reiterate, chat, $15 more, and I have to do another 30 minutes, so it'll be like over 3 hours that we'll continue going. Just so you'll know.
Jobs'
suffering
statements, maybe you
continues.
didn't. But like, at the end of the day, the reality of the situation, the truth has come out, and the courts have made their decision. Carl Jobst defamed Billy Mitchell. And what that means is
Kinda,
that Jobst owes Billy Mitchell like...
No, it's not. You could say that. That is what happened. He won a defamation lawsuit.
Yeah, he did.
There is no worse definite. There is, but it's one of the worst case scenarios where somebody defames you by saying that you caused somebody else's suicide.
True.
And I was in the middle of that shit because at the time was friends with somebody who was very close friends of Apollo. And I was on live stream with that person when we found that out.
Wow.
Yeah, that was intense. But
Extremely.
I'm a woman of my word. I'm not going to speak down upon that person. At least not more than I have already.
1.8 like Australian dollary dues, right? Which is about like 1 million US. So
Do-
like
dollary
Jobs
dues.
is seething. He's kind of like just making all these wild statements, trying not to talk about the situation and yet like freaking out near constantly. It's entirely
He's trying to make them not public. He's trying to not publicly talk about it, other than his Twitter posts and the terrible dog shit video that he put out. But behind the scenes in his Discord, he's talking some major dumb shit about taking Billy to court again for some niche law, and it's not going to work. It's just bad. And
Dude,
Billy is
just
tap
fuck
dancing on
off.
his grave. It's so funny.
Just admit it.
It's just you're taking L after L after L, Carl. Like you're making it worse. And plus, internet's
Come on,
forever.
Carl, don't
know that.
respect him.
What do you mean? Carl's the one that's being the dumbass.
He literally is.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Carl Weezer. I apologize.
Carl Jobs.
What do you mean? Someone has autism off the charts today.
That's what I get for
Well,
not
he
paying
does an
attention.
impression of him. You can't blame him for that.
That's what I
He
get
was,
for
he,
not
he
paying
was
attention.
thinking about
"I
how
fucked
much he's
up.
enjoying
I'm
torturing
sorry."
me while we were telling who Carl Jobs is and who Billy Mitchell is.
Oh no,
Yeah,
I was
pretty
playing
much.
Planet Zoo and not paying attention.
That too.
entirely his fault. Let's be real here. That everything bad that's happened to Carl Jobst is entirely because of his own actions. Instead of
It
going
is.
out and getting a job, he seriously thought he could have a career speedrunning GoldenEye Dam on the agent difficulty.
And there we are.
Well, he's not
Pause.
100% wrong, but I do think that Carl may have a job outside of this. I'm not totally sure, but I don't think that YouTube is his main source of income.
Carl could have had a career if he just stuck to speedrunning.
Yeah.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Oh, we got.
Ooh, I hated that it feels alive inside. He's telling the fucking truth.
He was until he said that Carl couldn't make a
true.
living off of YouTube.
But the thing is, what Harman is stating is true. And it's like, oh my god.
He's not 100% wrong with the making a living off of YouTube either. You have
Yeah,
to
I
be in the
know.
top like 1 percentile in order to really make a
Yeah,
living wage
true.
off
The
of
fact that Carl
YouTube.
did it is crazy. And I'm sorry for cutting you off, Miss.
You're fine.
Sapphire, but yeah. But that's pretty much it.
Yep.
Like for his entire life, and he tried to break out of that pigeonhole. He tried to like break out of that community, and he did so by attacking Billy Mitchell. He did the stereotypical drama channel thing by accusing some guy of doing something that he didn't actually do. In this case,
Okay,
Sure,
you're
yeah.
half right, but
Yeah.
he didn't move outside of his genre at all, because prior to the Billy Mitchell stuff, he was calling out cheaters
Rogers.
that were in the speedrunner communities. So
Yep,
this
and
wasn't
the high score
necessarily
community.
out of the realm of possibility, but it was wrong of him to accuse Billy Mitchell or insinuate that Billy Mitchell is the reason why somebody committed suicide.
Yes.
That's where he went wrong.
I'd have to go.
case like
Never mind.
accusing him of being responsible for the suicide of another YouTuber, Apollo Legend. So all this has come out now. We all know this. And what is Carl Jobst doing? What is he doing now? In the land down under, like
he's going to get
seething
a
and
cup.
flooding. Like, how exactly is he going to damage control the situation? Carl Jobst is threatening.
I don't like how smug he's being.
Yeah.
That smile is
That
creeping me out
pause.
right now.
He is way too excited. Bro, brush your teeth.
But yeah, he's trying to do something diabolical plan.
I don't think he has the
He's never
mental
seen a
fortitude to do
toothbrush.
anything diabolical.
I'd argue he doesn't have a brain.
I don't think he has even two brain cells to rub together to do that. But
he has
yes,
to have
Blast.
a brain head.
But yes, Blast, we are $15 away from extending another 30 minutes. So basically, we're going to be doing this stream until I run out of Harman content. I have to go to bed. Or, well, no, those are the only two reasons why I would, or the time runs out. That's where we're at.
To come after YouTubers who make content making fun of him. Like, first of all, you're gonna have to like take down like dozens of different videos.
I
I've
think
seen
I
like
know why Harman is happy.
lots of people come out like making fun of you.
It's not dozens and dozens of videos. It's a few videos. That's pretty much it. It's like 4, maybe
And
5.
and
at
Carl
most.
is still making regular content.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, he actually released a video unrelated to the Billy Mitchell situation like a couple days ago.
You absolutely.
he's put out a couple, but
Yeah.
he's lost a lot of traction
Yeah.
because he's done an oopsie. Although
An
he is doing the right thing for himself. He is doing the wrong thing for himself, or right thing, by just ignoring it and trying to go back to business as usual. That's what he should be doing, but he's still not going to do very well. Anyways,
Yeah.
if we do run out of content, here's a caveat. If we do run out of content, we'll have to figure out another salt miner to go fuck with and watch their videos for, which I'm sure you guys have on tap at length. But that's what we'll do.
Oh, sorry, what?
What, you trying to get the cock out of your mouth?
I said Reforge, man.
I know. Stop choking on the dick. You won't cough so much.
You ever since the ruling came down. You know, Kino Casino has won. Like Billy Mitchell himself has been on fire. You know, with the Twitter tweet, with the tweets, and just like coming after like
the Twitter tweet with the tweets, bro. I'm 32 ounces. I'm almost 32 ounces of beer in, and I'm talking better than you. And what's worse is I don't have a gallbladder, so I don't process alcohol the way y'all normal people do. It's easier for me to get drunk. And I still talk better than you do.
You know, talking about like what Jobs has been doing behind the scenes, like, oh, I put my case into an AI generator and it said that I'm due to win. Like,
yeah, it's really funny how multiple YouTubers have done this. I don't talk a lot of drama on this channel, but you best believe I am very involved in the drama communities and the commentary communities, watching the shit that goes down. Carl is not the first person to do that.
You know, just dumb, like, stupid things like that. Like, it's been, like, this really wild ride, like, seeing Jopes just be, like, totally exposed and, like, anally raped in front of
What did he just say?
Yeah, Harman, would you like to reword that a little bit?
He's not wrong, but it's probably the worst thing you could say when you're a closet homosexual.
Very true.
Because this is my opinion. This is my opinion. And you can cry all you want about it, Harman, if you ever see this. Doubtful. But it's my opinion that if you cry wolf so much about something, you're usually that thing. Like people who cry pedophile are usually a pedophile.
Yep. I agree with that.
People who cry homosexual are homosexuals.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not wrong. There is a pattern of that shit.
That being said, he still made a freaking PDF file book. You
Doesn't
can...
it
yeah.
go along the lines with takes one to know one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what? Is
He still
doing
made a
wait,
disgusting ass book.
Pause. Is he doing a salute right now?
He's like 2/3 of the way there, I think.
He's putting he's saying my heart goes out to you, okay?
You have Lore Mind Fair?
basically
Let's see
everybody
it
on the internet. It's something
Time
glorious to
for
see.
Harman.
It's probably gonna ruin his career. It's probably gonna ruin his long-standing his reputation outside of.
It has. It has. And it comes off of the back of him going after the completionist. Exposing the completionist as a scammer. So yes, it looks very, very bad. Very, very bad.
The speedrunning community,
Who's
who
after the
probably are
completionist?
still
He's a
like
good dude.
What?
I think, right? No, maybe.
What did you
I
say?
don't know.
Repeat
I'm
that?
tired. Nothing. I said nothing.
Repítame, por favor.
No, I refuse. I thought that the completionist was a good dude, is what I
No.
said.
No, he has been
No,
exposed. He has been exposed for taking charity money.
Oh
and
yeah, that's right.
misusing
That's
it.
that guy. Oh,
He is not a good guy
Oh,
at all.
oh yeah, you're right. I apologize.
I am seeing a bunch of people popping in and out of
The completionist.
the chat. Again, we are $15 away from extending this another 30 minutes. We are at 2 hours and 33 minutes still remaining. And again, if we hit $500, I have to do another one of these streams. I'll have to do another one anyways if we run out of time, or I run out of time with continuing to do this, and we still have time on the clock. And if we hit the 1K goal, I have to read one of his fucking books on stream, cover to cover, or fan fictions, whatever you guys end up picking when I do a poll for it, if I ever do a poll for it, because I highly doubt we're gonna get there. Anyway,
tuning into his videos and still like watching him play GoldenEye on Dam, the GoldenEye Dam on Agent over and over and over again, right? Like, I imagine his like core audience of speedrunners are going to stick with him no matter what. I've actually seen a lot of them, I believe, still believe Billy Mitchell was a cheater and needed to be called out for what he did. Like, but like,
and right now you're sitting here sucking his dick. What does that say about you?
Imagine being so pathetic in your life that you have to suck someone's dick for a living. Just guzzling all over.
Okay, there's gonna be some moving around on the OBS, guys. I'm gonna be playing gamies while we're doing this, so just bear with me.
That's not the point, though. Like, speedrunning is a relatively small niche hobby that not a whole lot of people care about, and honestly, is probably something we shouldn't have a whole lot of respect for. Honestly, but like, Job's like tried to break out of his like YouTube niche and failed. You know, he tried to expand his audience by talking about drama and trying to make this whole like monetize essentially his own legal proceedings, which completely blew up in his face and demonstrated very well like why you can't do that. Jobs is, I think, like the defining example of just what a YouTuber actually is at their core. You know, like they're all like this, you know, where all they care about is like getting clicks, getting attention, getting money, you know, getting Patreon donations, getting the super chats, getting everything that's you know, getting everything they think they're owed, you know. Like Jobst was probably pulling in like millions of dollars for this lawsuit, right? Like he really got a lot of people fired up to support him to try and destroy Billy Mitchell.
I mean, he was doing that. That's what he was doing in general. He was trying to get everybody behind him. And he succeeded in deceiving a bunch of people into thinking that he was being sued over cheating allegations and not because he had stated that he believes, or he had stated it as fact, that Billy Mitchell is the cause of Apollo Legends sewer slide. It's not good.
Sounds like a scumbag.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. He really got his community like into this mindset that Billy Mitchell was an evil person for cheating at a Donkey Kong arcade game and needed to be exposed to everyone. And so like he just did like this entire video series.
Get a motherfucking chainsaw. Thank you for the sub, C Stars Piplup. I appreciate it. Speaking of Piplup, we're playing Pokemon right now, so fun stuff.
You know, talking about like talking about like Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell, Twin Galaxies, like their lengthy history, while being extremely misleading, I think, about a lot of key facts about the
The
proceedings. Now,
irony
the
of you
big thing that
saying
like everyone
misleading,
talks
Harman,
about
is
is
fucking astonishing.
Yep.
Yep, it's very, very astonishing. And yes, Harmon's books, Chaos Raziel. Yeah, if we hit the 1K mark, which we're probably not going to, at least I hope we not. I have to read one of them.
You just said that now freaking Gar is gonna come in and drop 1,000.
He's not.
Mhm.
He's not.
Hmm.
I don't think he's even in the chat anymore.
I know, I'm just being a dick.
But still. Anyway.
is the Apollo Legend thing, but like I do think another thing that like Carl Jobst really understated. This is just my opinion, but like as someone who's not into like arcade high scores all that much, uh,
You're not into a lot of stuff all that much, besides maybe Pikachu butt and Etherman butt, because you're a closet homo.
Damn.
That's my opinion.
Damn.
My opinion. Just saying.
you know, even though I do have the Pac-Man high score at my local arcade. Well, I'm not into high scores that much.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Receipts or it did not happen.
Okay. Like as someone who's not super into high scores, I did a little bit of digging into it, and like the way Jobst makes it sound as if like Billy has always been a cheater, and he's always relied on like Twin Galaxies and stuff like that to like cover for him, and he had all these lackeys like.
What?
What?
I don't think that's
Huh?
what
What
it
the
is
fuck
at
is he
all,
talking
Harman. I don't even know
I
what you're
don't know.
saying. What are you saying?
Doing his bidding and stuff like that. Like that was always like Jobst's angle, but like Billy's been doing this since like what the 80s. Like I think like,
His angle is that he's using an incorrect system, a illegal system, to play these games.
like Guinness like set up the high score thing like in the 80s, right? And he was like, you know, he invited there for Pac-Man or Donkey Kong, I can't remember which, and he was like genuinely good at the game. You know, he was better.
Why are you talking about this if you don't know what the actual facts of the case are? For the record, Harman doesn't deserve Clone Trooper related beefcake art. What?
Oleander said that they are drawing Stormtrooper like a French girl, apparently.
My brain just broke. What? I don't.
No comment. No comment.
Wait.
At that
I don't
French
know.
girl.
My brain.
Stormtrooper.
My brain.
Don't tell me he's not white.
Okay, I'm gonna keep going before my brain just goes absolutely the wrong places.
Time than everyone else they brought out there. So
It's already
like
gone the
the
wrong
thing
place.
about like Jobst is that it makes it sound like, you know, Billy is a complete fraud when in reality he was at some point the best in the world at what he did in arcade games.
So wait. If he's a fraud, why are you saying that?
Wouldn't that also make him a fraud too? For
The
Harmon's
only
sake?
reason
And
what's being put out is the only reason why he was considered the best in his field is because he cheated. That's what's being argued. And he
That's
hasn't been able
correct.
to disprove it.
Well, of course not. He's retarded.
I'm talking about Billy
It's
Mitchell,
just-
not Harman.
I mean, the only way that he could honestly come out and prove it would be to actually say, hey, you know, these allegations are true, but it wasn't in every game. And here's a list of the games that, yes, in fact, I did cheat on, and give a list. And that would solve it, and know whether or not he needs to be removed from, you know, the world's most renowned speedrunner from these titles. But short of that, I don't see anything else being disproven,
Probably not.
because otherwise it's just a blanket statement.
It is.
God, I haven't played this in so long.
And I do think that is something that, like, you know, if you really seriously care about this, you really should consider is that, like, you know, Billy Mitchell was, you know, a genuinely good arcade game player, you know. Even if he's not like the best in the world now, and I don't even think like right now he even claims to be, but like that's my mindset, you know, like that was my thought when I was like watching Jopes' videos, is that like he really understated like, you know, Billy's actual accomplishments. He really understated like his history in like the gaming sphere, and like you know, his very real contribution to the culture, you know, which you know, I look back fondly, you know, with like the
If you can't talk about it in like gross detail, I highly doubt you were even involved in when it was going on.
Yeah.
I feel like
I
he's
highly
just
doubt
talking
it.
out of his ass.
He
Call me
is.
crazy.
He's talking
yeah.
shit.
He
He's
is.
talking pure shit.
100%.
It's just it's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
The King of Kong
So dumb.
documentary and stuff like that. You know, even as someone who doesn't like, who's not super into the high score scene, like I understand like the skill and dedication it gets to for the people who really care about it to get to that level, to get to, like, to be the best in the world at like this iconic video game. Like it, I definitely like do kind of relate to that drive in that way. So I think.
Do you? Mister, I have 2.08 subscribers and I make 4 videos a day. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
What Jopes did, you know, like misrepresenting this man for views. Yes, it was disgusting. It was ridiculous. It was absurd, and I do think like the community really needs to be more skeptical of these kind of allegations going forward, because Billy Mitchell did not cause the suicide of Apollo Legend. Okay, that in and of itself is clear, right? So with that being said, people do need to start like respecting like people's legal rights and like their liberties and stuff like that, like not jumping to wild conclusions.
Your bottom line is correct, but everything you said in between your premise, your thesis, and your conclusion has been wildly wrong. So therefore, your video is shit. Hi, Chris Wolf. Hi, Blur was here. Sorry you're drained. Glad you had a good walk with your dog. I did mine earlier this morning. But yeah, this is
full fuckery at finest.
Alright, we need to... This would be what is this? The second video that we're... No, third video that we're finishing up.
Based on like what some YouTuber is saying, because what Jopes was doing was clearly exploitive. You know, he was clearly
What?
No, I burped.
Oh.
Trying to bring in a profit to ruin Billy Mitchell, you know, for his own gain by abusing the legal system, and that's just something that like we really do need to address. Is that
No. He wasn't abusing the legal system. That's not what that is. He's abusing the freedom of speech laws.
That's what it was.
I don't like him, Edge Knight. I think it's very obvious that I don't like him. I think he's a piece of shit and he needs to take a shower. Because he's
100%.
greasy.
Also, tell me you don't know anything about law rules,
Oh, yeah,
or tell me you don't know lawful rules. Just saying. I don't know what the fuck I say sometimes, but at least I don't just talk shit out my ass and be like, okay, that's not what I do. All right.
there's a lot of speculation.
Okay, here we go. Doom the Dark Ages has failed because Nintendo Switch 2 and Mario Kart World have eclipsed it.
How if it's not? Those aren't out.
Oh boy.
Keep this in mind, Hellfire. Every game he mentions, it's just him crying, saying, "I want it on my Switch 2."
I know.
Like Elden
I know.
Ring and Street Fighter 6, and now that they're on Switch 2, it's like he doesn't want to admit that the games that are shit
I know.
is now on his platform of choice.
What was
So
that?
stupid.
So retarded.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bad. It's really bad.
Speculation on what's going on when it comes to Doom: The Dark Ages sales numbers, because it's very clear to see that the game underperformed. It's not doing as well as Eternal. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody plays it. You know, the most notable.
I'm still
Not
playing
blood
my
there.
Doom game, jackass.
I played it yesterday morning on stream.
I think the reason Harman is saying that is because this is the second game that's with forced ray tracing, which not everyone's gonna get an RTX or the RX XT series from it, so that's why it was bad from the. It was somewhat
Talking about
bad.
Doom?
The gameplay is good.
We talking
Gameplay is
about Doom Dark Ages?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if any other developer made this game, it would run like shit.
I feel like that's what's
Because
gonna be the
ID
case.
at least are notorious
Exactly.
for making
Yeah,
good
it's like
running games.
like the only
Guys,
knock
don't
against
talk
the
over
game
each
is
other.
it requires ray tracing.
I would also like to point out what Key to Darkness says. The game isn't even out yet. Neither is the Switch 2. And on top of that, the only figures that we can use at the moment are the Steam numbers, and that doesn't account for PlayStation and an Xbox or
Correct.
Game Pass. So you can't definitively say that anything has been eclipsed, or that Mario Kart has eclipsed anything. It's not none of that. It's not even out yet, and the number of sales figures in total aren't even out yet either. I've looked. I can't find them.
Funny enough, I was just looking at it, and it's like, yeah, there isn't. Fuck, you're talking about.
He's upsetty spaghetti that Doom is the big thing that everybody's talking about, and nobody's talking about Mario Kart or Nintendo, other than the fact that they are pissed at the pricing that they've been giving out.
That's what it is.
He's
At the end of the
bullshitting.
day, it is.
Thing about this game is that DSP is not a big fan of it, but that's dark side.
Well, I mean, we know why he's not a fan of it.
Is he defending DSP right now?
Yes, he has done that
He
before.
got really
dick riding
quiet.
for DSP,
I don't know
yes.
what's going on.
Yep.
He's done that before.
I don't understand it. I don't know why you would dick ride for somebody who can't play video games to save their life and
He got caught
spends
masturbating on
all
stream.
the money that they beg for on streams on a
Not to make
mobile
them
video
smart.
game.
With big sweaty men.
Vince McMahon likes big sweaty men.
Also, DSP got banned from Blip.
From what?
Blip.
I don't know what that is.
Old media old internet streaming service, like YouTube. Old internet video player.
Gotcha.
But basically, like they were a lot less strict with what you could do on that. It's a whole other video. Yeah, it's something.
Okay.
About the decline of the Doom games. I talked about how disappointing Doom Eternal was. I talked.
Yes, WWE Blur. Yes.
About how people get bored.
Damn right, WWE.
By the third entry.
Oh my god, I can't
There's all these
hear
reasons
him.
why Doom
That's
Dark
soft.
Ages kind of underperformed, but I think the major one, the one that nobody is talking about, is that we have a new console coming out in the next couple of weeks. People aren't looking forward to Doom: The Dark Ages. People are looking forward to the Nintendo Switch 2 and Mario Kart.
No, they're not. They're looking forward to pirating it.
I'm about to say only Nintendo dick riders like you are looking forward to it because you're endlessly defending it.
I mean, I was looking forward to the Switch 2 until I saw the price tag after their initial reveal trailer. Because after that, when all the prices and all the other shit that came out about it, it has just gone downhill from there.
Yep.
I originally was going to purchase it. I'm not gonna lie. And then I saw the prices, and I said, "There's no way on God's green earth you're gonna let me. I'm gonna purchase that."
My stepson loves
No way.
Zelda.
Oh,
He
yeah.
has every Zelda game. I got him every single copy of every single Nintendo system for every single Zelda game. He loves Zelda except for NES and SNES versions. He has everything beyond that. He loves his Zelda. And when I told him what the Nintendo Switch the Nintendo Switch 2 was doing, he's like, "The only thing I want is Zelda." And that is the only thing that I'm going to get him for it. He doesn't even want the Switch 2 enhanced versions. He doesn't want anything that has to go with it. He doesn't want Mario Kart. I want Mario Kart. But even I'm not blind enough to see or say that anything the Switch 2 has to offer outside of Metroid Prime 4, which is the only other game that I'm actually looking forward to,
Same.
is anything
And that's
worth it
I'm
on
a
the
huge
Switch
Metroid fan.
moving forward.
I would get it only... Well, I don't really need to. Alright, have a good one, Sea Stars. Thank you for coming by and saying hello. But the only thing that I would get for any of this shit is ZA, and I can probably get that on my fucking Switch 1.
You'll be able to get it on. You'll be able to get it on your PC since it's on Switch 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
I have to do it
multi-plat
on the
first.
Switch 1. I have to do it on the Switch 1 because I'm a shiny hunter. I
Yeah.
can't transfer from the PC to home. It just doesn't work like that.
Oh,
That's fair.
So,
dumb.
yeah. Don't worry, guys. I'm just
Which
trying to
reminds
figure
me,
out-
Hellfire, me and you got to do a Soul Link at one of these days.
I'm down. I'm fucking down. And I know Des wanted to do something too at some point.
Fuck it.
But don't worry, it's black because I'm trying to figure out a different game to play on stream.
Oh.
Because there's nothing I want to hunt on my Switch right now. I'll let this play while I'm figuring it out.
Kart world, you know, like they're not interested in like.
Also, Harman, figure out your audio settings because the last one you were coming in fine, but now you're coming in quiet as fuck, and it needs to stop.
Remember when we were doing bingo and how it was just so damn silent?
Yeah, I had to have you get an extension put in.
Saw it.
I had to download an extension just to fucking
Bring the volume up
Yeah,
because it was
and
just
then
so
when
fucking
and
bad.
when you play that, you're like, oh my god, it's so goddamn loud. Harmon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Christ.
It's just terrible. It's so terrible. I hate every bit of it.
And not only that, the fact that he's downplaying the games that are not in his platform of choice is just so fucking pathetic.
It's so pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad. Alright, Nintendo. It's still got 2 hours. We've been going for 2.5 hours, so I'll be going for at least like almost 5 by the time this is done. If nobody else donates. But we'll see.
We'll be free.
Yeah.
$15 for the next for
Because
another
I'm a
30.
jackass on the floor.
I don't know if I should start a stream or stuff on my Discord or my Twitch.
We'll figure that out.
You're
I don't want to
hearing.
play
Sorry, guys.
some
You're
games.
hearing the game that I'm gonna play. I just got.
I didn't.
What game are you playing?
I'm gonna pull up Pokemon Insurgents. I just gotta turn the volume down on it.
Interestingly enough, Hellfire, have you ever tried Pokerogue?
Yes,
Okay.
I beat it, but
I
not
beat
in
it
high
3 times.
settings. I got to go really very, very newbie because I kept getting my ass handed to me with the Nuzlocke
same.
settings.
Well, no, it's locked though. I'm playing the Radical Red.
I've done that
regularly.
too. I can't beat it on a Nuzlocke because I just get my ass handed to me, but yeah.
Another stale rehash of Doom. You know, we've gotten 3 of these games in the past decade. You know, the last Mario Kart game we got was in 2014, unless you count the.
And it's not any better than any other Mario Kart game. I haven't cared for one since the 64, so.
The Wii U, the Switch re-release. Like, Like, it's been over a decade since the last Mario Kart game. So, of course, World is more hotly anticipated. Of course, it's going to do better. Of course, this is going to be a way bigger and better game that, like, far outperforms everything that, like, Doom will ever hope to accomplish. You know, like, again, we kind of saw this with Doom Eternal, right? You know, it launched the same day as Animal Crossing.
And that means what? We're doing
Why
this
would
again,
the
Des? Are we really doing this argument again?
Doing this
For
again.
fuck's sake.
Oh my god.
What is he
Oy vey.
mumbling?
Shit, here we go again.
Oy vey.
Every time.
Animal Crossing completely
Yeah,
destroyed it.
that's the
You know, it's not
last
something
Nintendo
that
game
people
you should be using to console war.
I honestly.
What?
Fucking
Especially
honestly.
Mario Kart.
regarding Doom.
Like, legitimately.
Animal Crossing.
The overlap between the fan bases on that, just don't.
Honestly to God, like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Making fun of
Why are
Harman
we
for being a retard.
Just to suffer.
We know who to blame, though.
What are we doing here?
Okay.
Just a stuffer.
Why are we here? Just to suffer.
To suffer.
Don't be going stubborn here, Joker.
talk about,
There's no laws against the Pokemon pet, man.
or if they do,
There's
they
no
get
law
it
against
down.
it, yeah.
But
Don't do
the
it.
reality is,
I do it.
these hardcore mature games for mature gamers are not as big as the major Nintendo IPs. And what that means is that this is now a thing where Nintendo games will completely take sales away from the AAA slop. You know,
No, it fucking won't.
Huh?
No, it fucking won't.
What is he talking about?
Because there are so many games that are way better than the shit that Nintendo puts out on the other consoles and on the PC.
Nintendo is stomping the competition, and considering
Receipts or it didn't
Sorry.
happen, Harman.
just
Sorry, he said they were stomping. It made me laugh.
The fact that he said that Mario and Luigi Brothership is the best RPG of all time. I'm like, what the fuck? Are we even doing?
Wait.
Not e-
Over. It's the better than the original Super Mario RPG?
Yeah,
I call
apparently that's his
bullshit.
favorite
that's
RPG
right,
of all
8,000
time.
Oh my god.
I call bullshit.
I never played that one.
He literally said it. I wish I wasn't kidding.
Better than
bullshit.
the original
Oh,
Superstar Saga.
Allergic. Bullshit.
I call bullshit.
I would say better than Thousand Year Doors, but then I remember that he hates that game.
It's bad. This is so bad.
It is so
It's
sad.
fucking terrible. I push my fingers into my
Eyes, because it's the only thing
way.
that slowly stops the
Okay, let's stop before we get
But-
copyright strike.
Yeah, that's true.
the release schedule
I love
of games
duality.
this year, like we are starting to see that
Slipknot. Oh, my childhood.
Nintendo games are
There's no way you get
are
copyright
just
when you
cutting
try to
into
sing.
sales from like other
Yes,
lesser
you can.
developers and
Yes, you
other.
can.
Oh my god, that's stupid.
It is.
We're almost at 2
Right.
hours.
Because I thought the copyright for it would be when you play it on the YouTube and not Steam.
I'm not apologizing.
We're almost at 2 hours, guys.
Oh, that's YouTube.
Yay!
Almost freedom.
Other lesser franchises.
I
So
swear.
something like Doom, which is a rehash,
I'm a
mediocre
girl.
90s IP, you know, basically the Sonic the Hedgehog
I'm white.
of first-person shooters, right? It's
The Sonic the Hedgehog of first-person shooters. So what's the good person? What's the Mario of first-person shooters
Is he
then,
talking
Harman?
about Shadow one?
I think he's talking about Shadow the
God.
Hedgehog, but he has no fucking clue what he's saying. But alright.
No, he's talking about Sonic the Hedgehog. Because he thinks it's
Yeah, you
lesser
said the
than
Sonic
Mario.
the Hedgehog, a first-person shooter.
Oh, we're going back to the
Yeah.
90s console war bullshit.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
The Mario of
Was it
first-person
COD?
shooters would be
Was it COD? Was it
Wolfenstein?
Halo? Was it Doom?
Wolfenstein, maybe.
Or
Oh,
Halo?
wouldn't
Or
Doom
Gears?
be the Mario of first-person shooters and Halo be the Sonic?
I don't know.
Wolfenstein
I
would be
don't
the
fucking
Sonic.
know.
You could. It's a toss-up
Or maybe
between.
Battlefield?
It's a toss-up between Wolfenstein and probably Duke Nukem, who's the
I miss Duke
Sonic.
Nukem. I miss it so
Blame
much.
Randy Pitchford for that one.
I do.
Fuck you, Randy.
Yep.
slow. It's old. It's tired. It was never what it was cracked up to be to begin with.
I
The game was out
disagree
for a few weeks
because
ago.
I disagree because right now all I want to do is play Doom. but it will get in the way of the task at hand, which is watching your stupid ass say the stupidest of takes, period.
It's literally the dumbest thing in the world I could see right now, and I'm like, what the fuck are we talking about?
And I had to do that still for another 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 23 seconds.
I'm not apologizing.
If Gara doesn't show up again.
What is that game? Bulletproof something? Yeah, Bulletstorm.
Yeah, do I have this randomized?
I don't know. I'll
Might not
double check it.
I'm gonna have to restart it and see if it's randomized. But anyways, let's listen to what this Nintendo Tard has to say still.
You know, it was outdone by like Nintendo games that came out in the 80s. Okay, you know, Doom was never special. It was never interesting. It was never innovative.
What?
The only thing keeping it propped up was like just soy jacking game journals who thought it was the greatest game they've ever seen because like, ooh,
Stop it, please.
those evil Christians.
Stop it, please. Stop. We're not gonna disrespect my favorite shooter and get away with that shit. But what the fuck are you talking about, Harman?
Harman, the only reason Doom was successful, the reason Doom is the godfather of FPSs was generally how revolutionized it was. Originally, it's Wolfenstein 3D, but Doom became the godfather and became the FPS of the genre. We would not have Halo, we would not have COD, we will not have Battlefield, or any other FPS genre that comes out if it wasn't for Doom's successful. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, good games from Doom, then Wolfenstein, and then other stuff.
I feel like I'm about to have a fucking aneurysm right now with this fucking idiot.
Yep.
I'm gonna get chromosome. I think my
Stay with us,
you know
Red.
that
Stay with
SpongeBob.
us.
You know that SpongeBob stuff that inside his head and all the SpongeBob running around and it's all fire and chaos. That's my brain right there.
Okay. That sounds about right.
I'm dying inside.
Christians don't like it. You know, that's basically
Not the only one.
what Doom is. You know, it is the D&D of first-person shooters. You know,
We're
it
not
doesn't
gonna
have any
disrespect
real
D&D like
credibility
that.
on its own merits.
Right? Right?
Harman.
No.
Harman. As a second-generation DM, I'm gonna need you to kindly shut the ever-loving fuck up, because D&D takes more brain cells and imagination than you have in your fucking entire body.
Exactly. Just like Baldur's Gate and other D&D games as
You
well.
would not be able to run or even play in a D&D game because your ass would get fucking annihilated immediately. Your ass
Or
would be
something fucking hilarious.
your ass would be the one guy that pissed my dad off so badly that he threw his undead character into the sun and immediately made him re-roll a new character. You're that asshole.
People don't like the game. People don't play the game. People aren't engrossed in the culture or like care anything about it. Like the important thing about Doom is what it represents. You know, like this era of like rejecting that evil Christianity and embracing evil and just.
Why are we
you know,
disrespecting
just
my religion?
Well, I'm not religious, so I don't give a fuck, but I think that he's fucking stupid either way.
Okay. I'm not
He
in
really
religion
is
as
stupid.
well. I do go to church, but I'm not
shooting thing.
fully culture, religion shit.
I'm a Christian, but I don't like it when people disrespect my religion. Happens all the time.
Well, I am an atheist, but I will not be disrespectful unless you're disrespectful to me. But this guy's being
I'm not.
disrespectful.
I
He can
always
fuck right off.
disrespect. But when some crazy shit people do for culture and stuff like that, God, I'm not joining any of it.
As long as you leave me alone, I leave everybody alone. I just don't fucking because
Exactly.
not that big of a deal to me.
Same.
Urge to make certain jokes.
There's something that a lot of my religion needs to learn. Just how to shut the fuck up and leave people the fuck alone.
It's just, I hate it.
And like seeing blood go everywhere and being hyper violent and like, oh, this isn't a game for kids. You know, it's that mindset is just a relic of the 90s. and it really has died down over the past couple of decades because
It is not. Because
It
I was
hasn't.
hyped as fuck. When they did the Xbox showcase where they showed more of Doom the Dark, the first time, like the first set of images and gameplay for Doom the Dark Ages, that was one of the only things that
And
a lot of
music.
people I knew cared about.
Bro, I
Yeah.
was like pumped as fuck when there was a new Doom game. I was like, oh, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the fuck
Yeah,
are you
when I
talking about?
see the Slayer, see the new weapons, everything, even the fucking music, hell fucking yeah. I'm coming over there. I'm ripping and tear some fucking demons.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie because everybody's talking about D&D. I would love to do more D&D. I would love to get more experience as a DM, but I would never no idea how to do that or how to set that shit up. But I love D&D. I've usually played 2.0. I usually play advanced D&D because my dad had not to brag, but to brag, my dad played with Gary Gygax back in his college days. And he has his own form of 2.0 that's called Leukemia. And I've been playing that since I was 4. So
Well,
I
that's
love me
awesome.
some D&D.
WTF.
Not to show my nerd card or anything, but to show my nerd card.
I feel like nerd is like the new thing. It's not really, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think everyone's nerd now once in a while, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm hearing
But
Homer
we don't
Homer
claim you,
Simpson
Harman.
saying nerd.
You don't go
No,
here.
we don't.
You don't go here. You're
You
trying
go
to
to
make
the-
fetch
you go to
happen
your
and it's
chat.
not happening.
He could go to his chat for all longer. No, nope, just big nopalopes.
I understand how it goes, but I just don't have a lot of experience, so I'm not the best DM. I would just need to get my feet wet. I've only DM'd maybe twice. And usually my dad's the one that DMs, so I don't have a lot of like experience. I'm very green. So that's what I mean by I wouldn't know how to even go about setting that up, but I'd probably botch the fuck out of it.
now people can see
Just do the
pretty clearly
imagination.
that
Yeah. It's all about imagination. I just don't have the experience to like build a world like my
Just,
dad
like,
does.
But okay, let's try like a Pokemon D&D. That'd be much more easier for it.
No, it wouldn't.
Like a
And the reason why I
practice.
say no is because it's still the same kind of and I'm gonna pause the timer because I don't want to run out time. I'm not gonna jip anybody by having a conversation that has absolutely nothing to do with what we're watching. Well, it kind of doesn't. It kind of doesn't. But even as it's all based on D&D. That's all what the formula is. That's the blueprint. So even as a DM, it would not be any less difficult to do a Pokemon tabletop game than it would be D&D, purely because it would still require me to build a world and take the time, if I'm not doing one of the pre-made campaigns, to build a story and build a world out of what is already there, and that's taken my dad decades to do.
I got that, bro.
Thank you, fathers.
Censor.
You're welcome.
Alright, $10 and I have to extend it for 30 more minutes, guys. $10 and I have to extend it for another 30 minutes. And that everybody seems to like my PTSD alert sound. If you guys haven't seen it before. It's hilarious.
Who doesn't like it?
What was the alert?
Oh no! Oh god!
It's funny.
I guess I can play it for you guys. Give me a
I
second.
wanted to say, but for Harman, we could cast him into the wood chipper, but I wasn't.
Nah, it's too extreme.
God
turn
damn
my-
it! Pip up Kane ho.
Okay. Let me pull up my Streamlabs because you guys aren't watching the stream. Pull the dashboard up, and I can show you on my dashboard.
Fuck payoff.
I'm watching the stream.
Some of them,
Watching
some
the
people
stream.
aren't. So
Yeah, sir. Jeez.
What did payoff do?
Look at the meme on Garos.
subscribers.
Oh, of course.
So here's the one that
Yep.
That's the one that we just played. And this is the one that
Yeah,
was
that's gonna be a
earlier.
nightmare.
That's a good one.
It is a nightmare fuel. And it's my favorite.
Why do I always gotta be right? Why? Why do I always gotta be right? Why did you pull a fucking Star Wars with the pig and the cop? That's the other thing that was playing.
What?
I was playing Silent
What's
Hill.
with the-
Or Silent Hill
Oh.
2 remake. And I called what was gonna happen, and I just started singing random. That's my streams.
Yeah,
Fantasy
it was funny,
Grounds
that's all.
on streams is the best way to play D&D online with friends. I've heard that, and I've heard Rule 22, but again, I don't have the experience to do a whole lot of that, and I wouldn't know how to put that together. It'd take me a while. Anyways, press play on timer. We have a little less than 2 hours. A little less than 2 hours on the clock.
Yay.
Unless we get another.
Yay.
What was it? $10? Yeah, $10.
$10 more, I believe.
Games like Mario Kart
Yay.
World inherently have more
Watch Gar
value
drop
than
another
something
hundo.
like Doom. You know, Mario Kart World will stay relevant
$35
forever. It'll be an
is
iconic
$30.
racing game. It's gonna have online play. It's gonna be endlessly replayable. You know, you'll be able to play it like, you know.
Why are you so fucking quiet, dude? You need to get either you need to get a lapel mic, or you need to balance your audio better.
He uses a
Yeah,
webcam
I
for
wanna
his
say
mic.
edit your- Oh
He
my
needs a
God.
lapel
probably
mic because
webcam.
it's not picking up very well, or he needs to edit it so
He
he can
really
bring the volume
needs a
up.
new
Hi,
mic.
Nintendo. Because it's
Hey,
it's
Todd, to help you
Yeah,
doing
Adam.
well.
a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the
Hey,
ass.
Nintendo.
In all sorts of different conditions with all sorts of different people. Like with Doom: The Dark Ages, you'll probably play through the game once and never touch it again. You know, like don't.
Technically, I've already played it like a couple of times because I've gone back and done the levels over again so I can get all of the like items and the secrets and shit.
Come on.
So.
Sorry, go ahead.
I see. I think I have that. I just haven't done anything with it, Power Boss. I think. I can't guarantee that. I'm just. I recognize that. It's familiar. Rings a bell.
Don't tell me
It's all the 5 ebooks except for the campaign modules.
Like that multiplayer matters because it doesn't. You know, like never.
Have they even done anything with multiplayer yet in Doom Dark Ages? I haven't even looked into it. I know it's a campaign, but have
No.
they even started up the?
It's only just campaign.
I mean, in
Oh,
Eternal and 2016
the,
they had a multiplayer, right?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming eventually there will be.
But the regular one, the 2016 one, is much better. The Dark Ages one, they never put anything on.
I'm assuming they might
Only just
patch
the
that in
campaign.
later, but
Or maybe the DLC.
yeah. Because I remember that being the same thing with Eternal in 2016, is that they had the campaign initially, and then eventually they did patch in, like, multiplier. And those are the only things that I can't get,
they
and
had
I
the multiplayer at
refuse to
launch.
get achievement-wise. Hi, K-Huck, yeah, I'm surviving. I'm surviving, but I'm $10 away from being 2 hours on the clock again. Fuck!
Well,
This is a nightmare.
Matt, there you go. There you go. Master Wolf, go fuck yourself.
And the cop, why?
You're a good man, Master Wolf. I respect
Oh,
you.
Master Wolf got me.
You're a
God
good
damn it.
man, but we're gonna hate your guts.
2 hours, 2.5
Maybe got
hours
the
again.
butcher
Good
skin.
fucking god. We're $300 away from me having to do this again. I hate my life. I hate my life. I hate my life.
When in doubt, blame desire.
And 700 away from me
Why
having to
blame me?
read the
What did I
fucking
do?
fanfic. I hate my life. I hate everything about this. The money is not
Hey,
always worth it, and
there's more to go.
I do not have enough
There's more
beer.
to go.
Not enough.
This is what happens when you lose bingo against me.
Aw, thank you, Chaos. I hate my voice. But I don't know
your
a lot of
voice
people who like
not
hearing
bad. Your
themselves
Which is
talk.
great.
Awesome.
I've said on multiple occasions that I feel like I sound like I'm gargling jizz every time I talk.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, come on.
Because when I talk,
Whoa.
I salivate a lot, and I can't always
Oh, yeah,
control
I
it,
know the feeling.
and I hate when I hear it. So that's what I always think I sound like when I have to re-listen to myself, which I'm really glad I don't have to make videos. I'm not making any edited videos anymore because I don't have to listen to my voice like 5 or 6 times over again. I hated that.
I do hate doing that.
I hated that.
I'm gonna lie.
Tell me that like this is the greatest FPS shooter, FPS campaign ever, because it isn't. You know, don't tell me it's better than Eternal, because
Harman definitely sounds like he's gargling coming. I have this blown up. I have this turned on. Like,
Yep, it's
not
Max.
even drink all his tongue yet.
he does sound like he's gargling. We got less than 4 minutes left in this video, and hopefully the next ones are gonna be like at least halfway fucking decent and have better volume control on them. I highly doubt it, but I mean, one can dream, right?
One can dream when the nightmare's over.
There's no dreaming with Harman Smith. Far
You're
from
right.
it.
It's all nightmares. You're right. It's nightmares.
Yeah.
First of all, like Eternal was trash, and you know.
I mean, Eternal's my
Fuck
least
you.
favorite one. I wouldn't say it's trash, but it's my least favorite one. My favorite so far is Dark Ages.
I like Eternal.
Weirdly.
Yeah, Eternal seems to have has the biggest mixed reaction.
Yeah, and I think that's mostly because it
Either you get into it or you don't.
yeah.
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 The campaign is great. The multiplayer one is stuff.
I never played the
Makes
multiplayer.
sense.
My husband did because he 100%ed the game, but yeah.
Wasn't as good as 2016 to begin with, but like
I will agree with you on that, and I hate that I agree with you.
under what
What?
metric is Doom the Dark Ages and
That Eternal didn't stack up to 2016. But that's my opinion. Because my tier list of the 3 and how I rank them is Dark Ages is number 1, 2016 is number 2, and then Eternal is my least favorite of the trilogy.
Like Dark Ages S tier, Eternal B tier, 2016 A tier.
Don't feel sorry, Nintendo. At least I'm making a little bit of money off of it. Be sorry for me if I do make the 1K mark and I have to read his book. Then feel sorry for me.
Pretty much.
The bug will pop, yes.
Because if we do hit the 1K mark, there's a chance that I will have to do another book because there'll be another 1K mark. And I have to do it all over again. Please don't hurt me like that, chat. Please don't hurt me like that. Please.
Do
I'm begging.
Do it. Do it.
an exciting release. Because
fucked
to
up
me,
because of the
you know,
tomorrow.
this is a game that's coming out right before a new piece of hardware drops. Like, and I have no interest in even like really seeing.
Harman, we're already well aware that you're upset Doom the Dark Ages was not a launch title for your beloved Switch 2. But guess what? Your Switch 2 wouldn't be able to run that shit very well anyways. So, deal. Yes. Yes, that is Mew following me.
Deal with it.
Chaos, this is a game where there are a bunch of cults that worship the mythical Pokemon. Like, the ones in the suits are, you know, they worship Darkrai. Mew is our guardian. You'll see Celebi and all the other ones pop up in different areas too. It's just, it's an interesting story. See, Harman, here's an example of the longevity of Pokemon games being expanded upon. Yeah.
It's been made by fans.
Eat shit.
That's the crazy
What the game is like, honestly.
At least the fans
They really should have made this a Switch 2
care
launch
about
title.
it.
The fact that they
than the
didn't
fucking
was a
devs.
major oversight.
You wouldn't have even played it anyways. The only reason you play any game is if it's on Switch. It's on your beloved Nintendo consoles.
I mean,
And-
his stream, for example, have been nothing but games that were not originally on Nintendo.
Right? Which is weird. Huh,
These are
why
just like
aren't you streaming anything besides, what was it, Monkey Ball? Whatever the fuck that's
It was
called?
Monkey Ball. It was the Monkey Ball. That's Switch exclusive.
That's the only Switch game I've seen him playing on streams, and that's only because I've just checked every day to see if he's got a new video out.
And
Huh.
You
it's
suck at it.
nothing but third party. That's it.
Weird.
on the part of
Weird.
the
No, I'm
developers,
just kidding.
and I think has really cut in on the game's performance and its long-term
Shit.
relevancy.
Oh,
Like, I
fuck.
think this game doing as badly as it has is going to usher in like a new dark age
Dying.
for the IP.
No, there's gonna be a new Dark Age for Nintendo, because I have no doubt the Switch 2 is not gonna perform as well as the Switch 1, and they're gonna have a problem. It's gonna be the Wii and the Wii U all over again.
Especially
And
after they
unfortunately,
said
that's
if you
the
don't,
thing.
especially after Bowser said if you don't like it, we have this magical product that's called the Switch One.
Yeah. You've literally
Fucking brick
Well,
ours.
you've literally
the console as
forsaken
well.
your main demographic and told them to go fuck themselves.
In a way, yeah.
And they're going to lose every goddamn money.
Mm-hmm.
Pete,
Thank God.
like,
I mean,
people are going to make excuses
It's
about
not
it.
gonna
They're gonna-
lose money. It's just gonna be the GameCube scenario where it's still selling, but not as much as the Switch one. is.
GameCube sold
Absolutely not.
amazing. What are you talking about?
Absolutely
Yeah.
not.
Like
And-
it sold
Wii U.
well.
It's their fault.
It's gonna be. Mm-hmm.
going to try and
That's why
deny
I say it's
reality,
gonna be
but
them selling it.
the issue with Doom the Dark Ages is that this was not a game that was on par with what Nintendo was doing. Nintendo's
He is
release
so sad
completely
right
overshadowed this slop.
I am starting to drown him out completely.
Like
Like,
you.
he's spitting the same thing over and over
Yeah.
and over and over and over again. It's very
It's
cyclical.
just spur.
It's like
He's just
it's like-
spurting out as
I
much.
just want to torture him. I just wanted to like fucking electrocute him. His sorry ass with a fucking car
Allegedly in
battery.
Minecraft.
Allegedly in Minecraft, yes, please, allegedly in Minecraft. Because even though this is gonna get unlisted, I don't want to get a strike. So let's
Yeah.
There would be
Exactly.
in Minecraft.
And I think that is going to be like a reoccurring theme throughout the rest of the year is that these big major AAA Nintendo games are easily going to outperform what Sony and Microsoft are doing, right? That is
Sorry, what?
Are you sure about that?
What? We should have done that.
Are you
What
sure
game
about
Will
that?
be so much better.
Are you
than
sure about
Nintendo,
that?
Better than Microsoft and software, Harman. Give me the fucking games of example
We,
to everyone around the world.
guys, should we hit the clip? Receipts or it didn't happen, Harman.
Yes. Well, we should hit the clip.
That's the soundbite. The soundbite. Receipts or it didn't happen, Harman.
See?
Like the Cope song.
It's so cope. It's
You
such
are
cope.
Coping.
Such
It is
coping and
seething.
seething.
You just can't believe what you're
Seeing.
seeing. Yes, you're coping, coping and seething. The truth
It
is
is
scalding,
scalding,
and now you are molding. You're
and
coping.
coping so
Coping so
hard.
hard.
Okay, let's keep going. We got 2 minutes left in this.
the end all be all of this is that like there is no like
I like.
there is no getting away from Nintendo's market dominance. You know, this used the cope used to be that like, well, at least we produce mature games for mature gamers, but like now you don't even have that anymore. You know, now Nintendo has been stopping you in that regard for a decade now. And you know, the rest of the culture is catching up to you in that regard. You know, and Doom fanboys are in denial about this. Like PC fanboys are in denial about this.
Like you're in denial about how Nintendo is going to flop? Bye, Nintendo. Thanks for coming by.
See ya, Nintendo. Take care
There
of
she
yourself.
au revoir.
Auf Wiedersehen.
But like
Goodbye.
there simply is
Farewell,
no
meet me
stopping.
ever again.
So long, farewell, and Wiedersehen, goodbye.
Yeah, the Family Guy
Like
music.
Nintendo's
thing.
market dominance.
We're all a bunch of goobers.
You have just done a great indignity to me by saying that's from Family Guy and not Sound of Music. You're talking to a musical buff. I should tear your head off for that in Minecraft.
She's gonna cry in Minecraft.
I'm not gonna cry, but I'm gonna give you hell. I mean,
Yep.
that's just a meme. Heh.
Going
There you go.
forward,
The
you are not
hills
going to
come
be able to
alive
downplay
with the sound of
major
The
Nintendo
sound of
franchises the way you
stupid.
did in the 2000s, right? You're not going to write off like games like Wind Waker or Luigi's Mansion or Mario.
Don't want
Luigi's
to.
Mansion I like. I don't care about
Those
Wind
games are
Waker.
awesome.
I don't care about Mario Sunshine. I don't
I like
care.
Mario Sunshine.
I don't care. I don't care.
I like Sunshine and the Luigi Mansion.
the Somali wild ass.
It's 100%, but it's good.
I hate you, Harman. I hate every fiber of my being. I do.
Sunshine, I remember that happening. Like it just isn't going to be possible because people are going to buy those games. They're going to play those games and they're going to ignore the alternatives. The games.
I don't think that's going to happen as much as you think it is, Harman.
Mhm.
Harman is special.
I think
An emulation.
you are coping and seething.
Oh God.
Hey, victim number 2.
Yes, I am victim number 2.
Yep.
The guy who absolutely
I just
hates me.
posted the bullshit that like if you want me to continue, this is how much you have to pay.
Yep. I'm just doing it because I was hoping that it wouldn't get extended as much as it has, but it has, and I'm just dealing with it.
That's what happened.
I'm coping and seething and molding. And it only takes another $25 to maybe extend for another 30 minutes.
On other platforms,
go.
that have no reason to exist. Doom is just another example of some mediocre Western IP that was propped up to try and compete against Nintendo. Right.
It's okay,
no different than
Harman.
Ultima.
I know you don't
it's no
want it.
different than like Baldur's Gate 3. It's no different.
Why are we disrespecting?
He couldn't help it. He's gonna talk
Because
about Elden
it's
Ring.
Harman.
He's gonna talk.
He's-
Watch.
he
Next
talks
one's Elden
Harman.
Ring, and then he's gonna talk about Cleric Sierra Expedition 33. Watch. It's gonna
Yeah.
be down the line of all
Yep.
the things that he keeps coping and seething about that are better than any of the games that have come out for his beloved system.
It's not even in it.
Yep.
That's the funny shit.
Hi.
Than like every
really
other
starting
like
to
piece of slop we've had like shoveled into our plates
yeah?
over the past like 25 years.
Excuse me.
Okay, like it's just another example of how the AAA industry cannot compete with Nintendo.
Harman.
Indies can.
Harman. Guys, isn't Nintendo part of the AAA industry?
Yeah.
They are, and he's just saying he wants to shut it down. He said
So Nintendo
Bruh.
can't compete with itself? Is that what you're saying, Harman?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
So
Yeah,
you're saying Nintendo
apparently.
sucks dick and the Switch 2 is not going to be able to compete with the Switch 1? I agree.
Oh,
Yes.
Nintendo
really
has
is.
Just like the Wii U
so
couldn't compete with the
completely
Wii.
and so utterly that no developer can possibly compete.
Oh
no,
God.
another one.
Uh-huh.
God.
Fuck's sake.
Oh,
Oh my
not the fucking
fucking God.
tattoo.
Not the rich shit.
Yeah,
You
the
know what?
tattoo.
You know what I adore about this one? And just for
What?
your information chat. Review Tech USA gets tattoo of Darkside Phil. I love that Harman is so verklempt over people who are more relevant than him.
Yeah.
Oh my
Can
God.
It
can
smells
explain
like
it
not
in-
it's almost
can you,
like
can you
he
explain
wants
what the
the
hell that means
attention.
in brand eater terms?
Well, no,
Wait,
he-
What
is that
explains it?
Harman's
He just
arm
has
that got
attention.
tattooed or someone else?
Verklempt. I don't know. what
Verklempt?
verklempt means.
Your panties are in a twist.
Okay.
It's
alright.
it's Yiddish slang for that, pretty much.
Never heard of it in my entire life. So you're just like
Oh.
verklempt, and I'm like, I
Oh, you're learning so many new things. Isn't that cute?
Right?
Wonderful.
All right.
Congratulations, Des.
So
Tell-
awful.
All right. Look how bad his. Oh my god.
His face.
Oh,
So greasy.
not that.
He's so greasy.
Jesus. Did he
Awful
not take a
time.
shower for 3 days when recording this?
Well, you also have to take into account he puts up like 2 or 3 to 4 videos a day. So he's spending like an hour recording all of this, either in one go or separately, and then uploads them on the same day without any editing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But let's
But
let's
he's bathing with fucking oil and grease and stuff.
but
Harman.
please tell me why my cup of salty tears is so full. I would love to know.
It's kind of insane
Same
considering
number,
the
buddy.
sheer amount of time I've spent talking about Review Tech USA over the past week or so, a little bit over a week now.
So you enjoy sucking his dick. I completely understand. I don't like him, but I completely understand because you have to ride on somebody's coattails who's more relevant than you because you can't get any attention unless somebody's making fun of you.
That's the funny thing about this. He cannot help it. That's literally what he does.
I will
His
laugh
pulpitsy.
my ass off if he ends up putting up a video like he did with Gara on me. I will lose my mind and laughter if that happened. It's not, but if it did, I will die of laughter.
You're not
It would be
that
hilarious.
big of a target for him to fucking
Oh.
do.
I know,
Oh,
but
trust.
Yeah.
I would still
It's-
laugh because I'm
Mhm.
ragging on him
Well, I
for
think
so
everyone
long
would
at a
laugh.
time. I would
But yeah,
die
he
of
was
How long have you
laughter.
been going for?
With Gara.
And to be honest, I'm almost as relevant as he is. I'm like, I've got 1660 subscribers. He's got 2080. Let's do the math. How many subscribers is that difference? 260.
Let's find out.
2080 minus 1660. I'm 420
1,000?
subscribers away from eclipsing him.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Oh,
About
just
I
four
know
do
what
it.
to
hundred,
do.
Math, liberal.
Sub
Funny
up
number.
to Hellfire.
Funny number. Haha, funny number.
I got a funny number last night,
49.
and then more people subbed.
Yep.
So,
I
yeah.
did get a few subs out of
420.
this, so I'm very happy. I'm very, very thankful.
Yes.
But let's see what this greasy-haired
You mean to tell me that salt content bingo actually helps people?
Sometimes. But let's hear what this greasy-haired, pimply-faced F slur has to say.
Mr. F slur.
Yes. I'm trying
Mr.
to be good, Chad. It's
F-slur,
harder when I'm drinking.
Bring me a
Well,
dream.
Let's say
If only I
Hellfire.
could drink for this. I can't fucking drink for this.
Mr. F-slur.
I've been
Bring
sipping
me
my
a
beer.
dream.
My buzz is way gone.
Make him the cutest that I've ever seen.
Oh, the sheer amount of time I've been like talking about Rich and talking about his personal problems and talking about the things he's been doing and like how
Weird that you talk
nonsensical
about
his
his personal
behavior
problems,
is,
but
you know, how he
each their own.
abuses and neglects his daughter, you know.
Or that he
Like,
talks about
I've been talking
anybody's
Leave his
personal
daughter out of
problems.
your
Okay,
mouth,
pause.
Oh boy.
Why are
Just
you
brought up
talking about
parents.
his kid?
Yeah.
And as far as I know, I may be wrong, but as far as I know, Rich takes damn good care of his kid.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
One of the biggest reasons
Tech
why
has
he's
a
had
kid?
as much of a freak out as he has is because his kid has been sick constantly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Harman, at least he can have sex enough to have a kid.
Yeah.
Hey, he has sex with that fucking Pikachu.
It's
all right.
no, that's masturbation. That's not sex. That's not sex. That
Yeah,
doesn't
I
count.
think they have.
He's speaking is true.
Doesn't count.
I think they have
You
the
keep
same
it
amount of
true.
sex, but at least Rich actually has someone to have sex with.
Yep.
At least he has a maid than Harman.
Yeah, Harman is probably the same age, if not older than him, and doesn't know what a woman's touch feels like. I don't think he knows what a man's touch feels like either, and he probably wants that just as much.
I don't know what.
So-
I don't know if he knows what a touch feels like.
Rich,
What?
touch me. Oh, that's what he's saying.
Oh, Rich, just touch my ass.
That's why he wants. That's why he complains about Alex and Gar. He wants Alex to fucking peg him.
He's
Yo.
mad that Alex gets some from both sexes. He's mad. He's mad Gara gets it. He's mad.
Yeah.
Hell, if I was relevant enough, he'd probably be mad that I get dick. Just
Sorry.
saying.
So much about like all this lore, all this history, personal going-ons, like he claimed to have run 6 miles, more than I did the other day. There's so much I've been talking
Like that short video.
And he's gay for it. He's endlessly gay for it. He's endlessly homosexual for being an antagonist because he needs attention from Daddy Rich.
about
He's
Rich,
gagging on
but
it.
like I've come to realize that like I'm not even really scratching the surface of what this obese man-child is coming up with.
I think you're one to talk about the physiques, Harman.
You don't even know what
Number one, you're wrong.
Yeah.
Number one, I have to read it out. Gara says you're both wrong. It's warm, velvety Muppet sex Lamau. It's not, because it's not with an actual living being. Number one. And number two,
Yeah, I don't know if
you saying fat, sweaty man-child. Pot meat kettle.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen what you look like?
Calling Kel black.
Have you seen what you fucking
Harman,
look like?
you sit in your room. You sit in your fucking wherever the hell you live, all
a room.
fucking
Fish
day
shelter.
talking
Right,
about
don't ask.
Nintendo of all fucking things.
He's
And you
sitting
wonder
in
why
his-
nobody talks to you in real life.
Yeah,
Hmm.
he's sitting in his chair, which is so old and so used by his fat, sweaty asshole that he never washes, that it's got no cushion to it. It
Or
probably
spray.
stinks of diarrhea. Like,
Jesus
bro.
Christ! Jesus
Bro.
Christ!
What you been fucking going for?
Holy shit!
Bro,
I think she's on point though.
am I wrong?
She's on point.
Am I wrong?
Damn.
Does he look
I
like
mean,
he
she's
washes
not
his
wrong.
ass?
Yeah,
I don't think he even gets up
No,
out of his
wrong.
chair to go take a shit. I wouldn't be surprised if he's just got doo-doo stains all over the place.
A friend of mine actually refers to Harman as a reject of Nurgle.
Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
what happened?
Yeah, Nurgle wouldn't even want to touch him.
Yeah.
Wait,
He's
who's
the
Nurgle?
rejected Nurgling.
Nurgle is the god or the daddy of filth in Warhammer.
40k.
Well, it's in Warhammer in general because he's throughout both the the fantasy Warhammer past shit and 40k. So yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Nurgle
Warhammer the
don't
old
like
world.
you.
the 4 chaos.
There's the four. I guess you guess I'll call them gods of chaos. There's my favorite.
Ash.
No,
That's
The
well,
Slanesh.
there is
Chaos,
Slanesh,
the lust,
the
chaos,
sex
Bobby
god.
Slanesh.
Wrath
There's
one.
Corn.
Yours is corn.
Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. There's Zinch is I think it is. That is it's basically like Loki, the trickster god. And then Nurgle, who's the god of plague and
Disease
disease
and rot.
and nastiness.
Gluttony.
Yep. Yep. But yes, Slanesh
My
would be a
first-
close second.
Slanesh is awesome.
Slanesh is the patron saint of the internet.
Patron saint of the Gooners.
Oh,
Yeah! That's what the internet's for.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's hear what else this
Wait,
fucker
who
has to
was it?
say. Huh?
Who was
What?
it?
What was what?
Slanesh.
The Mash?
Slanesh.
Slanesh.
Slanesh. Slanesh.
Alright, yeah, I got it. The lust one.
Yes.
Chaos.
Yeah, the god of excess.
Yes. Okay. We've just hit 2 hour mark, under the 2 hour mark. Let's go. We've got 2 hours left of this bullshit.
Then Gar
Unless-
comes in with the RKO!
Unless somebody else drops another 25, in which case I will die internally even more.
Gara.
I seriously,
Alright.
legit, real
God
talk,
would fucking
had
do
no
that.
idea this was a thing.
Yeah.
I had no idea
Yes,
that this was
okay,
something that like Review Tech USA actually promised his audience. I had no idea that this was something that was actually happening. And things like of this nature are a very good indication of just why I and everyone else in like the Big Cheese Army or the detractor community or whatever you want to call it.
What the fuck is Big Cheese Army?
I thought he said Dick
Uh,
Cheese Army.
I
Said-
thought the same thing too, but I didn't want to say it for some odd reason.
Oh, that's something he knows all about, doesn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't wash himself, so I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, 100%, but goddamn.
But homie. My dude, my unwashed brother. At least he's coming through for his community and making good of the promises he makes.
He's a man
At
of his
least
word, I'll
Rich
give him that.
keeps his promises and doesn't fall asleep on stream like you.
Yep.
Oh,
Which, by the way,
he has to
Harman
take
did
a little.
sleep. He slept in the stream.
He has to
Yeah,
take
he
a little
did.
nippy nappy. Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
take a
he's
little
so good at
nappy
Xenoblade, he
nap.
can play it in his sleep, you know.
I took a little nippy nappy.
I'm gonna fucking kill you, Days.
Once his Xenoblade.
Nah, she suffered
she
enough.
suffered.
Gara's a good man. Watch, he'll change his
Gar,
mind
what the fuck are you
later.
gonna do when I stream tomorrow?
Like,
Oh,
why
God,
we
I'm
have
gonna
such
be
a
so
problem with
screwed.
Rich?
You're gonna be like, I
okay?
love you, Hellfire. Here's
This
25 or
man
something.
went out and got a dark side Phil
Really
tattoo
took my fucking money.
because he just wanted to, I guess. That's how absurd.
No, because what it sounds like is that he got it because his donators put the money in to facilitate it. And he went through on a promise, just like I am doing right now.
Exactly.
Although
And
you're
just
hating
like I
it.
will do if we hit the 500 and or 1K mark, which at this point, I never thought we were gonna hit that. But if we did, I would go through with it, and I would actually sit on stream and hurt myself figuratively, not literally. YouTube. We do not here.
Allegedly.
We here at Horror&Hellfire Productions do not endorse self-harm of any way, shape, or form. Please get help.
Agreed.
But yeah, no. I would keep my promise if it came to that. Because that's what good people do. That's what
Gara's turning into a gremlin.
he's always
Oh,
a
there he
gremlin.
is,
What do
there
you
it
mean?
is.
Oh,
He's always
God.
been a gremlin.
She's
What do you mean?
preferring the RKO.
He's always been a gremlin, but that's why we love him.
Yep, that's why we love Garth.
That's why we love him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
love him.
Our
Awesome dude.
receiver
Not
of
homo.
puppies.
Receiver
If
of
I have to
puppies.
watch this.
Receiver of
Uppies.
uppies. Oh my
Uppies.
God.
Oh, lol.
Lifting up.
I get uppies all the time though, because I'm
Hellfire,
short.
I want uppies.
You need to guppy.
I will literally look at my husband and get pouty face and go, eh. I can't reach, eh. And point at the top shelf.
Here, I want some uppies.
I literally have to use tongs or like a little
Ladder.
grabby arm to grab stuff on my own. It sucks.
Never pour about my
But I'm
be
cute.
broke today.
Seth
I
fears
do.
with
I
Dark
use
Side
this
Phil
tool
is
to
that
grab something.
Recharging chargebacks and goes ack.
that he got
He
a
bitch
tattoo with
bitch
that
bitch
man's
bitch.
face on his arm.
Bitch.
Okay, you know,
Raise your hands in the air.
$2,000 dues
We like dumb
for
shit, I swear.
DSP's face imprinted permanently in the.
Dude.
So somebody paid him 2K, which is more than you make from YouTube in a year.
Yeah.
To get
That's probably
a
more than he's
tattoo
made from
on his arm.
YouTube in his entirety on being on YouTube. Let's be honest.
Wow, you are so butthurt. And that's not because your asshole is rotting from you not washing it.
Into his skin. You know, DSP.
Hi, P51 Mustang. Hello. Happy Memorial Day. I've got a little bit of beer left. I'm
Oh
almost
shit!
out.
It is Memorial Day. You're
I'm
right.
sad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm donating my Battlefront too.
Mm.
Oh
More
shit,
beer
cock.
needed, but I don't have any more beer. Or at least I shouldn't drink any more beer after this.
You may need more.
Is
Let's
going
be
to
honest.
I shouldn't. I don't want to die.
You're gonna need more though.
I don't want to die. I have work tomorrow.
be with him every
Thankfully, I
hour
don't.
of every
Drink some
day
juice.
for the rest of his life.
Well, you're fucking lucky then.
May good on you, I guess.
I have to adult tomorrow.
Well, I have to adult every day. I
Oh.
have 4 little ones that require me for being a dad.
Whose fault is that then?
I can't help the fact that my wife decided to wear lingerie and wrap her legs around me when I gave her the signal.
You can't help but put a little bit of plastic over your dick or rubber over your dick called a condom. How many times did you knock her up? 4? Or did you have
2 sets of twins?
Twice.
You had 2 sets of twins.
Yeah, you critical hit.
Wow.
98% chance of having kids. Of having twins, I mean, I apologize.
Good
wow.
God hates you. Well, or I guess he loves you, depending upon if you wanted to have
Depends on how you look at it.
Like,
Yeah.
you didn't buy her a pill?
The problem is my wife really, really likes wearing that, and it's really, really hard to not.
I'm not gonna say anything because I don't want to out my whole fun stuff that I do with my husband in the background. So it's my business in the bedroom is my business in the bedroom.
What the hell are you talking about?
Let's just state that my wife wears something specific, and
You very much like it. Yes, I get you. I understand. I understand completely.
It's almost impossible for me to not.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do the same thing. I just won't say what I wear. That is not your business.
I don't need to know, and I don't want to know.
Anyway, back to what we were doing.
This
My only
is how
question is, does
obsessed
it involve devil
Review
horns?
Tech USA
No.
is with Dark
I wouldn't tell you if it did.
Side Phil.
I'll
Right?
tell
I'm
you,
not
it's
exaggerating.
street
I'm
smoke
not
of it.
making it up. This is not me being hyperbolic. Like, this is real. And not only is it real, it also gets
He sounds so
worse.
pissed.
Because
Jesus
Rich
Christ,
Yeah,
dude.
because Realtek got 2K. He got
likes it
2K,
for him.
and I guarantee you, you only paid maybe $200 for this.
It is just
So be-
angry with everything.
So because Review Tech
Somebody's
actually has fans and
jealous.
he doesn't, well, he does, but they
Yeah.
decide to fucking. Oh, they're disgusting.
He's upset that as cringe as Rich is, he still has an audience.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Technically scammed his audience. Rich.
What do you mean
How is that
scam?
scamming his
What do you mean
audience?
scam, jackass? He didn't scam. The only one who scammed is ESPs.
He didn't even
DSP,
scam that.
Reforge.
There's no scam here. If he said that he would get a tattoo if they made a certain goal, and they met the goal, and he did it, that's not a scam. That's literally doing what he advertised.
Well, if I can bring up the fact, I think what he's referring to, I think originally Rich said if he was going to get the tattoo on his ass, but then he later changed it to his elbow. I think that's what Harman's talking about, is that he switched where the tattoo was going to be.
Did he
That's
clear that with
semantics
his
at that
community?
point.
I don't think that's that big of a deal.
Yeah.
It really isn't.
Because you don't know why he would have changed that. He could have changed that for a medical reason, because there are some reasons why you can't get tattoos on certain areas, and tattoo artists will not do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So benefit of the doubt.
One look at his ass.
Yeah,
and
and
just
if
says,
it was all okay with his community, then there should be no reason why there should be a problem with that.
There shouldn't be a problem in general. But, of course, asshat's gonna asshat. Baby's gonna cry.
Yep.
Baby wants his binky. And now we're
Asshat
all
on
mentally dying.
asshat on asshat action.
Okay, I want to finish this.
Technically did not do what he said he was going to do, because what he actually promised his audience was that he would get a tattoo of Darkside Phil imprinted onto his ass.
Okay.
That was the promise.
Again.
So you're caring about him getting a tattoo on his ass? What the fuck? What the? Way to out yourself, Harman.
Think about it. Quite obsessive when you think about it. Just saying.
And again,
Very
you don't know the
sus.
circumstances surrounding that. The
You don't need.
tattoo artists have every reason and every right to say no when somebody comes to them for a tattoo.
And that has strict rules. medical one.
Oh. But I'd like to hear why you think it's a scam and why, in your uneducated opinion, Rich is wrong.
Sorry.
Okay, let's think about that for a second. This
him
man
fuck you,
wanted Darkseid Phil's face on his ass. And obviously, like, this wouldn't have happened because no tattoo artist would have done that, I imagine.
So then why are you? Never mind.
Then why are you bitching and crying?
It's
you
because he's got to
dumbass?
find some. He's got to find some issue with Rich. Apparently.
Seriously. Bro got nothing better to do. I'm just saying.
My brain's hurting.
I'm not going to kill you.
I mean,
but your
we don't-
fatherless behavior
Right.
is embarrassing us. Stop it.
It's already headache at this point. With let's be real.
I had to play that for the chat.
Yeah, it's fair.
I'm not gonna kill you, but your father's behavior is embarrassing all of us. Stop it.
But, like, I don't know anything about tattoos, so I don't know how degenerate that.
Then why are you Why
So
are
why
you
the
talking?
fuck are you talking?
Why are you talking? Shut the fuck up.
That culture actually is. Maybe somebody would have done it.
Shut
But
up.
for whatever reason, I imagine because if it was on his ass, nobody would be able to see it. Review Tech USA decided to scam his audience.
If you're literally putting out the
Oh my
reason why he
God.
would do that, it's not a scam. You goddamn man-child, brainless, feckless twat.
God damn it,
You're
Des. What the fuck did you
retarded.
make me do?
And decided to put it on his arm instead. You know, his thick, meaty, never ran a mile in his life.
Wait, pause, stop, shut,
Shh.
shh. I gotta go back.
Sorry.
Review Tech USA decided to scam his audience and decided to put it on his arm instead. You know, his thick, meaty, never ran a mile in his life arm.
Okay, Harman.
God.
Please stop.
This
Guys,
point,
Stop talking.
Guys,
just say
wait.
that you want his dick.
Guys, wait, is he writing a fan fiction on camera in 4K?
And
think
we are
so.
witnessing it in real time.
He might be.
How much?
Jesus.
His
How
writing
much?
process
Well,
apparently.
4K is being generous on this fucking website.
How much do you want to bet that he went and wanked after this? Because he was just so hard
I-
up from
Oh,
thinking about his
100%.
thick, meaty.
I don't want to
I
think
wanna
about.
think about
I don't want to think about that, Hal.
Oh, Rich, you're big, girthy.
One stroke and he's done.
I love that. I love that word, by the way, girthy. That is the great word.
Yes.
Best word.
I have to watch this shit
One
tomorrow.
stroke
I
of the
might as well
symbol
just
and
make
he's-
it
and Harman is done.
Thick,
dumbass.
meaty claws.
Review Tech USA, like,
No,
it's
thick,
crazy.
meaty, girthy.
You know, like seeing all of this happen, you know, seeing like just all the crazy things Review Tech USA is doing for attention, like hoping someone pays attention to him and hopes
And then,
in
like,
hopes
you,
that someone
Harman?
would give him some more money.
Yeah.
$2,000.
You're so upset. You're so
Different.
pressed. You're so jelly. I see you are green with envy. You're green with. Well, I'm green because I want to vomit. But you're green with
He's green with
envy.
scurvy.
You're thinking
He
about his
literally is.
thick, meaty, girthy, sweaty arms.
You just want him to wrap you up.
You closet homosexual. He keeps proving me right.
Trapped in the
Yeah, I mean,
closet,
you're
trapped
not
in the
wrong. It's
closet.
100% correct.
Every single video that he's put up has had some sort of homoerotic undertone to it. I don't judge him for it. Well, not a lot at
Be
least.
honest. Oh, we're judging him for not being honest.
Yes. Just be gay openly. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with being gay. There's something wrong with
Girlfriends,
being
yeah.
really
Yeah.
fucking dick riding for a corporation, but not being gay. I'm bisexual.
that.
I'm not gonna judge you for that. I'm gonna judge you for being a retard. As a
And that's
retard.
exactly what happened.
Or writing questionable fan
For
fiction.
Darkseid
Can we
Phil,
safely say that he's a Nintendo-sexual?
Nintendo-sexual.
I mean,
Wait,
Power.
is he pansexual?
Nintendo-sexual.
I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to stick his dick in one of the little card trays, but wow, that means he's got a really tiny dick. Oh, I feel so bad for
No,
you
no, he
now.
put the cartridge in his mouth.
No, don't
No,
say
I
that.
believe
No,
Wyatt.
he sticks the
He
Wii
was
remote
fine.
up his bum.
That's
Oh,
more
God.
accurate.
Back
The wraps, puts a condom around it,
Oh,
puts a
the
little bit of lube in
Joy-Con.
his.
That is
No,
what the vibration is for.
the Joy-Con, the Wii remote, and the Wii U one.
But
The
let's
HD
be
Rumble.
okay. Okay, let's
Oh
be
wait,
perfectly
the
honest.
Nintendo 64 one.
Let's be perfectly honest. For any other ladies that are in the chat, which I don't think there is, but there's got to be at least one time where the
I think
vibration
Oleander
settings
is
were up
one.
really high and you wanted to know what it felt like.
64.
I'm not sorry. I'm not remorseful for. I was a teenager once. I was curious.
To be on your arm forever.
You're an intense
That
curious.
is absolutely appalling.
Gara, I'll fucking judge him for not putting lube on it first.
Holy shit.
Jesus, Gara.
Just big oofies.
Wow, this is getting intense. Y'all are freaking horny.
Damn, sir.
And next. More
No,
clickbaity
this
title.
is a grab.
Oh, he definitely clickbaited the shit out of this because he got almost 600 views on it. Clickbaity, feck. Nintendo Switch 2 is a disappointment. Let's follow the train of thought of the last one.
Oh boy.
It's definitely not going to be that. He's going to be dick
gonna be
riding Nintendo
I
Switch
know
2.
all of you are saying that it's going to be a disappointment. Well, let me tell you how you're a bunch of losers.
Yep. Massive
Sounds about right.
Loser. Bye, Blast.
impression was
Hopefully
actually a
when
lot
you
better
get
than I
back,
thought it was gonna be.
well, hopefully when you're done, I won't be on. Hopefully. But somebody might donate another $25 and I might have to extend it. We'll see. Hopefully not. Let's cross fingers. Anyway.
The Nintendo Switch 2 is a disappointment. Because when this thing comes out, I won't have any free time to do anything else I want to do.
Like masturbate. I mean, what?
For fuck's sake.
Gay. Gay. Called it. Look at the little smile on his face, too, you smug little prick. You think he tests vibration function of the Switch controller personally and quite intimately? Oh, I would not doubt it.
Yes.
I would not doubt it one bit.
Rumble.
Wouldn't doubt it.
Wouldn't be surprised.
You know, I won't be able to plan out my bookstore business. I won't be able to.
What bookstore business? There's no
No,
fucking
business.
way you could keep that afloat. There's no way you could keep that afloat. No way. You're
What is
failing
even
bookstore
possible?
business.
To write new books. I won't.
Please don't
What do
write
you
any more
mean?
books.
No, please
No more
don't.
fan fiction books for fuck's
Yeah.
sake.
Please don't, because if you do and they pay another $800, I'll have to read one of them, and I don't want to do that. Let's not do that. Let's not. It's kind of loud. What's kind of loud? Me
All of us.
or the video?
Won't be able to work.
Because they're all in the yellow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna wait. I'll wait for Blur to answer.
Mhm.
Pause. I'll pause the timer. Harman. Oh, Harman's too loud. I'll turn it down just a wee bit. I'll turn it down just a tad. I'll turn it down a tad for you then.
That's the
I had it up louder
won't hurt you
because obviously the
anymore,
last
Blur.
few videos were really, really quiet.
I won't be able to do anything. You know, I won't be able to go on dates. I won't be able to go outside. I won't be able to, like, you know, exercise and work out because I am going to be sitting here playing Mario Kart World and just enjoying it. You know, enjoying this console, reveling in all of its features.
Beating off constantly because I've got a new Nintendo console and all of the things that I wanted to play are now on it, like Cyberpunk and Elden Ring.
And then hopefully my Expedition 33.
I agree. He can't even sell water to a man suffering from dehydration. No, he cannot. He can't sell a fucking thing.
Yeah.
Can we call him a wink pheasant, please?
Yes. Yes.
A wanker.
Everything it can do for me. You know, Nintendo Switch Online, online play, game chat, the new features, the new Joy-Cons, you know. The Nintendo Switch 2 is going to be a huge thing for me.
No,
So
it's not.
a disappointment. You're just saying
Yeah, we've already established that this is a clickbait title.
yeah, like
It's clickbaity.
It,
He
it's
did it
so
with the
clickbaity
PC
to
gaming
the.
one.
I mean, it's so clickbaity to the point that it's rather that he just be dishonest about everything he does at this point.
Yeah, but it's not going to get
Jesus
him
fucking
clicks
Christ.
if he does that. He got twice the amount of views from this than he has the other videos we've watched because he clickbaited the shit out of it.
100%.
Me personally, and for hundreds of millions of people across
Hundreds
the
of
world,
millions.
it is going to.
It's not going to be
False.
hundreds of millions. You'll be lucky if it'll be tens of millions.
Or
You'll be lucky if it's tens of millions.
that, or even 13 mil, which is the Wii U life cycle, if it were the case.
Harman, you are wishful thinking. You are masturbating premeditately. And,
Harman, we know
I'd
you're
say put it between
masturbating
the
to us.
current one and the previous one. And I think it'll be all right. I'm going to turn it up a little bit then, and then we're just going to leave it at that because I'm not going to fuck with it too much.
To be a phenomenon. And I think people are still coping and seething about this console. They have no
Power Boss, stop.
No, I was just wanting to key to darkness.
I wouldn't wish Harman water on anyone. Then again, he doesn't take showers or baths, so there wouldn't be any bath water to sell.
Oh no, I was talking about the water that he drinks from the glass.
I mean, sea monkeys?
For fuck's sake.
I hate it
I mean,
here.
his jizz.
I hate it here.
no idea how this thing is going to come out. They really are desperate to like pretend that Mario Kart World is going to fail, that
will.
Nintendo Switch 2 is going to
It will.
underperform,
It will.
and that Nintendo will leave the console space.
No, it won't, but it's not going to do nearly as well as it did previously. It's
I
fucked
think
itself
that
over.
I don't think they're gonna leave the console space. That being said, I think they're gonna start actually releasing games on Xbox or not
PC
Xbox,
or
PC is what I
multi-plat.
mean. My bad. Yeah.
Because they don't have much of a choice at this point. If it doesn't
I
sell well.
highly doubt that, Devastator. I highly doubt that. I highly doubt he would put something up like that. It had to be clickbait. Let me look.
You said what now?
Let me look. Well, yeah, he says he claims that 33 is best JRPG ever. He's not saying
Let
it
me
is.
Yes. Expedition 33 isn't the worst RPG ever.
Yeah, that's pure, like, greasy, sweating, not washing his ass hair, Blur. It's really what it is. It's what it is. Let's call a spade a spade.
I mean,
And that
Call a spade a spade.
is simply
It
not
makes
going to
right
happen.
for
Like the obsessive cultural hatred of Nintendo that has permeated the industry since like the 90s is dying and has been for a long time. But with every passing year, it feels like it becomes more and more mainstream to like Nintendo, to respect Nintendo, to want to see them do well, to be
Holiday
And then they
Hoobie
do
Wuddy?
shit like
I think I lost a few brain cells after hearing that. What?
I lost.
I'm
don't know
so
what the fuck
tired
he's
over this. I want to
saying.
take a nap. I'm so drained. I want to take a nap.
I mean, you're not wrong, Miss Hellfire. Like, holy shit.
I want to go nighty night.
You got an hour and a half. You're not allowed.
Hour and 40
can take a
minutes.
break.
Unless
pause.
somebody decides they want to do another $25 and then I have to continue.
Don't worry, you can get me back with another bingo.
Now,
wake me up inside, can't wake
I miss
up.
that song so much.
excited
That's
about
such a
their
good
like
song.
upcoming products and stuff like that.
Was that song
like,
in
just
Electra?
seeing how mainstream.
What?
Wasn't that song in
Daredevil.
the was it
Electra.
the Daredevil movie? I
It
thought it
was
was also in
Daredevil.
Electra.
It was
It was
Daredevil.
Daredevil, Other Essence. Oh my god, I love that.
Evanescence was great.
Yeah.
The one with Ben Affleck, right?
soothes my little hot topic thought heart.
Stream the Switch 2
Yeah.
actually is should be a
Has my chemical
massive
romance.
sign for everyone in the space as to just how big Nintendo actually is.
Profile.
You know, like you keep seeing people like repeat like old like conspiracies from the 90s or whatever. Like oh, Mario is stale and derivative. You know,
It is.
Nintendo's only for
It's
kids.
insanely
The
stale.
hardware is underpowered. Now, none of that is actually
is.
It
true.
is underpowered.
But
It is very underpowered. There's no
All
way.
of which was just said is entirely true. It's the entire. Never mind.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it doesn't have the kind of push that any of the other systems have, nor does it have anywhere near the amount of push that PC has, and therefore
It
PC
barely
Master
has
Race,
the same push
motherfucker.
that PS4 Pro has.
100%. Like seriously.
Minecraft's
Master
total
Race.
not stale, according to Harman. Everybody. Yep. Okay.
Yup.
300
Oh.
million. Just saying.
the
Yeah, that right,
copes
Devs
are
there.
still
Delta
persisting
is
in
a
spite of
muppet.
that. So as more and more people begin to understand that the copes are just seething, right? That it's just a lie. You know, they're entire.
Pause. What the fuck? The copes are just seething. What the fuck does that even mean?
I don't think
I
he
only
even
see
You
one
don't even
person
know what
coping and
it is,
seething.
Harman.
I don't think he knows.
He really doesn't know what
He's
he's
so
saying at
mad.
times.
He's so angry. He's just saying random shit
copes
that
are
comes to mind.
Seething.
He's jelly.
The copes are just.
Well, you're
like-
just using words at random to make yourself sound smarter.
Honest to God, might be the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life.
It is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
The copes are just seething. Good
The copes are just
Oh,
seething.
God.
I can't.
I hate
Don't make
everything
it be
about
that
this.
dumb. Can he?
Entire arguments are going to collapse like a sack of cards. People are going to ignore their
I
gaming
was about to say a
PCs to
sack
play.
of shit. I ain't gonna lie to you.
You had it right the first time. A house of cards, not a sack of cards. You stupid fuck. There's not enough beer in the world to make
Cards
this
in a
even
sack.
tolerable. I hate it.
Right?
Exclusively on Nintendo Switch 2, and it is going to be a phenomenal experience. You know, like, you know, people.
Uh-huh.
The reason you don't really see people make fun of Xbox or PlayStation.
They make fun of
We
it all
make
the
fun of
time.
It's the
Yeah,
most
they
made fun
do.
of plastic boxes.
PlayStation is the most fanboys are the worst.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nintendo are in second, and then
They're
third
catching up.
is Xbox fanboys. That's it.
The Nintendo, the Wii-tards are catching up to the ponies.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say they're
Yeah,
neck and neck.
people
I
are
just
starting
think they're
to
just second.
I said they're catching up.
I bet you the Nintendo is right on the ponies.
The Wii-tards.
Oh, I call them the
Yep.
Nintendards
Or the-
because the Wii's been obsolete for a long time.
It's almost gonna be 20. It's almost
an
gonna be
Android.
20 years from now. Holy crap!
Oh.
My brain hurts. My brain hurts.
I just.
I feel old.
Not only one.
I feel old.
Power Boss is in here. He's old enough to be your dad.
True.
What,
I
how
am
old
going
are you,
to hurt
Powerboss?
all of you. I'm 41, about to be 42.
You're not old
Yeah,
enough to be
that's
my
not
dad.
old enough to be my dad. Unless we're
Damn,
in
Uncle.
Alabama.
Old enough to be mine.
I'm 33 this year. You're not old enough to be my dad.
I'm
31.
27
9.
No, but I am old enough to be Blast.
Y-
and
yeah.
desires.
Yeah.
If this was Alabama, yes.
Ding 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 ding.
Hey,
ding,
I'm
ding,
already
ding,
Why are
ding,
you
ding, 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 ding.
disrespecting? I'm going to Alabama for my fucking uncle's birthday or my uncle's wedding, and you're just sitting there bashing Alabama. God damn it!
Alabama.
Oh, I talked about this
God
yesterday, or no? Did I talk about this today? Where they're yeah, I did. I talked about that today. Never mind. Don't worry about it. I was about to talk about the how my aunt gets Confederates Day off.
Oh, oh no.
Chad, if you notice that
she's-
I changed the time a little bit, I realized for the last 5 minutes I hadn't had the timer on.
Oh.
So I just subtracted the 5 minutes that it wasn't playing.
She lied. She lied. Somebody spend $50. Come on.
$100.
I was like,
Give
why
us
is
another
it still
hundo.
why is it still an hour and 40 minutes 5 minutes later? Oh, it's not playing. Okay.
She deceived you all. Now you
I've
gotta
not.
fucking spend money.
I have not.
She's like, look,
Please
I
don't.
don't want to sit here any longer.
Please don't.
Please don't.
Please
I
don't.
feel like I'd get banned.
Are you
Gone
a gamer
forever.
Or are your pants on fire?
What? Did you say my pants are on fire?
Maybe.
You're a
Gay.
liar, plants for hire, ma'am.
That's pants on fire, Patrick.
Liar, plants for hire.
No, this is Patrick.
I want
Now you've taken my only food, and now I'm going to
starve.
Is because these brands are so irrelevant. You know, when a console is like, you know, the Steam Deck or the Ouya, you don't really see a lot of people really talking about them and acknowledging why they failed. You know, it's not really a common thing for niche, underperforming products to have people seething about them near constantly.
Hey,
Wait, hold on. Pause. If that's the case, then why are you doing that right now? Why are most of your videos that?
You want a niche and small console?
Nintendo's not a niche because I say so.
Virtual Boy.
And obviously, I am the leader of a land of stupid. Okay?
Didn't the Ouya have a longer lifespan than the Virtual Boy?
I have no
I
idea.
don't even know what the Virtual Boy is.
Isn't that the original? The Virtual Boy is the original VR headset, right?
Yeah, kind of. It was all in red and black.
Yeah, it
What do
was
you mean
like
It was on
the
the market
first
for like less
like
than a year.
VR.
You guys are senior citizens. I have never heard of this shit.
I know about it because of AVGN.
Well, we're resetting the game. Gave me a Destiny Bond Pokemon. Like, well,
Dude, I'm only
dead.
4 years older than you, Des.
You are older than me. We get it.
The Virtual Boy came out in 1995, and it was a 32-bit console headset.
3 years before I was born.
Icky.
And you wonder why I don't know what the fuck it is.
All that, and it was on the market for less than a year.
That's super sad.
It's literally Nintendo's biggest failure.
Ew.
I thought that was the Wii U and nearly fucking
And
fucked
that-
them over.
That's the reality. of the
Virtual
Switch
Boy
2,
was worse.
is that so many
Yeah, Virtual Boy was really bad.
people came out.
Mostly because it made people like unendingly
A
sick
headache,
and their
induced
headaches
headache,
were
yeah.
like it wasn't headaches, it was migraines.
Shipped only
And
800,000 units.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Gerby.
Trying to say the Nintendo Switch 2 failed, that it was going to fail, that it was doomed to failure, that like nobody would want a successor to the Nintendo Switch, which is the most popular video game.
No, we want a successor, but we want a successor that is at the price point that is correct, that continues the trend of Nintendo being the console for families, that is budget friendly, and now it no longer is.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And
You're
the thing
dumb.
is, and I hate to say this, and I'm being a little off topic here. It's just, I just miss the days where we had Reggie and Iwata, and now with Reggie
do
being
too.
out, and
Same.
can't believe it's been 10 years that Iwata has been passed away. It's now they just became businessmen. Nintendo just became corporate, like actual businessmen
Yeah.
that don't give a
It
shit
used to
about
be toy
consumers.
makers.
But yeah, that's pretty much the scenario of it.
Fucking sad.
Mhm.
Console of all time. You know, nobody wanted. The narrative that Nintendo was doomed to fail was funnily enough, in and of itself, always doomed to fail, because you can't simply sit there and predict Nintendo's failure and like departure from the console industry for decades and then continue to just prolong it, like every year, like, oh, like Pokemon came out this year, so Nintendo's going to survive like another 6 months. It's like you're completely out of touch with.
Pause
Who
it.
said
Pause
that?
it.
It is
Just
pause.
like you,
Who said that?
Harman?
Who said that?
That was Pokemon Scarlet and Violet was straight up the worst Pokemon game ever. Period. End of discussion.
No, I would say Sword and Shield were worse because the storyline was ass, and I would never want to go back and play that game again.
Yeah, but Sword and Shield at least had areas that were finished. There was a lot of areas that were not finished in fucking
To
Scarlet
me, that
and
doesn't
Violet.
matter because I wouldn't want to play it. I at least
That's a
was
good point.
satisfied with what was given to me storyline-wise. Whereas with Sword and Shield, I absolutely fucking despised it to the point where I never want to touch it again. And the only reason I play that game is the shiny hunt. I would never want to do it again.
I'll state this: I'll take the Sword and Shield champion in Elite Four over Scarlet and Violet's every day. This Sunday.
That doesn't mean that there was any decent storyline to it. And the villain was ass.
Yeah. I think I also
Villain's
liked it because Charizard was back in it, even though it was really stupid.
Oh, you're one of those.
Hey, I like Charizard. All right.
Those.
He's not my favorite Pokemon.
Those.
Mine's Totodile.
It's a good Pokemon to like, but you're one of those.
I like Mudkip.
Oh, you want to?
Okay, Alpha Rad.
Squirtle Squad.
If mine isn't Lucario, it's Gardevoir.
But we already know
Of
my favorite
course.
Pokemon. My favorite Pokemon is my beloved Houndoom.
I figured
Because
you were
Houndoom
going to
looks
say
like
that.
your dog.
What?
I think my
So that's because
favorite
Houndoom
Gen
looks like
1
your dog.
ever will be
No, I liked
because it's a
Houndoom
hellhound.
before I even had Peyton.
Oh.
So that's just a bonus.
That's just a
Exactly,
bonus.
Devastator. Sword and Shield had a story. Exactly.
Meanwhile, Scarlet and Violet looks like it could be on the N64.
I think that's the reason why
Yeah.
fucking Scarlet and Violet just ran like
Those
absolute ass.
textures look like they could be look straight out of Mario 64.
It's literally, do you want a bad story or do you want the game that has a bad just bad graphics? It's
everything else.
Frankly, if I was gonna play a game that was on the Switch, it was in that generation, I'd rather play Arceus.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Arceus is fucking awesome. I'll die on
Arceus
that
fun.
hill.
Arceus was
Yeah,
great.
I've heard a lot about that.
The only
Oh,
reason
yeah,
I
it's
didn't
so
play
good.
it anymore today is because I get really angry trying to find the shiny Burmese because they just don't pop up, and it's harder because I have a bunch of stuff on the screen. Anyway,
with reality. You're out of touch with the business, you're out of touch with the industry, you're out of touch with
pot meat kettle.
Hey Harman,
the company, the competition.
Harman, how are they doing right now with their stocks? Oh, they're going down. Oh, damn.
No.
Such a shame.
Like you don't know anything. And this is becoming more and more
Like you.
prevalent every time we see a major Nintendo release. Because we see a lot of coping and seething about major upcoming Nintendo products.
Stop saying Copenhagen.
What are every single video that you put on your channel? It's coping and seething. That's all it is.
Or
That's
the
all you
reality.
can do because you're an
is.
unhappy, unwashed, unloved, unsexed, maidenless person.
Not even Nurgle loves you.
Even Pikachu wants to get away from you.
Yep.
And
That's
run.
just
see a
saying.
lot of
Pikachu
coping and
has no
seething
choice in the
about
matter,
Nintendo
unfortunately.
Switch 2, the
Begging
console,
for someone
the
to, like,
platform,
take it.
its durability, its sales numbers. Like we see a lot of
I hope
coping
it
and
gets
seething about that.
copyrighted for
We're
the
seeing a lot of
one day.
coping and seething
That'd be
about Mario
fucking
Kart World.
hilarious.
We don't know the fucking
awesome.
numbers sales wise for for Mario World, or maybe we do.
It's not
Or
even
am I-
out yet.
is he saying Mario Kart World or Mario World?
Yeah, Mario
No,
Kart
Mario Kart
World.
World.
Yeah, we don't know the sales for that yet. You dumb fuck.
It's not out yet.
It's not even out.
But the console sold out. The same thing that happened with the 3DS and Wii U. But how did those two
And the
work?
Wii.
Yeah, but the Wii actually worked. It doesn't fit the narrative that I'm trying to push right now, guy.
Fair enough.
That's true. Guy. Guy, dude,
Your
man.
buddy guy.
Guy.
Yeah, make me start calling you warrior. We'll end up having that conversation.
Guy, buddy.
Buddy, guy.
I'm not your buddy, friend.
Hellfire knows what I'm talking
saying
about.
it's going to compare
Yes, I do.
underperformed compared to Grand Theft Auto 6, which, by the way, isn't even coming out this year anymore. That Mario Kart World is not a primary video game franchise, that nobody really cares about it, that it's gonna fail, and that simply isn't true. And you have people like, complaining about the release schedule.
So you know that if you remove the remastered, it being resold twice, it being bundled with consoles twice for Mario Kart 64 or Mario Kart 8, it really didn't sell all that well. It only sold like 20 mil, which is not good for Mario Kart at all.
No, it's not.
That's if you remove it being bundled and it being resold again.
That's pretty much is.
It's very bad.
Terrible.
Ooh, age slash.
Like, people are saying that, like, oh, I'm not interested in that. I don't want to play old games. Bonanza doesn't look impressive. Like,
it does not.
Well,
fun.
I would play it.
I
The only games that
I'd
I'm
emulate
interested in that are on the Switch too is Bonanza, ZA, and
Prime 4.
Yeah, Prime.
Prime 4.
I want to play
am
ZA
excited
just
for.
because of Totodile. So bad. I love Totodile. It's my favorite Pokemon.
I
I'm
mean,
actually
Yeah, it should've
pissed
been
about
out on the
ZA.
3DS.
What do you mean?
I just straight up refuse to because I hate Nintendo right now.
No,
yeah,
no,
I'm
I
not
need
getting it for
power.
the Switch too. I'm just gonna get it for the Switch.
I'm not.
I'm gonna get. That's the same thing with me with Prime 4. I'm just gonna get on the Switch and just play it on my.
I'm gonna get the cartilage and emulate it because fuck Nintendo.
Cartilage.
Pretty much.
The
I don't give a
cartilage.
fuck.
Yep.
I don't give a fuck, ma'am. English is not my native language. Fuck
What
you.
is your native
So-
language then?
What is your
German?
Ah, speak of the Deutsch.
Goyman.
Heck is the Deutsch.
I think.
So I was trying to say that I'm actually disappointed in ZA from what I've seen so far because it's spanning over X and Y, which is completely an entire map world, including post-game content that was absolutely phenomenal. The only 2 games that I haven't played, or 4 games that I haven't played of Pokemon are Black and White 1 and 2. Okay.
Okay.
And
Black
they are
Fire 1 and
taking
2, it's very good.
Well, they are taking the entirety of X and Y and condensing it down to just the city of Lumios.
Yep.
And then they're
the
changing
future.
the complete storyline of the entirety of the game. At least Dining Pearl and Shining Sapphire, or whatever they were a
Brilliant
good
Diamond.
remake.
Diamond, Shining
No,
Pearl.
they
Yeah, there
weren't.
you go.
No, they weren't.
No, they were not.
What
They
are
were
you
dog
mean?
shit.
Okay, I'm sorry.
They were
I'm
dog-
sorry.
I'm talking graphically updated.
No.
I'm not talking about the change in the storyline. I'm talking about the graphical update.
No,
No.
the chibi shit was ass.
Nobody
Well,
liked
yeah, the
that
chibi
game.
shit was ass.
It was
That game is
not.
You know what?
the only thing that I like
Talk about
about
the
it is
sprite.
Pokemon Luminescent Platinum, which is a mod for it that makes it actually good.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop you because there were a lot of things you said that were so fucking wrong.
Yeah,
it
I
was-
didn't get that either. I was like, what?
And the shit that really irks me is that Platinum is my second favorite Pokemon game of all time, only behind Emerald. And just like how I don't like the Ultimate Sapphire and I don't remember Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. I don't like those
Omega
because they
Ruby
don't
and
have
Alpha
Battlefront.
Sapphire.
I just said that. I don't
Yeah,
like
I
those
know.
because they got rid of the Battle Frontier, and I don't like BDSP because it doesn't have the distortion world. It has the same problem that the original Diamond and Pearl had, and the fact that there's a fucking Elite Four member that has that's a fire type one that only has 2 fire types on his entire team.
Yeah. So I'm gonna.
They
You'll have to
should
spear the
have
honey on the
fucking
tree.
Okay,
remastered
okay.
the
Let me
fucking-
finish
the
my
third game.
fucking thought, assholes.
Sorry.
What I was gonna
Sorry.
say is I'm gonna stop you there because you said you love X and Y and you said it was a phenomenal game. I'm gonna say no because that's where it started to fall off for me. And I've heard generally that is the same thing that a lot of people agree with. Because between 7 and Gen 6 through 8, a lot of people did not like a lot of what was going on. I would argue that they didn't like a lot of what was 9 was going on, but Callus is where it fucking fell off.
Well, the only thing that X and Y did absolutely great, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that was where we got the Z move, or no, not Z moves.
Mega
Megas?
Evolution.
Yeah, that was the
Mega
only thing
Evolution.
good that it did, was Mega.
And that was the best mechanic that they have ever done throughout any of the Pokemon games. That until they come out with this Pokemon Champions thing for the mobile and the Switch too, that hasn't been brought back and repeated. They've done everything else.
Yeah, but that doesn't the Mega Evolutions doesn't excuse the terrible gym Elite Four champion and the terrible
No,
villain.
absolutely not. That could have done absolutely much better. Yes.
Like X and Y were fine, but they weren't great.
I
They
disliked them
should have
quite a
made
bit.
something much more better for the X and Y.
But to be honest,
I will say
but to be fair, I stopped really giving a shit because I didn't really like Black and White. Black and White 2 was okay, and I just kind of didn't give a fuck about anything until like the tail end of Gen 8. When I got it, I had it just because I shiny hunt. And I'd stopped shiny hunting until like a couple years ago again. So
I didn't like the starters for that gen. I will admit that.
And you know, my brother likes that gen from the I think it was X and Y he likes, and the second one was Black and White, which again, to each his own. And you know what, I generally understand that from some people that likes it. And I played those games on the DS back in the day, so there's that.
Yeah.
Same. And even the Game Boys.
And for all the problems of Scarlet and Violet, there's one thing that they did right out of anything in that fucking game.
Was it a story? I swear.
No, the fact that they have the fact that you can buy the hidden ability TMs for each Pokemon. You can get the mints bought. It's a pain in the ass to get money after you finish the storyline, but you know, other than that, being able to max Eevee IV train is the only thing that game did right.
Yeah. Anyways.
And that's the only props I will give that game.
Anyways, we've gone off tangent. We still have an hour and 12 minutes remaining.
Just waiting for someone to come in with that RKO. You know it's coming.
Please don't.
You know, we saw that during like the Bearman video, actually.
Please
you know, that
don't.
really infamous one that Donkey parodied. Like, like Donkey Kong Bonanza, that doesn't look like a next-gen game. It's like, it's such an obvious cope. You know, there's such a...
This entire video and everything you said is an obvious cope.
Yep. I only see one cope, and it's you, Harman.
Yeah.
It's the guy who's built like a fucking tub of lard.
That would be a compliment for this guy.
He is so greasy. Randy Pitchford is jealous.
Good God, the gross.
Can we not mention the one guy that I absolutely hate in all of gaming?
I could, but I won't.
Huge
Fucking
difference
detest
between something like Donkey Kong Bonanza versus against something like Knack or Astrobot. You know, like Bonanza, like is
We're hating on Knack.
Why are you hating on Astrobot? Astrobot looks like it's fun. I just don't
Yeah,
care
I
enough
know,
to buy a
it's
PS5 to
I
play
can't
it.
wait for it to come to PC.
I'll play it if it's on
I hope
PC.
it-
I ain't gonna play it on a
it'll
PS5 because
stream.
fuck that shit. I haven't given a shit about PlayStation since like mid PS4 gen.
Yeah, same here.
What Pokemon do I hope will get a Mega? Flygon.
Flygon needs a mega. It's
Yes.
ridiculous.
It's
Flygon
needed a
is
Mega for
so-
like ever.
Maybe it's just
Ever.
me, but
That's the
hot
biggest
take.
problem with Pokemon is that outside of stats, there's really not much use for your Pokemon.
hot take. Is it weird that I want Lugia to have a fucking Mega Evolution? Or
I
Entei
want
for that matter?
Suicune too because Suicune is my second favorite Pokemon, but that's never gonna
Well,
happen.
That'd be awesome.
Lugia already has a second form. It's called Shadow Lugia.
Yeah, but
unless they
that's
make
not.
it
They
official.
don't. I don't think they technically consider that canon.
It's not canon, but
Make
if it
it
is officially
canon.
canon, then it will be a Mega
That would be
Evolution.
sick.
So that'll be there.
But it's not.
Yes.
So
It's not gonna be. I would wish
is
it, but that's it.
an example of just how far ahead Nintendo is compared to the rest of the industry, right? That
Which is
is
how
a
far
very,
ahead.
very good example
Fucking idiot.
as to how much Nintendo has developed and grown over the past decade. You know, the narrative that we
Has it though? It's growing greedy.
It's
Trying
getting
to say
greedier by
about
the minute.
Ho-Oh. I wanted to see Mega Evolution of Ho-Oh.
He talks like Dave Meltzer.
Oh
Oh God.
I just got that idea.
I
It's
would
so
take.
true, though.
I would take David Meltzer over Harman any day.
Seriously, I would choose Dave Meltzer as well. I don't care. Just anyone but Harman.
Dude, if you, do
I'm
you
out
know
of
who
beer.
Dave Meltzer is?
I'm out of beer.
Dude, he's that.
Yes,
He's
Red
that.
does. Yes, Red does. We have covered him on Nox's
Nox's
stream
stream.
so many times.
Dude, he's literally the guy that has the trust me
Yeah.
guy on the wrestling side of things.
You know, they're never gonna go back to anything besides just being at New Vegas because that's what TKO wants.
Yeah, that literally the trust me guy thing. Like seriously, all his life has been trust me guy.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Anyway.
I think that we all
got
grew
an
up
hour and
with,
10
that
minutes.
Nintendo just puts out the same games over and over again. That pretty
Yeah,
clearly isn't true. You know, Bonanza is a completely different game from Mario Odyssey. It
What?
features a completely different protagonist. It has like a completely different setting, themes, ideas.
No shit. No shit, dumbass.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Miss Hellfire. Hasn't the entire generation of the Nintendo has always been Mario Kart, Super Mario, Smash Brothers, Pokemon, ever
much.
since the fucking GameCube era?
Pretty
Has
much.
always been that same copy and paste, but with a different side of it.
Pretty much.
And now it's the same shit. So what are you talking about, Harman?
Yeah, pretty much.
Just because Donkey Kong had its first 3D since 64, it's still the same shit. What are you talking about?
Mechanics. You know,
Hey, they
like,
added
that's
Deep
really-
Rock Galactic stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't do not disgrace Deep Rock Galactic like that. That's a good game.
Diggy hole.
Yeah, but they added the ability of digging holes like you can.
Yeah,
in
but
Deep
Diggy
Rock
Hole is
Galactic.
fun in Deep Rock Galactic.
That's true.
Hell yeah.
Diggy
And it'd
Tuna.
be fun in
Diggy
Donkey
Tuna.
Kong.
Did I
Light
hear
of
a
Light,
rockin'
anything
stone?
else we
I love that shit. I haven't played it in so long.
we've ever seen before. Not only in Nintendo titles, but with industry releases in general. Like, what exactly is lazy and derivative about Donkey Kong Bonanza? Nobody's been able to
Everything.
explain this. You know, I remember.
No, I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that it's derivative, because it's the first time they've done a Donkey Kong game in forever. But
That is true. It has been a long time.
but it is basically Donkey Kong Odyssey.
Mm-hmm. It's literally the same team behind Super Mario Odyssey as well. That's the funny part.
Diggy hole, diggy hole. Yes, diggy hole. Love diggy hole. There is
Hey, I'm
nothing
up
more
for it.
satisfying than finding one of those gold spoders and making them explode and then just sitting there mining gold. It is so much fun.
100%.
They're making a second one.
What?
Yeah. Wait,
They're
which
making
one?
a second Deep Rock Galactic.
Neat.
I just got a boner thinking about that. That's gonna be
Dude.
fun. I'm down.
I'm losing my fucking mind now.
I'm
Remember
down.
when like the game was first announced and there was some giant conspiracy that like, oh, it's just a rehash of Wario World on GameCube, which is like the stupidest like comparison you could possibly make. You know, it doesn't even make any sense. They don't have anything in common other than like the beat 'em up mechanics. You know, like oh, but Wario also hunts treasure. It's like it's such a superficial like comparison that doesn't make any sense. Like anybody looking at this can tell you like this is a Donkey Kong game. This was designed to be a Donkey Kong game that
No shit, Sherlock.
Jesus Christ.
What the fuck do you mean?
You put that in a cabinet marked shit we already know.
I hope it won't end up like Payday 3.
I don't even want to hear Payday 3. That still hurts.
I
It
never
was a
really
fresh
played
wound.
Payday, but I've heard.
It's such a it's a good game. It just oh man, it's such a fresh wound.
Develop the character
So
further,
fresh.
that evolve the.
Are you sure it's going to develop the character further? You haven't played it yet, you dumb fuck.
Mm-hmm.
How about you stop making assumptions before the game comes out? Because you know what assumptions do, right? I'm going to use the most boomer phrase. Exactly. They make an ass out of you and me. Boomer phrase. But it works.
Very boomer, but it does
formula
work.
that
It's
really
so
push the
true.
bar, the envelope, right? This is.
It's not going to push the envelope. It's not. It's going to be fun. And it's cute. But it's not going to push any envelopes. It's just not.
A defining example of just how Nintendo has dominated the gaming industry. Like,
Nintendo has not dominated shit.
No. If anything, it's the PC that's dominated most.
Yes.
Like, for decades. If we're talking console-wise, if we're talking in general, it's PC. Like,
yep.
Get out of there with that nonsense.
Yep. You guys entertain the chat. I need to use the bathroom again.
All right, welcome, chat, to all the chaos
Just get a
that's
rage
gone at
shit.
it. He does. But yeah, that's pretty much is like I feel like with Harman's losing shit. Wait, what's going on here? Hold up. Imagine if an Xbox announced more RPG on the maybe Devastator, maybe. Because there's so many RPGs going on from Expedition 33 and some of my backlog, so please, if there's like one or two, I'll be okay with it. But yeah, if you guys have any other questions or anything, just say the words.
Wait.
But yeah, I hope you guys are doing well with this brain dead of the person. Give me a second. I'm just gonna install SteamOS on my fucking Legion Go. Getting sick of Windows bullshit.
Mm-hmm. I'm
Says
sick of
the
Windows
liar.
10.
I have the USB hub. All right, sir. Don't give me that shit. All right.
I didn't stutter.
Most of the Nintendo games already has great alternatives. It was defining, sure, but back in the 90s, it's just copying most of the stuff. That is correct, Lord, but the problem is that when it comes to Nintendo and when you see people like Harman, he just goes Spurgle. That's the problem. Like, he just spurgs on and say, Daddy Nintendo, see, I've been a good boy. I haven't done anything wrong. That's the problem when it comes to Harman. I'm doing well, just relaxing in bed, but listening to the words of this guy. Yeah, Keys, it's so asinine hearing it too. Yeah, it's so asinine. It's like, what are you talking about? Nintendo's not gonna fuck you. Number two, whoever gave you that Pikachu really needs to get evaluated because, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Tainted Grail looks awesome. I gotta get that. I mean, whatever you feel like, Spec.
It looks good, but I don't know. We'll have to see.
Do you think Xbox will shadow drop June 8th? It's a maybe. I could see that, but I don't know. If, let's say, for example, if they were to shadow drop, I'm gonna say Gears Reloaded, and they shadow drop it, then boom, $40 in. I don't have zero problem with it.
And it's going to quote unquote leak.
Well, if it got leaked, that is. That's the only thing is. Funny thing is he believes everything he's saying. That's the thing. There's some people within his community, specifically on his Discord, are believing everything that just spurts out of their mouth, and he just finds stuff. He's like, "Look, I found this. I don't need you to Google it. Google, what's that? I'm just saying whatever I want to say." It's like, no.
Okay, I'm back. I have tortilla chips.
All right.
Let's continue.
You got the real chips. Let's go.
Again,
go.
I've been saying this for a while, but I think
My
people are
fat
really
ass is now
underestimating
jealous.
just how well Bonanza and Mario Kart World are going to do. Like, I do think that, like, people are underestimating just how well the third party ports are going to do. You know, this is
They're not. You want to know why? Because they're coming out way later than they initially dropped that.
Mm-hmm.
There are not going to be very many people that want to do play Cyberpunk on their Nintendo Switch. They have it on the PC already. They have it on the Xbox. They have it on the PlayStation 5. They're not going to want to buy it again on the Switch. It's not happening. You're lying to yourself. You just are.
If his mouth is moving, he is a lying sack of shit.
Is, I think, going to be the next major step when it comes to like the Nintendo community, is that like we are no longer in this position where we can reasonably expect never to get any of these major third-party ports.
You might get them, but are they gonna be good? Probably not.
Let's say probably
Not
the first year or two.
necessarily.
The first year or two is gonna be a decent chunk of third party, but after that, it's hard to tell.
Yeah. And most of the third party games you're are coming from like Xbox. PlayStation
Which
didn't give me
Microsoft
shit.
has. Well, when it comes to PC games, yes, but other than that, Microsoft is your best bet. I mean,
He's talking
honestly,
about
though.
third party ports to the Switch.
Dude, there's no shot.
Blur says, why I am saying that Switch 2 is a scam. All the third-party games will be full price. Yakuza 0 is $50, Cyberpunk's is $70. Final Fantasy 7 Remake, $70, while you can get Yakuza 0 for $10. Yeah.
Another thing
Yeah.
that kind of pissed me off
Mhm.
with is anybody familiar with the Puyo Puyo Tetris thing that's coming out on the Switch?
The what?
And the thing is that I'm gonna be off topic here, but basically Sega has like the worst excuses when it comes to upgrading their previous games, and it's all game key cards. And apparently the Puyo Tetris 2 thing has
2S.
4 gigs. Yeah, apparently it has a game key card, but the problem is it's 4 gigs. You could literally just put the whole game in the cartridges, but Sega was being lazy as fuck about it.
Oh yeah, I thought Fred mentioned in his video talking about it, but yeah, I think I heard that being
Fred
brought
did say
out.
that, I believe.
Yeah.
Fred did say that.
That's terrible.
Mm-hmm. That is
Because a lot of the big major releases in the past 5 years are launching on Switch 2 day one. And it's true that there are plenty of titles that did not come out on Switch 2, Doom the Dark Ages, for example, but
And you're mad about it. And also, it's not day one. It's not day one. And if it's day one, it would come out on the Switch 2 the same day it released for every other platform. You don't understand what day one means.
He doesn't. That's the funny shit.
you know, considering the game's like lackluster performance, it probably should have. You know, this is going to be, I think, like the trend when it comes to Switch 2, is that there are so many games coming to the platform that the occasional AAA release is not going to be able to drive sales for the competition. You know, something like Mario Kart World is going to dominate the sales charts over pretty much everything except Grand Theft Auto 6, which, first of all, is coming out next year, as I've mentioned already, but, you know, it's also going to be competing with it, you know, reasonably well. And unlike Rockstar, Nintendo doesn't have to rely on Mario Kart to drive sales. You know, they have more things than just their Black Lives Matter simulator. Okay, so
what?
There's the racist comment.
Where does that come from?
Excuse me?
Because he's very, very, very racist. He is very,
I know
very
that.
racist.
I know that.
Jesus Christ.
Just under an hour left. Yay! But yeah, you are a fucking racist. I will laugh I'm not gonna say that I want it to happen, but I would laugh my ass off if your fucking channel gets struck down. I'm not gonna suggest anybody goes
They
and
probably won't.
reports it. But I will laugh my ass off if somebody somehow comes across your fucking channel and sees shit like this and gets really uppity and you start having problems. I would laugh. I would feel no pity for you.
I would too.
As will I.
Respectfully.
Disrespectfully.
with that being said, with that being like emphasized and expressed, like Nintendo Switch 2 is not a disappointment. It is going.
Yes, it is. It's a massive disappointment. It is so beyond a disappointment because people like me and people like some of the people in my chat and in my voice chat were so excited for the Switch 2 until they showed us their money-grubbing, greedy fucking tactics.
I was excited.
Again, I was one of those people, but then when I saw it, I was like, okay, Nintendo, thank you. You just lost your customer.
It was... It tells you something that when Cassie from Cult Classic Cage initially was like, I might still get it, up until a week after that shit happened. And she's like, no, fuck it. Don't get this console. I used to be a Nintendo fangirl. Fuck that shit. Don't.
Yep.
Tells you
Let's
everything.
also not forget
this
that
all looks
everything.
great. Where's the pricing?
I was about to say,
Why are you
not
showing
to
us
mention
prices?
that ever since they've come out with the pricing after the show, every single week almost since that reveal, there has been something that's been coming out that is just making it worse and worse and worse. The change to the EULAs, the fact that they can brick your consoles, the fact that there's game key cards, all of this. It's just diminishing everything about the Switch 2 further, further, and further.
Not only that,
horrendous.
it's just the whole.
It's not
And
just
I'm gonna say
Nintendo.
this. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's not just Nintendo. Sony also reserves the right to brick your PS5.
Oh, yeah. Most of them are like
Lovely.
that.
The
It's
only
terrible.
problem I see is it's not only that, Miss Hellfire, but it's that the problem with this is that I get it. They want money. They don't see us as they only see us as numbers. But what a shitty way to treat your consumer and be like, yeah, we're gonna brick it because we have the rights to do it, and you guys signed it, so yeah, you can't sue us. Blah blah blah.
How Apple
Like,
of
what
them?
the fuck? No,
Well, no,
it's
you
how
can still
Disney of
sue
them.
them. You can
No,
still
it's how,
sue
no,
them.
Apple
However,
does this shit all the
you
time.
cannot do a class action against them. Is the thing.
Yeah, because they have it in their buried way deep in their contract. The TOS.
So it's both Apple and Disney.
Yeah.
But anyways, we've gotten way off topic. We've got more Harman to react to.
Going to be another exceptional success story in a long line of Nintendo success stories. This is the next evolution of Nintendo Wii U.
Is the
What?
next evolution of you
What?
to go take a shower?
Wait. Why the fuck would you say the Wii U? Why?
Because he's retarded.
I mean, he's not wrong on that one.
I'm still gonna say the next evolution of Harman is to like, oh, I don't know, take a shower.
He doesn't
Can you
know
do that,
how.
Harman? 'Cause
Harman
that would be
discovers
great.
water.
And you know
He
what's
does
even
not
funnier?
know how.
Is that when he does this, every time, he still sits back in the chair. He still does the chair sit entrance. Every time.
The flop down chair sit that is just so bad for the chair. It
Yeah.
could break his chair.
Blur says it was expected from Nintendo. Have you guys seen the sacrifices of the Church of Nintendo? Hellfire forgot to finish reading my last comment. I didn't forget. I was just in the middle of other stuff, but we've got Devastator and Blur giving us some, and Key to Darkness giving us some interesting stuff that's really shitty about the Switch 2. Like, third-party games only offer 3 choices for third-party distribution, which is digital code or 65 gigabyte card, even if the game is 4 gigabyte or smaller.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What a company.
On top of that, the Nintendo app now blocks capturing game footage, which is gay. Why would you do that? Streamers
You're Nintendo.
are literally your bread and butter. They help you with getting more people to buy your console.
And that
they are your
business-wise,
shills.
too.
Now they're just going to copyright you for it.
Pretty much.
Free
It's
advertising.
horrendous.
It is. It's so scummy.
But Harman doesn't believe that he's going to get copyrighted, and then he's going to get copyrighted, and he's going to be like,
Guys,
what?
Pause. Speak of the devil and she shall appear. I was just talking about you, Cassie.
Hello, Cassie.
Being forced to watch Harman is punishment, so basically Devastator 2000 punishes me every week.
I mean, that's true.
Yeah, Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
devastating for you.
We were just talking about
devastating
how
for me.
the Switch,
I'm not
Nintendo, and the Switch
not
2 is.
apologizing.
We were just talking about how Nintendo and the Switch 2 fucked up so bad that not even you will buy it.
Yep.
Because I, from
Straight
the
up.
jump after that announcement of the cost, was like, fuck that. And it took you a
Yep.
little bit before you're like, no, I'm good. Yep. It's
I'm
just
still not apologizing.
bunch of retarded. Anyways, we got the next one. Oh, I like that. I don't know why. Frank Hubert's Dune was the 60s equivalent of Song of Ice and Fire, Game of Thrones.
What?
Do
Oh,
tell.
no.
Do tell,
Oh
Harman.
no.
How about you
What?
tell me
Pissing-
how
you're wanting to
terribly
piss-
uncultured you are for the, I don't know, upteenth time?
He's just pissing everyone off.
Because you
In a
don't
world
know.
where Harman is a weetard.
I've said it 1,000 times now. You would not know good media if it slapped you on the face and left the mushroom stamp. You wouldn't know it.
Holy shit!
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't.
Oh my god.
You would not know it. You have the culture of a fucking ant. You do not understand what anything good is. Probably because you don't get laid, and probably because nobody likes you, and probably because you don't leave your basement. Oh, I'm sorry, your mother's basement.
Oh, mama.
Yeah.
There's so much shit that he said that is so out of pocket. And it makes me angry.
God damn.
I'm 4.5 hours into this. I don't give a fuck. This is gonna get enlisted anyways afterwards. It's not gonna be public. You can still get to it because I've got the link everywhere, but
God, man. Damn.
Ugh. Cassie, this is not the first rager I've had where I've just dragged this man by his greasy hair. No. This is not the first time I have. I've been at this for 4.5 hours now, and I've still got another 52 minutes to go. Okay, let's see what kind of dumb shit you want to say now, because you've already said that Star Wars is irrelevant. It sucks now, but the old stuff is still good and still relevant.
And the anime stuff is good.
So this is why his hairline is dying. Yeah, it's receding because he doesn't take a bath and he doesn't wash his ass.
That or a tsunami is coming in.
Or tsunamis.
Hellfire Harman wouldn't know anything good even if it kicked him in the balls and started singing Yankee Doozle. Or Yankee Doodle. No, you're not wrong. Let's hear it.
Now
Harman.
that I've taken
hell is
the
Yankee
red
Doozle? I
pill,
want to know.
What?
Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, Star Wars comics and the extended universe is still fucking amazing. Yeah.
on the Dune franchise, that it was always
Model,
like
she still
slop
is.
propped up by propagandists. I find it very interesting how so many other people kind of agree with me on this take. You know,
Who?
I really want to
Who?
know.
Have you even read the books?
Fellow Nintendrones.
He's not even talking about Nintendo. He's talking about Dune in fucking literature.
So just as drones, got it.
Yeah. As I said before, I'd rather read a Warhammer 40k book than Harman's shitty fanfiction he calls books. I mean, the Warhammer books are pretty decent from what I understand. I haven't read them. I haven't read Dune. But I understand that the cultural relevance that Dune has is important. It's on par with fucking Tolkien, from what I understand, when it comes to science fiction or fantasy or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
It's still on par with that. It still has influence that is seen today. So what are you talking about? I don't think he's ever touched a Game of Thrones book. I don't think he's ever touched a Dune book. Any of the Dune books. I've read I've read them, but I had the audiobooks for all of the Game of Thrones. I've read the ones that have come out so far. I've watched all of the episodes of the original Game of Thrones seasons. I haven't touched the other ones because I was so pissed about season 8.
Yeah.
I don't.
Cup of destiny.
I don't. Where are you? He just likes to talk out of his ass because he doesn't like to do any fucking research. Got it.
He
Okay,
really doesn't. That's
moving
the
on.
funny thing.
I've always been aware that like the opinions on like the Dune sequels have been divided. You know, like every.
Are you talking about the fucking movie, or are you talking about the books? Because it sounds like
He's
you're
talking
talking
about
about
the
the
books.
fucking movies.
All he talks about, apparently. So fucking
I'd
dumb.
imagine the books because there is some controversy with those.
I don't think he even knows what he's talking about. But let's find out.
Everybody hates everything that happened after like Frank Hubert died, and like I've come to learn that like plenty of people don't even like the immediate sequel to Dune, Dune Messiah, you know, because of the themes and the ideas and stuff like that. Like I find that very.
Okay, what is the theme of the sequel? Do you want to elaborate? Do you want to elucidate us? Because it doesn't sound like you even know what you're talking about. You're just going off of what you see people commenting on.
Again, spurging on the internet is not the right call. And that's all he's doing.
Looking at people on Twitter and what they say is not reliable. There's a thing called critical thinking. You need to have it.
Yeah.
Harman doesn't have it, and you know he doesn't. Come on.
Hogwarts Legacy 2 already has the crazies coming back out. Good. I have it. I haven't played it yet. But I still want to play it.
Wait, we are getting wait, we're finally getting Hogwarts Legacy 2?
No.
Yeah.
I've heard that rumor.
Shit. I'm really excited for that. I actually really liked Hogwarts Legacy 1.
I own it. I haven't played it yet. I have so many other shit going on.
The only thing I don't like about it is that you don't get to play you don't get to play Quidditch.
Oh, the Quidditch?
Quidditch.
Bit of annoying.
Very, very interesting to me, especially hearing how, you know, J.R.R. Tolkien himself, like, spoke out about how much he detested Dune. Even though he didn't emphasize why, I find it...
Wait.
When? When did Tolkien ever do that?
He actually has.
Did he?
Yeah, from what I've heard, yes. It's just that different in writing styles and like just difference of opinion, though. I don't think it was anything personal.
Lord Almighty.
I'm looking this shit up.
Mm-hmm. Same.
I think it was just a clash of ideology.
I'm about to say I don't know. I don't speak Harman Smith, so
I don't speak Harman Smith.
you can laugh. I'm being serious.
Yeah, he says that he doesn't like it, but he doesn't say why. Maybe it's because it's their competitor. It's a competing series. All he says is, in fact, I dislike Dune with some intensity, and in that unfortunate case, it is much the best and fairest to another author to keep silent and refuse to comment. You have nothing. All you have is Tolkien saying that he doesn't like it. What are you on, Harman? What are you on?
Never gonna sip blades.
Very interesting that the premier fantasy author in the English language, you know, spoke out about Dune's lack of quality. You know,
He never said that. He said he doesn't like it, but he's a gentleman and doesn't talk about why. He doesn't drag them through the mud. He just says he doesn't like it. What are you talking about? Receipts or it didn't happen, Harman.
You know, even if it was privately, you know, and he didn't express exactly why that was.
Then why? What are you just? You just literally proved my point. You're saying that it's because of the lack of quality, but he says he doesn't say why he didn't like it. Do you understand what you say before you say it? Because I don't think you do. I don't think you have a coherent thought in your fucking greasy ass head. All you have is a little Mario running on a fucking wheel in your head. It's all it is.
No, it's a hamster wheel with a dead hamster.
No, it's a little Mario. A little retarded Mario. Because he likes Nintendo.
Dead Mario.
You're right. No, it is a dead Mario. It's flopped over and it's just looping on that wheel.
It somehow
It's not
still
working anymore.
turns.
Harman, you don't even think about what you're talking about before you say. All you do is turn on this camera, sit in your deflated, cushionless chair, and cry about how you don't like certain things because it doesn't meet up to your standards, but you can't elucidate anybody or put to words why that is. That isn't bullshit. And I've been dealing with this for 4 hours and 40 minutes. I still have another 43 to go. I'm
No,
sick of you.
Devastator. Harman does not like Harry Potter.
I'm sick of
He wouldn't even care about it. Oh my god.
Was why he felt that way, but I do think it's very clear to see why. Is that Dune is very similar to like Game of Thrones in this sense, where like it's a story, a fantasy story concocted by someone with a very warped, twisted worldview.
How? How is it warped and twisted?
Because
Please
he says
tell
so,
me.
and he is
Please tell me,
the
Harman.
end all be all.
I would love to know.
So someone like George R. R. Martin is a boomer who like grew up, having everything handed to him and having all these opportunities and like.
Where?
What has he ever had handed to him?
I don't understand.
Where?
Receipts.
Cite your sources, Harman. For fuck's sake.
I will say
Receipts or
it
it didn't happen, Harman.
Harman.
for the 1,000th time. Receipts or it didn't happen, Harman. God damn, how many times do I have to say this?
Being a hedonistic,
You already know
materialistic
the
fuck,
answer.
And so in
You're
his
hedonistic every time Peach comes onto your fucking computer screen.
I don't even know what that means.
Hedonism is when you go and satisfy your basic instincts. It's everything that is against the Christian belief.
Literally.
If you want to fuck something, you fuck something. If you want to get drunk, you get drunk. If you want to shoot up, you shoot up. If you want to beat somebody up, you beat somebody up.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're learning new words.
His version of reality,
It's been a fun
everyone's
day.
like that. So that's why everyone in Game of Thrones is malicious, why they don't have any redeeming qualities at all.
That's the point. Have you looked at all of fucking history? Everybody that is in a position of power, in the medieval-esque times, because this is more medieval time kind of shit, or Renaissance-y at best, they are all hedonistic. They are all deceptive. They are all corrupt. That's the point, you dumb fuck. What do you expect? There is even that kind of corruption in fucking Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. You cannot have a good story unless you have a foil for your protagonists and the good that is in the world. That's what good storytelling is. I'm gonna guess with what you've written, you don't understand that. And I haven't even read your books yet. Yet.
Oh my god, you don't want to. You don't want to.
No, I don't. That's why I'm fucking glad nobody's donating right now.
If like you're a good person, you get like
You're not a good person, so shut the fuck up.
smacked down by the realities of the world. Like it's pretty
Bring up
obvious, like
Smackdown.
reading Game of Thrones enough that like this isn't something that actually happens. Okay.
What did I just say about the past? What did I just talk about? Royal nobility in the past. What did I just say? This happened all the time. Do you not read history books?
No.
I have to know what history is.
Harman, you need to do me a big favor and everybody else a big favor and shut the fuck up and delete your fucking YouTube channel because you don't know a damn thing about what you're saying. You don't. You have no brain cells to put together to actually understand what happens in reality. Whether it is the past, the present, or maybe the near future. You don't understand any of it. Because you have the literacy and the thought ability of a 2-year-old. This doesn't make me happy, so it's bad. This
He makes
isn't
King Thresh
100%
look
sunshine and
somewhat
rainbows, so
intelligent.
it's bad. Eat shit, Armin.
Like, eventually, things would settle down, and, like, it's an interesting, like, Game of Thrones really tries to present itself as if it's, like, subversive to the typical...
It is. Why do you think it was so popular? Because it did things that nobody expected it to do. It goes places that nobody expected it to go. Why do you think that the fucking TV series was as good as it was up until season 5?
I thought season 5 was good. You mean season 6 and 7 and 8?
Yeah, like up until season 5 was good.
Miss Hellfire, I'm gonna be right back, but if I don't show up before 38 minutes,
Just go.
It was
Just
nice.
go.
You know what I mean?
Just go.
See you in a bit.
Good fucking god. I don't...
The brain rot that Harman Smith has needs to be studied.
You have to have a brain to have brain rot.
Damn.
The only thing that if he has one, if he has 2 brain cells that rub together, the only thing that he has it working for is to make sure that he breathes. And eats, because he's a
He has
fat ass.
bred so much with that fucking Pikachu, alright? That Pikachu has seen some shit.
You
And
like
some crusted
Tyrion
socks.
Devastator? You like Tyrion, is what you're saying. Tyrion Lannister.
Tyrion Lannister was a badass.
Dany was my favorite until they fucked her up.
The bells! The bells!
We're gonna go on a slight rant. I'm gonna pause, then I'm gonna go on a slight rant. Because I am just exhausted, mentally, emotionally, and physically. That could have worked if it had not been done on such a quick turnaround.
Yes.
If they had waited another, like, season or 2, what had happened with Dany and her becoming an absolute psycho would have worked. But because she went from being the most rational and liked person that should have been on the throne and was justified in what she did and was merciful in comparison to everybody else, it was fucking disgusting. It made no sense. It's like, how on a fucking snap of your fingers between one episode and the next did she go from being rational and good and just for the most part to an absolute psychopath that says fuck everybody else that's innocent, I'm burning this entire fucking city to the ground, when she never would have done that in any of the other seasons?
Or even by the book's premise. And it even pissed off George R.R. He was even mad about that.
And it happened because the 2 fuckwads that were the showrunners decided, oh, we're gonna go jump to Disney. We don't want to do this anymore. So they speedrun the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, that's why the fucking seasons were terrible.
They did Dany
And then they ended up
so dirty.
Not just Dany, they did everybody dirty. Even fucking the entire story of Ice and Fire. They did the Ice King wrong.
They did the
I
Ice
was
King wrong.
pissed.
They did fucking Brynn and Jamie wrong. Like they literally undid all the good that they did in the entire earlier seasons in a matter of episodes.
It was so bad. I hated it too.
Hi
I
again,
still
Sea
hate that
Stars.
shit.
It's so bad, and I'm gonna be done ranting because I'm gonna get really angry, and my husband's gonna be like, "Are you okay?"
Like fantasy story, but like, oh, the protagonist can be killed, but like, all it really does is mislead you on who the protagonists actually are. The protagonist.
No, it doesn't. There are plenty of other books where the protagonist dies. Happens all the time. All the time. Even the antagonists sometimes become the protagonists. They become good guys over time. You don't have any semblance of good creative thoughts in your mind, and it bothers me because I love literature and I love good stories. You bother me. You are toxicity. You are the cancer that is on the internet that thinks that they know better than everybody else, and you don't. You are a cancer. You should be excised. I'm not going to tell anybody to go do that, but I will laugh if it happens.
Are not the Starks, they are the Targaryens. When you take that into consideration, like, the entire premise of Game of Thrones falls apart. This idea that, like, nobody is safe and that people can die randomly and that, like, there's all this conspiracy and machinations. Like, no, like.
What do you mean, like,
Yeah.
no?
Yes, Harman. The beauty in writing is not the black and the white. It is the gray in between. If you can
The best part
properly-
about it is that, I'm sorry, I'll let you.
if you can properly write and play within the gray of storytelling in the things that are not just good or bad, you've got good storytelling. You've got compelling writing. Like in Expedition 33, I'm going to spoil just a tiny bit. There's a character named Verso that pops in, where you think he's the good guy coming right on in between Act 1 and 2. And then you find out later on that he's not the good guy that he purports himself to be. But you still like the character. That's what's good writing. Go ahead.
I think the part that really irks me is that he says that because he thinks his books are the greatest books and gifts from God. And he has the audacity to be like, well, it's because I can do my own self-character. I can throw myself into these. I get all the women and all this other bull that just nobody likes and everyone makes fun of him for. And then he has the audacity to say shit like this. I don't understand. I just don't.
He doesn't have the good standing or the good sense to understand what good storytelling is. If he gets to fucks the women and he gets to do the cool things, that's what's good storytelling to him, and it's not what that is. If you have a self-insert into a story, you're fucking wrong. You've already done wrong. You've already
Like what
ruined
they
your
did in-
story.
Like what they did in Twilight.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay. I will backtrack just slightly. It is okay to have a self-insert, but you have to be realistic with the self-insert. You can't just let
And you
them
have to do
have
something with
all
it.
of the good 100% of the time. They have to have trials and tribulations. They have to
Mhm.
have problems that come about that cause them to go off of their path. Otherwise, it makes no sense. There is no growth. None. Fuck off, Harman.
The reality of the situation is, like, the Targaryens are the protagonists. They're immune to everything that happens. Jon Snow literally comes back to life. It's like, okay, bro.
If there wasn't a reason behind why he came back to life, I would agree with you. But he does.
He came back to life because of the Song of Ice and Fire. That was the whole never mind.
You don't understand that. I'm going to keep saying you do not understand what good storytelling is. You do not know what good writing is. You do not know what good character development is. You are a horrendous actually, no, you're a horrendous human being. You're a horrendous writer, I can already tell. And you are a wonderful example for what you should not be. I can guarantee you I can write a story better than this fucker.
It's just, again, this is why Game of Thrones was such a failure. This is why.
What do you mean?
What?
It is one of the most influential TV series from HBO. It is, if it was a failure, then why is it that every day I see somebody hounding R.R. Martin to put out the last book.
Which he still won't do, and it drives me insane.
Why? Why would it be such a beloved series if it was a failure? Riddle me that, Batman.
Why, like, anybody with any actual experience in the fantasy genre, like, kind of turns their nose up at Game of Thrones because A Song of Ice and Fire, excuse me, like, at this series because, like, yes, not only has it not been finished, it wasn't really building up to anything to begin with. You know,
Are you on fucking drugs?
Tell me you haven't read anything about it, or read it at all, without telling me. Because it has done massive amounts of buildup. We know where it's trying to go, and the series that was on television failed to deliver. You cannot tell me that the reason why Hodor is called Hodor was not absolutely something that just ripped your fucking heart out. That was one of the good things that came out of the later seasons.
That was rough.
Was why he said Hodor. I'm sorry if I'm being loud and I'm smacking my hands. I'm mad. I'm genuinely upset. Because I've got this absolute fucking retard talking like he knows anything about anything. After 5 hours of being on stream. I'm angry. I'm done. I'm over it. You cannot tell me that having a character that only says one word but expresses more emotion than most characters can with one word. And the reason behind that one word being as impactful as it was, I'm tearing up thinking about it because it was so fucking good.
It was. Very, very good.
It ripped my heart out. How can you call yourself an author if you cannot, in any way, shape, or form, empathize with characters that are written properly, that you cannot follow any sort of literary thread, any storyline thread in good writing? I almost want to go read his books just because I want to see how bad he is and tear him in another asshole that he's just going to make very, 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 very dirty because he doesn't wash. God, I'm getting so... This is the most pissed off at this guy I've ever been. You can say all the shit you want about games and just be a fucking tard, but when you start attacking good media like this, and you start attacking books like this, nah, bro, nah, it's not funny anymore.
I personally, I've always expressed this opinion. I was not surprised at all when I read that, like, George R.R. Martin primarily has a history in TV writing, because it's what he does.
Where? I've never heard that before. Where?
I never heard of that either.
What other TV shows has he been a part of?
None.
None. Let's do this. George R.R. Martin. I'm gonna look up his... If he has an IMDb, I'm looking it up. He does. Not a lot. Before Game of Thrones, all he did was a short story called The Hitchhiker. He edited some Twilight Zone stories. Maybe a couple of them. He wrote a novella called Night Flyers. He did a little bit of writing for Beauty and the Beast. He was the writer for Doorways. I've never heard of that. It's a TV movie. And he did a TV series did a novella called The Outer Limits. I've heard of Outer Limits. But to say that he's got an extensive repertoire of writing in TV shows, I would call that bullshit. I'm calling bullshit.
is very similar to like the typical TV show structure, in which they try setting up all these like engaging setups from episode 1 to get people watching as much as possible with no real like structure on or plan on like how things are going to end. Like the idea.
What?
What?
Some of you've never wrote an actual book.
Tell me you haven't read an actual book. Everything that happened in that first episode, the pilot episode, had a ripple effect across the entirety of that series. Every bit of it. From Bran being pushed out of the window because he caught the
Jimmy
Lannisters
and
Alabama-ing. That has had a ripple effect through the entirety of that series. It was going somewhere. You just couldn't see it because you're too goddamn retarded and illiterate.
Yeah, is to keep people engaged with everything that's happening in the.
Yes, that's the point. If you're not engaged in the writing, you don't read it. You don't watch it.
the whole point of writing a fucking book.
CSC stars, thank you. But this is just so unbelievably. It's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable that he could say so
unbelievably
much
unbelievable.
dumb shit in a matter of 4 minutes. You are not a writer. You are not media literate. You are not anybody that gives a fuck about actual storytelling at all. Period.
Moment, so that they keep tuning in week after week to see more and more stuff, like more and more plot lines developed, and not it becomes such a snarl that it just ends up ending in the most underwhelming way possible.
Yeah, it did, but that's not because of the storylines that were at play. That was because the writers wanted to check out and go play in Star Wars, which they didn't even get because they fucked up so badly.
Yeah. Good. Fuck them. They didn't deserve it.
No, they didn't. They screwed over the entire fan base because they wanted to get out early and go do something else that they didn't even get. And I have to deal with this for another 24 minutes.
They were doing the freaking the MCU the Avengers Endgame.
What? I'm sorry, what were you trying to point out?
The two brother wanted to get out fast of Game of Thrones because they had to go to the MCU Avengers of the End Games.
No, I'm
They
pretty
weren't
sure it was because
making
they
the
wanted to go
Endgame.
into Star Wars.
They were trying to make Star Wars.
That was the End Games.
No. I think you're mixing up two things. Yeah, there was definitely enough content that there were 10 seasons in there. There was another 2 seasons that absolutely could have saved that. It could have saved that series very much so. But because they wanted out and they were done, they wanted to go play Star Wars, they wanted to...
Even the actors were pissed about it.
Yeah, because they put so much work, so many years into this.
And then you could see how much they didn't give a fuck. They in the last season left a Starbucks coffee on scene.
Yep. It was just horrendous.
You know, which is what happened when when the TV show ended with season 8. You know, like they simply didn't resolve any of the plots that they had established because they
resolved all of it. It just sucked.
For the entire run of the show, you know, this wasn't like a later season thing. This was like from the very beginning.
Do you ever take a breath and do you ever finish a sentence? No. They did resolve everything. It was just very shittily written. It was very shittily written. No, there was a Starbucks cup as well, Spectre. I can even pull that up right now.
Yeah, it was a Starbucks, and it even had the Starbucks symbol. It was bad.
I can pull it up right now.
Something that they could have easily just edited out.
That's a coffee cup.
Post-production.
That's a coffee cup.
Yep.
There probably was a water bottle too, but the biggest one that everybody remembers is the Starbucks cup. Everything was resolved. It was just resolved in a way that nobody had expected and nobody wanted. Nobody.
Was just establish a bunch of plot lines that had no resolution. You know, they were just meant to be hooks to get you engaged in the story. So that's
They're supposed to be hooks, or else you're not engaged. You don't keep reading. I am of the mind, if I read a book, and that there are... if I read a book, I give it 2 chapters, maybe 3, to get me engaged. If I don't care about it, I won't read it anymore, unless I have to. With a TV show, you got 2 episodes max to get the hooks in me, or else I won't watch the rest of it. Nobody will engage with something that's absolutely shite.
Remember Final Fantasy 13. Oh, the game gets good 20 hours in. Don't worry about that.
I didn't like Final Fantasy. I haven't really liked Final Fantasy games since 10-2.
Yeah.
Because fuck anybody
That's
who
not a
says
point in
otherwise,
favor.
10-2 has the best beginning cinematic of all of the Final Fantasy games. You cannot tell me otherwise.
I'm gonna tell you otherwise. No, I'm just kidding.
You can't. Because it's so good.
What if I told you otherwise?
You could try.
Otherwise.
Snarky bastard. But like, it's just, God, I am so like pissed off, and we still got 20 minutes.
That's very important when talking about, like, you know, A Song of Ice and Fire and why it's such an underwhelming disappointment. But for me, like, I feel like Dune, it shows a lot of the same trademarks as the Martin. You know, like, the generations are different, the mindset are different, but like,
What are you? Is that you clicking your tongue? Or are you clicking on? Do you have like a fidget something? Or you have like a fidget cube that does this clicking thing? What the fuck is that? Hey. 8 is good too. Don't leave out 8. 8's my favorite.
the behavior is very similar. You know, like, you see people do this thing where, like, oh, like, Dune started off great, and then somewhere along the line, it's lost its way. Like, Hubert was a genius, and he had all these great ideas that were explored throughout the first 2 books.
Death Shadow, were you talking?
He's talking on the phone.
I'm gonna mute him. Rude.
The first one specifically, and like, as the series developed, he lost the plot. You know, that's always been the mindset. That's always been the narrative. But like, if you really like analyze like Hubert's like opinion,
He has to have a fidget cube with him. Has to. Because the way he's moving his tongue, he can't be clicking his tongue. It can't be a clicking like he's trying to swallow. Has to have something on him. It's distracting.
and his takes and like the themes of what Dune was supposed to be about, you know, a deconstruction of like the Messiah archetype and stuff like that. Like, you really do realize that like Dune just kind of failed at everything it set out to do. You know, this idea that like that it's some like
You don't have a point. That's why you have to stop. That's why you have to stop and restart your sentence, because you have absolutely nothing to come to the table with. You're just talking out your ass, per usual.
statement against like the idea of like the savior archetype or like the subversion of this kind of like fantasy thing. You know, it just doesn't work at all. Like, it doesn't have any real weight to it. And
So you want everything to be the same paint by numbers over and over and over and over again. Is that what you want, Harman? Because that's boring as fuck.
Of course he does. Look at everything Nintendo.
I actually wanted that fucking entire story to end terribly. I wanted a sad ending for Game of Thrones instead of the upbeat one that we got. Is that weird?
I don't know at this point. My brain is just gone.
that's
Bye, brain.
why
What?
Bye, brain.
Yeah, it's gone. It said goodbye.
people feel that the sequels are so underwhelming is that, like, the things that happen after, in the context of, like, the original Dune novel, like, everything that the characters do make perfect sense. Everything that Paul does makes perfect sense. And this idea that, like, well, things get bad in Dune Messiah, like, yeah, but, like, the decisions were made considering the circumstances at the time. So, like, so this idea that, like, you know, someone being, you know, taking on a leadership position and then, like, making bad choices eventually or whatever, like, that doesn't really matter. That doesn't ruin, like, their actual accomplishments or what they did in the past. Like,
Yes, it does. It absolutely does. It doesn't matter how much good you do. If you undo the good is gone. The effects from the good are gone. The bad outweighs the good. You don't know what you're talking about. 15 minutes.
it just doesn't mean inherently that, like, this idea is, like, fundamentally flawed. This idea that someone can come and, like, you know, make things better, because, you know, people make things better all the time. You know, it happens every day in all kinds of circumstances, in all kinds of situations. You know, this idea that, like, people are, like, fundamentally evil is just, like, it's just completely misplaced and doesn't really fit in very well with reality. Like, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like,
People can be inherently evil. There are some people
Yes.
who can be. And that's because of
They don't
different
start-
factors.
They don't start out that way, but
No.
they can become that way. Yes.
But it only takes a few things. And let me pull out my criminal justice degree. This is something that I said at the very beginning of the last edited video I ever made on Israel Keys. There are 3 factors that cause somebody to snap and become a fucking monster. It's your biology, it's your psychology, and it's your environment.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got batshit insane parents, if you have some sort of form of insanity or mental illness, and you grow up in a very shitty environment, what's the likelihood you're going to become an absolute monster? It's high. And in Dune, it's very post-apocalyptic. Post-apocalyptic. I like to call it apocalyptic because it's funny.
Laka.
That is what one of the point of Dune is. It's like post-apocalyptic. It's like the distant future where things are just so utterly fucked.
Yep.
I know that, and I've never read the books. I know of them. I know basically where it goes. So yes, a lot of the people there are going to be evil by pretty much because of those things. So unless you have something to back up what you're saying, I'm going to call bullshit. You don't know what you're talking about.
again, I really do need to, like, learn more about Dune to, like, give my take on it. You know, like,
Then why are you giving a take right now? You just literally confirmed everything we've been saying for the last, oh my god, how long have we been live? 5 hours and 5 hours. You just literally, why are you talking about it if you don't know anything about it? Or you don't know enough about it? Why? Because you look retarded.
like, you've probably noticed that I focus more on, like, the Song of Ice and Fire thing, but, like, that's because I've spent a lot more time, like, understanding, like, why I don't really like A Song of Ice and Fire.
Have you? Have you? Because every reason that you've given is absolute bullshit that somebody who would never touch the books and never done anything but necessarily look at, oh, here's the TV show, would ever say. I don't believe you. I don't think anybody here believes you. In VC or live chat. None of us believe you.
I'm only just like scratching the surface on like why Dune really fundamentally at its core does not work. So
Because you've never read it. I don't think you've ever read it. You may have read synopses.
I think he's ever watched even the movie.
I don't think he has either. You've never touched it. So shut the fuck up.
this is definitely something I'm becoming increasingly passionate about. But yeah, this is something I do think, you know, we as YouTubers, we as conservatives, we as like a human.
Do not fucking lump me in with this motherfucker. Most conservatives like fucking Dune.
What does it have to
Do
do
not let-
anything with political shit like being conservative or liberal?
Because Harman's a fucking idiot, that's why.
What does it have to do with anything? Nothing. It has nothing to do with anything. 10 minutes.
Human beings, we do need to acknowledge this. Like, classic novels aren't necessarily good.
What?
You're a dumbass. I can name a ton of
This
classic
is
novels.
the apparent writer over here.
Yeah.
Tell me what Frankenstein was. Tell me what Dracula was. Tell me what Phantom of the Opera was. Tell me what any classic book was. Is that influences everything that we have going on today. Everything.
Oh, your precious Nintendo games? Yeah, those were influenced by fucking classic novels.
Yes, they were.
Yep.
So you saying that that classic novels are dog shit shows how much dog shit you're full of. You don't understand anything that you're talking about. I don't think you ever will. And I can guarantee that if you were to talk to me in an actual fucking one-on-one tete-a-tete, I would demolish you. Because you don't understand anything about writing. Anything. Now I'm really half tempted to look at what you've done so that I can call out every little detail of bullshit.
Don't.
It ain't worth
Fucking don't.
it. It is not worth it.
It would be fun as hell for me. Purely because I can tear this fucker down. But I'm not going to. I would love to do that. Oh, I wouldn't say I'd love to do that. I would love to tear him a new asshole. Yes, I would love to do that.
Rip a tear of him.
Rip and tear.
Yes,
Rip and
yes,
tear his
Spectre.
guts out.
Most
Rip
horror
a new
today
one.
is inspired by
Whoop
old
that.
books that includes the Lovecraft novels, but it also is influenced by the King in Yellow, which has influenced Lovecraft. Old novels hold true if it's well written and it has stories in it and morals in it and parables in it that are relevant to even today. They are going to withstand the test of time. If you can't understand that, then you shouldn't be a writer. You shouldn't be a bookstore owner. You shouldn't have anything to do with literature whatsoever. You should shut the fuck up, sit down in your cushionless chair, and sweat like you always do. Just wallow in your pig sweat. Because you can't do anything else properly.
You know, this is like the reality that I've been faced, you know, reading so many like Pulitzer Prize winners and so many.
I don't think you've read more than like 10 seconds in your life. The most reading you've done is the AI prompts that you get for your books. And doing a tiny bit of editing. That's it. That's it. It's all you're good for.
So many iconic classic novels. Like a lot of these people, a lot of them were socialists. They were out of touch with reality. They never worked.
So, why the fuck does that matter? Why the fuck does that matter?
I'm assuming he's trying to compare himself as better than any of those previous authors,
Because
which
he's
does
got the
not
right
make fucking
political
sense.
opinion.
Because he's
Yeah,
got
that too. Yeah.
That's not how
motherfucker.
that
I'm
works.
conservative, and most of the media that we have today is made by liberals. That's just how it is. That's how it's always fucking been. If you look back in history, you're gonna find that the majority of media is made by liberals because that's just how the party worked. That's just how the ideology works. It's progress.
Much is on.
So you're saying this shit because you're a fucking retard, and you're a fucking you're fucking worse than synthetic man because you're both cut from the same cloth. It's just synthetic man was fucking moldy and yours is fucking charred.
Work real jobs. They don't actually know what normal people are.
So an author, it isn't a real job.
So you don't have a job.
So an author isn't a real job. Then what are you? Allegedly. You're a talentless, feckless hack who likes to roleplay as...
Because I'm an author as well, writing my story, except for this motherfucker.
You are a talentless, feckless hack who likes to roleplay as a literary... What do you want to call it? A literary expert, as a video games expert, as a media expert, as the owner of a bookshop, allegedly. And yet all you've done here is show that you have absolutely no credentials. You got nothing to back up that stupid little business card you like to figuratively put up on your channel and in these videos. You know nothing about nothing.
Like, you know, that's kind of like my my reoccurring experience, like dealing with people in my sphere, is that like,
how do you deal with anybody? Nobody likes you. Nobody wants to deal with you.
True. Oh my god, this is why I fucking hate Harman.
Nobody
He says
wants to
all
deal
this
with you.
stupid bullshit. And then it's like, oh yeah, I deal with all these people and never names.
No, because they don't exist. They're all in his mind.
Oh yeah.
That's the only imagination that he has. That's the only ability he has to put himself outside of himself at all. Is the imaginary people, the voices in his head. That's who he's talking about, the voices in his head.
Harman, go take your fucking meds. Or how about this? You probably haven't been to a doctor in fucking 20 years. Go to a fucking doctor, get fucking diagnosed, and go take your meds.
Yep. I am just beyond. I'm beyond at this point. I want this to be over. I'm glad that there's only 4 minutes. Thank you, Jesus. Good God.
they read so many books and like have so many warped perspectives on life and on human beings and on society, and like,
you have no perspective on life. You have no experience. You've never left your mother's basement for more than 10 minutes to go to the grocery store or maybe pick up a hot dog from down the street. Because you like to put glizzy down your throat so bad. You want to spray paint Nintendo or use like food coloring to put Nintendo on the side of your hot dogs and just...
Mm-hmm.
3 minutes. We'll probably finish this and then be done.
Culture and stuff like that, that they don't realize that the reality is quite a bit different than what they've built it up in their minds, right?
Pot, meat, kettle.
I was about to
They
say
have
how
this
many times. I was about to say how many times I have to keep bringing this up over and over. We're just running in circles with arguments about
That's
Harman.
all he does, is he goes in circles.
Yeah.
Goes in circles because his thought process is, if I say it enough, maybe it'll become true.
Yeah, if
That's
I
not how
say
it
it enough,
works.
I will convince myself after so many fucking times. Apparently,
That's not how it works.
Very narrow
like a circle
perspective on very hyper fix on this very like on very strange kind of thing.
He pauses like this because he knows that he's outing himself. And he has to... Oh! I gotta figure out how to get out of it.
Things that they've observed in society and just kind of like revolve their entire identity around it. Hubert, I think, like really detested the idea that like JFK was gonna fix all the problems and like
Was Hubert even around when
Okay.
JFK was alive?
No, he wasn't.
What the
I
fuck are you
wasn't.
talking about, Harman?
the worship of the president and stuff like that, which is like a reasonable take to have, I think.
No, it's not, because it didn't happen.
But at the same time, like other people can step up, other people can do things, like.
Are you trying to say that that's you? Because you're doing a terrible job. You are falling up the stairs. You are literally Joe Biden falling up the stairs. 1 minute.
Like other people are like, if the savior fails, if the savior doesn't really accomplish what he set out to do, like another person would just like take his place, essentially. That's basically kind of how I see Dune in this sense, is that like if Paul didn't do anything, like someone else would have eventually. It's kind of like an inevitability in that sense. Obviously, yeah. But anyway, yeah. Thank you for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Thank you.
No, you
No,
won't,
fuck you,
because we're
Harman.
done.
For like a half
15
a
seconds.
minute.
15 seconds.
15 seconds. Woo!
10,
Jesus.
9,
Also,
8,
Harman Smith
7,
was the grassy
6,
knoll.
5, 4,
Mhm.
3,
wasn't
Someone
hiding
paid
in the
$25.
grassy
Come
knoll.
on.
One.
Do it.
Is
Done.
No,
grassy
Des.
knoll.
Leave it alone.
Fuck everything. Alright, I'm gonna go fucking get away from my computer, and I'm gonna go relax, and I'm probably gonna play some good games, which is Clair Obscura, Expedition 33, because I can and I want to. Thank you for coming by and watching me just crash the fuck out, because this guy is so goddamn retarded. Thank you
We should
guys
do
for
it again
donating.
sometime.
Thank you
It was
for
a
everybody
pleasure
that
being
came
on
in.
here with you, Hill.
Thank you for coming in and hanging out with me, guys. I appreciate it. And now I'm gonna leave. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now.